Ladies and gentlemen, you are very welcome to the Duelist Event Network. I am your host, End of the Line, and joining me for this very, very special tournament, the Eisens Back to Basics. We have, of course, concocted, Heisenberg himself has concocted something absolutely amazing for us this evening, because joining me is my wonderful co-host and creator of this rule set, Eisenwave. Hello, how are you keeping?
Doing pretty well. I have worked tirelessly to make this event happen. I'm so excited for it. So much technical work has gone into it, so much rules testing. And I have to say, man, 49 poise, which is kind of the greatest like restrictions, the biggest deal about this tournament. It feels so satisfying. It is just so juicy. It's actually a shame I don't get to play myself. I would love it. It's just so great.
That will remain to be seen, as our contestants will do everything in their power to break your heart, Eisen. I have no doubt in my mind. But
I'm sure
we will have to take just a little peek at this rule set, I think, because oh my word, what a rule set it is. And we see right up at the top here, well, you know, the prize pool, you know.
Well, I mean, it is permitted. It's just that you can't get... You have to stay within 49 poise, including the Bulgard Talisman. It's not like you can have 49 poise and then, oh, I'm gonna put on Bulgard Talisman in addition. Yeah, so the idea is that power stance curved swords and thrusting swords in testing are not overpowered on their own, so to speak. However, when you have, let's say, two blood curved swords or two blood thrusting swords, it just it gets a little bit too extreme, basically. Yeah, so we've had a 49 poise tournament just a while ago with the Witching Moons Invitational on the chain, and while it was funny, we've had 50% of people use Nagakiba, or well, very close. It was 7 out of 16 players. And so having these extremely long katanas, which have 13 frames startup on a one-handed R1, 11 frames startup on a rolling R1 is just insane. If you allow Nagakiba into Melania's hand, it just outclasses other weapon options too much, and it kills weapon diversity. It cannot. Okay, so the issues should be resolved now. I believe it should be possible to hear us on stream as well.
Indeed, testing. Yeah, I can hear myself. Fantastic. Well, that whatever happens.
Very minor issue.
We got there. You know, people have always asked me to keep quiet. You know, so you know this is nice. See how it is, Eisen. I understand. But
well, I didn't just silence you. I silenced myself.
Well, it would seem anyway, as we carry on through this rule set here, ladies and gentlemen, we of course have the talisman bands, of course the Crucible Feather talisman, the Bull Goat's talisman, main hand Colossal, which is an interesting choice, Shard of Alexander, and the Warrior Jar Shard, along with Spear Talisman, Claw Talisman. An interesting choice here to take care of both the Spear, Claw, and the Claw. That's an unusual choice there. Could you? I'm sure we'll get to dig into the meat and potatoes behind these, but that's definitely
Yeah.
an interesting one. In terms of consumable bands, we of course have HP recovering consumables, Imagine, Radiant Blanchion's Blessings, Holy Proof Dried Liver, and the Fan Daggers. That's an interesting one with the Fan
Oh
Daggers.
yeah, it
I'm going to
is.
be super curious to see how that affects the PvP going forward in this one. And then
Well, I
for the
mean,
crystal, yeah, carry on, please.
just to reiterate over what just couldn't be heard, because it is an interesting point, right? So under the specific weapon bans for Nagakiba and Melania's hand, in summary, we want to get rid of those because they kill weapon diversity, they're too strong looking at the frame data and range and all of these things. Spear Talisman and Claw Talisman are banned along with a whole bunch of other talismans because they make you deal too much damage, and we want to increase the time to kill as much as possible so that you overall get a more skill-based competition instead of, oh, just, I hit somebody with a jump attack that's also a counter hit and, extra 32% HP damage and just, unga bunga, 1000 damage and half your health bar gone. We just don't want to see these moments. It's about increasing the time to kill overall. As for the Fan Dagger ban, we also don't want to see a sort of cheap finish with just, chucking Fan Daggers at each other. But really, it's the result of another ban, which is that Royal Remains Armor is banned. And so since Royal Remains Armor is banned, there is really no counterplay to just chucking those Fan Daggers. And since this is a 49 poise tournament, it's not really necessary to count poise using Fan Daggers. Every hit on the overwhelming majority of weapons is going to stagger you, so they're not necessary for that fundamental.
Magnificent, magnificent. Well, I'm sure we'll have loads of times to dig into the nitty-gritty of all of these rules, but we've just a lightning round here on these ones. The Crimson Crystal tier, the Crimson Burst Crystal tier, Crimson Whirl Bubble tier, Leaden Hard tier, Magic, Flame, Lightning, Holy and Shrouding Cracked tiers, Thorny Cracked tier, Winged Crystal tier, and the Windy Crystal tier will make up the banned Crystal tiers. Again, nothing particularly out of the ordinary there. The Ash of Warbands, Royal Knights, Resolve, that is a mouthful. Determination, Flaming Strike, Storm Stomp, Transient Moonlight, Bloodhound Step. I can't imagine that ever being banned. Outrageous. I think we should all riot personally. Quick Step, while using a main hand Colossal, using a light weapon in any hand, and then having Slicer/Catch Flame slotted. I think everything there, we'll be able to pick into that later on as to some of the decisions there, ladies and gentlemen. The spell bands, all healing incantations, Barrier of Gold and Bestial Sling. Move bands, rolling with light equipment, light roll is banned, shield poking is banned, two-handing colossal sword attacks, offhand attacks while using a main hand halberd or colossal sword, excluding spells other than Catch Flame and Carrion Slicer, excluding shields, excluding torches, excluding crossbows only for halberd, and riposts and backstabs are always allowed. Offhand bands do not include power stances. Ashes of War do not count as an attack. And as for character setup, of course, everything is, of course, the wonderful, the amazing RL 125, the dueling meta, and Rune Arc, which means your great runes, ladies and gentlemen. Do not forget to use them, are applied before the fight. Is there anything I have missed, Eisen?
No, I think you have gone over everything. I read through it myself. I think you haven't missed a single line right there.
Magnificent. And I think we have both of our players in world in this first one. Who is fighting first, Eisen?
Yeah, let's just go over the brackets really quick. The first fight that should be taking place is between Zombie Pawnstar and Ezuu. And first of all, to explain what is going on in these brackets, we are having a qualifier round, which is best of one. So it means one loss, one death, and you are immediately out. And this is just so we can have more players overall here. And yeah, so then every subsequent round except for the finale is going to be best of 3. It's just the qualifier here. Anyhow,
Mhm.
first up, we should be having Zombie, Pawn Star, and Ezuu, and we can get started as soon as they are both in the
In
world.
their corners, yes, indeed. And I'm going to be super excited to see how this one is going to pan out as we have both of our players at the ready, ladies and gentlemen. Eisen, at your leisure and getting us set up and ready to go.
Let me just get into a good camera position.
Moho, I'm very excited to see how this one is going to go. As we have Zombie in the far left corner, and we of course have Ezuu in the near corner here, ladies and
Well,
gentlemen.
hold on.
Oh,
There is one detail which I have mentioned already to these players. Whoever is listed on top in the brackets should position themselves in the near corner, and whoever is listed on the bottom should be positioning themselves in the far corner. So we should be having Ezuu right now in the far corner and Zombie Pawn Star should
magnificent.
be
Well,
in the
we'll
near
get
corner.
both of our players in position very quickly, ladies and gentlemen. But let's take a quick look at the setups that both of our players are using here. It seems that Ezuu is going to be using what seems to be the axe and a great sword in the other hand, by the looks of things. And we have a cheeky point down to start off the tournament. That is incredible. What other way would you have it,
Excellent
ladies and
manners
gentlemen?
already.
The great axe. And then in the far side, what will we be seeing Zombie Pawn Star using? We are going to be
We're
seeing the
seeing a
heavy
heavy thrusting
sword.
sword.
Interesting. I wouldn't have expected it to be in this rule set, but you know what, ladies and gentlemen, I can't say I'm particularly surprised. Again, a very strong setup in this rule set, and I think we're good and ready to go. Eisen,
Yes,
I
I
think you
believe
could
we
give
are
the
ready to go.
countdown.
And 3, 2, 1, and allay.
And there we go. The bomb is out, ladies and gentlemen, and we are going to see both of our players are going to be up to no good, no doubt, as we are going to see Ezuu going here with the Colossal Axe, trying to get some damage in. We are going to see a little bit of the Bestial Roars coming out here, as he is going to get 318 damage here. Is the side of Zombie, who is just going to try and bait out these attacks here. Is he going to go for a backstab? No, he's not. He's going to get 445 damage there off the bat on that hit. And we're going to see this really solid neutral game here from both players. Neither side overly committing just yet, although I think we'll have plenty of time for that, as the jump R2 is going to come out on the side of Zombie. He's not able to make good of it. Tries to go for the running R2, however, will be interrupted. Resetting back into this neutral state, as he's going to be hit for 192 damage with the Bestial Roar. 264 damage he gets for his slightly reckless aggression here is the side of Zombie, as he's forced back, and of course he's going to take a little bit more damage. Out comes the neutral R1 on the side of the Greatsword on the side of Ezuu, who's going to take 571 damage for his trouble. Out comes another Bestial Roar in really close. Both of the players here are going to try and find trades in, wins the trade considerably. However, Zombie's going to have to be very careful, because this life advantage could disappear very quickly as he's forced back into center, Eisen.
Yeah, very impressive play. I have to say, on Zombie's side, he's holding his own with that Great Axe setup. I really wouldn't have expected that to happen. Or no, actually, it's technically a colossal weapon, isn't it?
Yes, it would indeed, and he is going to be put away with a jumping attack there by the side of Zombie, who in a very significant life advantage, 900 life in the difference come the end of that one. Zombie played that one absolutely exceptionally well, and I have to say that heavy thrusting sword come the end was exceptional at just playing that really solid neutral game all the way across, Eisen. And that's one of the keys I think that people forget about these low poise tournaments. You're always going to have to be really careful. Really careful, because you can get poise broken instantly.
Absolutely. The combo potential is just limitless. There is nothing that is protecting you. There is no passive poising through attacks. If you get hit, you may be interrupted. Hyper armor in this tournament has proven to be well, at least in testing, a surprisingly effective way of avoiding those poise breaks. So if you do it right, even with medium weapons, you can avoid those poise breaks.
Yeah, for sure. And the poise break here plays such an important role when we have these poise level where you're more or less pretty much anything on the rule set, with the exception of daggers and regular thrusting swords, are going to poise break you. It really adjusts how you play the game. We seen it in last week's tourney with the chain tourney, for want of a better word. It was obviously very, very different. And yeah, it's really, really interesting how that affects the gameplay. And I think you might have been onto something with your katana bans, because katanas are incredibly strong.
Absolutely.
Not only do they have really good frame data, they just quick, they have good range, but that backswing as well can guarantee another, which can of course snowball. You can do a running R2 out of it. You can always do a running R1. You have so many options all the way across with that. It can be very, very rough to try and find that space, and when you are in that disadvantaged state, to try and make space around it. It can be very, very difficult, but I have to say, all things considered, GG's to Ezuu, who, was formidable, kept that aggression, tried to play that neutral game in a setup that really did not suit that neutral game. He really wants to be looking for those trades and forcing those trades. And I found that early on in that engagement, he very much did. I definitely feel that
it was a very
strong
start, yeah.
But unfortunately, the longer you play that neutral game, you can't do it consistently. You have to be super, super careful.
The heavy thrusting sword is definitely a weapon that can turn around anything in a moment of peril. Those JR2 R1 through combos, they can still hit like a truck. And Raptor's Black Feathers is a quite cheeky way to still increase your damage a little bit, without necessarily using the Claw Talisman. So that is one of the few remaining ways to still boost your damage quite effectively.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And it'll be interesting moving forward as we see what more people are using. What I have a feeling, Eisen, I just have this striking suspicion we're going to see some Shamshir. And I'm going to tell you
absolutely. Why. I have seen it in the rules testing. I would be insanely surprised if we didn't see at least a little bit of Shamshir action.
And it seems as though we are going to get that Shamshir we were looking for, because I do think it's in world with us right now, Eisen. I know the audience is just going to have to wait a moment as we do get our spoilers, but it does seem that Shamshir is going to make its final appearance at long last. I mean, it's only been what? It's only been one round, but
it's only one round.
But yeah, again, so moving forward after this, Eisen, after this round, as we're going to move on to Riptide and Talon in this rapid fire lightning round. What do you expect? What do you expect even moving forward with this? What do you think we're going to see?
Oh, this is a tournament of great diversity. I am unsure what we're really going to see. In the near corner, we see Riptide with a Shamshir and with his classic Briar helmet. That is just what I expected to see from Riptide. Interesting, not using power stance straight swords. I was thinking that he would run that setup, maybe ornamental straight swords as well, which are allowed under this rule set, but no. And in the far corner, we see Talon right here with a two-handed twin blade. Very interesting weapon choice. But I have to say, twin blades may be very undervalued, because usually their issue is they're only 50 poise damage, just like a straight sword. Not very impressive, but in a rule set like this, they can shine, and nobody has practice against twin blades. It's just too unusual of a weapon. You don't see it in the wild.
Well, remain to be seen what these players can do with the tools at their disposal in this rather unorthodox rule set. Eisen, give us the count in.
And 3, 2, 1, LA.
And the bomb is out, ladies and gentlemen, as both players are going to go for their physics. Out comes the Thunderbolt to try and get another punish, just in case there was another.
Broken tracking on that one.
Unfortunate how it happened on that one, but we are going to see both of our players here are going to be very aggressive. We see these jumping attacks coming out here, going for a trade. Neither player poise breaking?
Once again, the tracking, unbelievable. Will it ever connect?
Ooh, tries to go for that backswing on the Shamshir as well, not quite able to make it, as he is going to force this aggression really, really forward, as he's going to take 876 damage total for this aggression. Is he being reckless, Eisen?
No, I don't think he is being reckless. It is just well.
Are you sure?
I am. It was looking pretty good up until that moment.
He is going to be. He's
hey,
going to
if
have
it
to
is
find
stupid,
his way
if
in.
it's stupid and it works, then it's not stupid, right?
That's it. He's got him on the ropes and he catches him with a roll catch.
And it did work.
Oh my word! Riptide takes the win. Oh my word! That was. That 50 damage on the Shamshir came in clutch, was so quick all across the board. Like, he came in, managed to get that running attack very early on, Eisen. And not only did he get good utility off of it, he kept pressure afterwards. This is spacing 101. When you have the other person in a disadvantage state, you want to keep pressure on them until they can find that counter pressure. And if you're not able to find that counter pressure because you don't have the tools available to you, you're going to be in a spot of bother. But Riptide kept it on. But there is that risk, and I said it midway through that round. If he overextends, he's going to take so much damage. And
yeah, I believe he took a lot
broke.
of damage from the neutral jump. The JR2, I believe, on a Twin Blade does pierce damage, so it can deal absolutely massive damage.
And massive damage it did take. But again, that Shamshir was just able to close the gap consistently all the way across. It was very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. And you know what? Moving forward, I think we'll be seeing... We see Sword and Board make a return. Is that what we're... I have a feeling it's going to happen, Eisen. I just have that feeling in my bones. It's going to be really, really rough to try and go up against it because they have good defensive options. They have a solid poise break almost at their fingertips. And if I recall now, maybe it's changed because I haven't heard of anyone using an R1 on a Sword and Board setup in quite a while. But does it have a frame trap in form of the R1 still? Is that still an element of that moveset, or has that been?
I believe it still does. Although the classic Sword and Board of literally using a straight sword, we haven't really seen that in testing. But we have seen katanas and katanas and shields, which is kind of an improved version of Sword and Board in this game. You have fewer startup frames, and that can definitely frame trap up until the third hit on the katana, I believe, and then another katana would get priority against you.
Well, it's good for several reasons. I think Cat and Board is just a little bit more of an improved version of Sword and Board because it has some really solid Ash of War options as well. Unsheathe, if there's any little bit of latency involved at all, hits so hard. I know in retail it can pretty much two-shot people and, you know, maybe three-shot people. I know that with the access to the Great Runes, which is, you know, thanks to the developers of Seamless Co-op, we have the ability to play around with these things. It's going to be very, very interesting to see how that will affect the gameplay. Will Unsheathe be the beast it was, or is it going to be more foregone because of either the poise break being as low as it is, or if it's going to be something else? Going to be super, super curious, but we are going to take a quick little peek at our next contestants, who are going to be Pit of Despair and Dead Fish. It's all very morose right now with the names, ladies and gentlemen, but it's going to be interesting. What do you expect these players to use? What have they used in testing? I can't say I'm particularly familiar with either of them, Eisen.
Well, we are now seeing Pit of Despair versus Deadfish, and what I would expect Deadfish to continue using is most likely an intelligence build involving slicers. So a one-handed katana and offhand slicer has proven to be a very effective option, and it doesn't just have to be slicer. You can also use different spells. You can use Terra Magica in order to create a zone for yourself where you deal absolutely massive damage. So it is a strong setup, not one that has been shown to be undefeatable in testing, but that is what I would expect the Deadfish to be running. Pit of Despair Personally, I have no idea. When I was practicing with them, they used a variety of setups, including heavy thrusting sword, but I'm not sure if we're going to see that one in particular.
Well, it does seem as though we have both of our contestants in. I can't wait to take a look and see what setups they are using. And you know, Eisen, the more we get to see how people play under these similar rules, that I understand the chain was a little bit, just a little bit more unorthodox, even by this tourney standards. But we do have both of our contestants who are in. We seem to have Pit, who's on the heavy thrusting sword, again making an appearance, which is quite interesting.
Yes, it is by no means a weak weapon in this rule set. It is severely nerfed. There's no Storm Stomp, there's no Flaming Strike, there's no Spear Talisman, there's no Claw Talisman. But I think the fact that people keep using these and have so far been successful with them is just a testament to the strength of the heavy thrusting sword.
Yeah, and it's so interesting how much a rule set can affect how everything is going to pan out, as we are going to take a look and see. Is that it's a katana, I believe, in one hand.
Yes, I believe that is a magic Uchigatana, but it could also be Moonveil. It is always difficult to tell. I believe it is an Uchigatana, though. I have developed an eye for this.
Well, I'm going to be super excited to see what both of our contestants are going to be showing us this fine evening, ladies and gentlemen. But it remains to be seen. I'm excited about this one, Eisen.
I
believe at your leisure we will have a look and see how this one is going to go.
And 3, 2, 1, LA.
And there we go. We are going to see the bolt going out. We're going to see Stars is going to come out, and they're immediately hitting for 400 damage, 719 right off the bat. This heavy thrusting sword is just going to town, as Pit is very dominant here. Offhand Shamshir as well. This is going to be a nasty setup for Deadfish to try and get in on, as if he's not careful, he can just get stun locked to death. Out comes that Unsheath, is going to whiff it, however, he will not be punished. 400 damage on that running attack. Maybe trying to go for a backstab.
Taking it back?
Damage at 21. He's not out of the fight yet, as we do see the feathers come out. Out comes Slicer here to try and keep pressure. However, he's going to be super low. He's one shot. He has to be so careful. And one shot he was at 96 damage, and he's taken out, Eisen.
What a fast round.
Word. Dead Fish not able to find any bit of headway in that fight at all. I thought maybe he might, just might, be able to just get that one, just be able to manage to get that one little bit of counter pressure and be able to play off it, but unfortunately Pit was just out of there straight away, and then immediately back in with counter pressure to try and keep Dead Fish at bay, and unfortunately Dead Fish, like his namesake, is going to have to see
absolutely massive damage from the heavy thrusting sword and offhand Shamshir. In this rule set, generally you have a problem if you're playing heavy thrusting sword, getting counter pressured and maybe a bit of anti-air coming from something like a katana. But the Shamshir, you can attack with that weapon really fast. Effectively, yes. I think it hits something on the same frame as katana. And so that can help you get rid of that pressure. And once again, Shamshir is just an astonishing weapon.
Yeah, it's incredibly powerful, even at higher poise limits, which is something that needs to be kept in mind. Shamshir, I've been playing around with it a bit, Eisen. I'm still not sure. Shamshir, a thrusting sword. I don't know if you have any dog in that fight, but I know for myself, using Halberd and Clean Rot for as long as I have, that I feel like the Shamshir fixes some of the problems that the low poise damage in the S-Stock does. I find it's incredibly powerful. What it doesn't lack in range or tracking is just, I don't know. I really don't know how to feel about it. I'm indecisive. Can you help me with this? Please, Eisen, help me make a decision as to whether or not I want to transition over to the Shamshir. What do you reckon, gamer?
Well, there is something that is simultaneously good and something that's simultaneously bad about the Shamshir. Personally, I don't understand why people would play it over a katana, because while I think it connects on something like the same frame, it it does have 1 frame more startup, and it doesn't seem to be doing more damage. It doesn't have the same degree of verticality as these diagonal slashes that he performed with the katana. So I quite frankly, I don't see a reason to play it, but maybe I haven't figured everything out yet. Maybe I'm misinformed about this, and it really does beat the katana.
Maybe. And an interesting setup that was used quite regularly that I seen, you know, an odd few players using it here and there, but it popped up a few times. Main hand katana and offhand bird. I know that off-bird is not permitted, I believe, in this tournament. If
No,
I'm
no,
correct.
it is permitted. It's the other way around. You're not allowed to use a halberd in the main hand and let's say an offense katana.
I see. But the other way around, it would be permitted. And
Yes,
I've
absolutely.
seen people play with that setup, and you know, say what you will about the more standard katana movesets, they are quite powerful. Having those running attacks is really strong, really strong, and I'll be super curious to see if anyone is going to play with something similar in this tourney, because halberd is still strong. Even with some of the restrictions that it has placed on, that well above guaranteed poise break, that ability to reach out and touch someone with access to really powerful Ashes of War, I'm gonna be pretty curious, but that will remain to be seen as we have both. It seems we have both of our contestants in and almost at the ready, Eisen. I'm super curious to see what they're going to be playing with. And yes, it does.
Yes,
I believe. Carry on.
we will start in just a second.
Yeah, no worries. And I think it does remain to be said again, with the poise limit being as low, and I just want to say that this fundamentally changes how this game functions. Low poise limits very much change how this game is played. When you're going to get poise broken in one, you have to change the style, and not only that, you also have to change how you approach even making a build, because you have so many more options on top of access to that great rune. I would be curious to pick the brains of players, and again, for the last few tournaments, Eisen, we've decided not to allow any bans on great runes or even restrict that at all, just to see what players can do with it. And then after we have more and more people kind of figure out what's going on, we can then play around with it. It's going to be super interesting as we move forward here, as we do see the rivers of blood, the dreaded corpse piler in the hands of Mason. And I'm not
Is this correct? Are you guys in the correct corners? I have the slight suspicion that the name Base 5 doesn't quite work with Rivers of Blood. We should be seeing Mason in the near corner and Mr. Mataz in the far corner.
Well, as is, we can have both of our players swap over, but Mr. Mataz, interesting choice here, as he seems to be on what looks to be a double. Is this going to be a mage only build?
Yeah, this is bringing back memories of Bevan playing just pure sorcery. That is amazing. We're going to see some slicer action. I'm sure of it. There is going to be some slicer on this setup.
That's going to be
I
exceptionally.
would be disappointed if there wasn't.
I'd be shocked if there wasn't personally, but
Absolutely.
in this matchup, you know, for me, when I think of how it functions, I would always say that the mage is at a significant disadvantage. The mage is always going to be at a significant advantage because they require that mana pool. And if they lack that, if they lack their blue, they're going to be in a spot of bother. But I'll be super curious to see how this one's going to pan out, Eisen. And again, at your leisure.
We can get started in 3, 2, 1, LA.
So out goes the bomb there, and we are going to see the slicer. Oh,
Ouch,
oh my word!
911!
Right off the bat, Star Shower comes out now to keep the pressure. He is stuck in the corner, however. Out it comes there to try and get that bit of counter pressure back. He's not going to be able to find the space to get that corpse spider out. Out comes the sleep bird. Is going to come out. We see a little bit of an incantation coming out there.
No, the blender, no! It is
Absolutely melted.
Absolutely destroyed. That
Mason
hurts.
takes the win.
The spinning weapon Oh god.
It melted him.
It's absolutely melts. It breaks your poise on 49. It does something like 1,000 damage, and you can chain those together almost indefinitely. It is virtually a one-shot that you have to watch out for.
That's insane. That's absolutely bonkers amounts of damage. And
Absolutely. That hurts.
oh my word. That was unfortunate. Like, to be caught in that kind of situation, Eisen. To be caught in that kind of situation is, whew, it can be messy. When you are in that disadvantaged state, you're that low, you have a guaranteed poise break. What I wonder, would setting up the corpse piler weapon art for that alone, would that be worth it? It feels as if that was planned, however, he kept the pressure. Really, really kept the pressure all the way through, but just got melted. Every attempt he had to aggress, he just got melted. Rough. Really, really rough.
Yes, it is rough. There's one thing that keeps the Slicer mage in check, and that's the fact that Slicer only does 30 poise damage, so you don't interrupt your opponents on every single opportunity. What I found works best in testing is to use a long-ranged weapon, something like a spear in main hand, and maybe a katana in the offhand. It keeps the Slicer at bay because it outranges it. That is a strategy that works, but whenever I tried something like, let's say, a katana and a shield, or just a main hand katana and maybe offhand really nothing, or a sacred seal, I got melted. You have to keep it at bay, you have to keep it at a distance, especially because of this spinning weapon blender that can destroy your health bar in no time whatsoever.
And destroyed it, did again. I literally put in a one-man blender there at the beginning, and there are ways and means to pressure people. There are ways and ways to pressure people out of stuff like that. You have weapon arts that have, number one, range, that you can do it from a distance. You have something like, let's say, oh, I don't know, you have tools such as the glintstone scraps. You have even ordinary daggers because they're locked into place. Even if you don't have access to fan daggers, which are incredibly useful, incredibly powerful, you do still have access to those tools to try and, you know, pepper your opponent, force them to engage you from their neutral. It can be incredibly powerful to do, and we didn't see it there, unfortunately, and Mason just kind of steamrolled over it, unfortunately. I was going to say blendered his way through, I think would be a little bit more appropriate given the spinning weapon and at play. But what other tools do you have to deal with someone who's just content to sit there, wait for you to come to them, and then just go to town? What else would you say?
Well, ideally, there are... you have a few options, actually. So, first of all, you can use a spear in order to close the distance. The running attacks on it are very fast, so running R1 on the spears is just absolutely amazing. And against people who play passively, they have to watch out for it. It's even faster than a halberd, and in this rule set, it will interrupt you. So that is a good option for aggressive play, where you can just combo, let's say, your offense weapon into the spear and back and forth and stuff, and it's incredibly fun to play. But well, there is actually another little cheeky option. So you can play
you have my interest.
You can play bone, because as it turns out, the Stormwing Bone arrows, they deal 50 poise damage. They break your poise in this rule set. Every single time, every arrow is going to stagger you, unless you're in hyper armor.
Interesting. Well, you have been a huge advocate over the last while for the bow builds, and that is an interesting approach. But I find in these arenas, having the ability to corner your opponent, and while the bow can go up against it, it's going to be interesting. Do you think we'll actually see someone whip out the bow build in this tournament, or do you think that it's a kind of a risky maneuver?
Bow is not an easy weapon that you can just pick up on a whim instantly and have success with it. It requires, well, you have to develop a bit of muscle memory for it. You have to get accustomed to it, how to move around, how to strafe around with it, how to shoot arrows quickly, and you have options, but I don't think it's one of these weapons that you can just pick up on a whim spontaneously. You need to practice a bit with it. And I'm not familiar with any other players who have extensively practiced with it. There is Space Ranger actually did message me about Bow, about some advice with how to play with it, but ultimately they decided not to use it just because it's too risky, lack of experience, and
Yeah, that's something that we like to talk about an awful lot. And you know, an awful lot of players have their mains. They always have their main setups that they kind of gravitate towards. And it's important when you're playing, not only that you're competent in the setup, but you're comfortable with it. And for a bow build that has such a drastically different style compared to what I would say anything else, I definitely feel that can definitely play a part in people not wanting to go for it. But it's going to be curious to see how it goes out. But we'll have to take a quick look at our bracket, because it seems that our next fight here, Eisen, is going to be Flooz and Scorpion. And I'm going to be super curious to see how this one is going to pan out, because Flooz has participated in so many of the Den tournaments all the way through. You know, the halberd, the mage bird, if you were, a very effective setup that she's used for quite a while. And Scorpion is someone that I haven't met until, I believe it was actually the charity run that Stochastic put together. I believe I would never snipe, I'd never do such a thing, but that time it was for charity, so I'd have to. Trying to catch Steel, I believe he was shadowing Steel as they went along, and I'm going to be interested to see what Scorpion's going to use, if I recall correctly. If I recall correctly.
If I had to guess,
yes.
Heavy Thrusting Sword.
And why would you say that?
Well, because I haven't ever seen them with anything else.
That's more than fair, I think.
If it's one thing, it's Heavy Thrusting Sword.
But I'm going to be super curious to see what they are going to put out in this one. But in that matchup, in the kind of the Mage Bird versus Heavy Thrusting match, my money in a more regular matchup would be that the Heavy Thrusting Sword wins it. It has a solid air option. The halberd, at least depending on the halberd, has downsides in the engagement. It doesn't have solid anti-air, but I'll be super curious to see how it is going to pan out, because on this rule set, you can get anti-aired with just a stray R1, and we do have both of our contestants in and ready. We are going to see the Katana on the side of Flooz.
Yeah, Katana and Slicer, a classic setup. We've seen it lose once today, but maybe Flooz is the person to make it work.
I will soon find out. Again, a very popular setup. I'm going to assume that most of our contestants here today have done extraordinary amounts of testing, and it seems that Scorpion is, as you suggested, going to be on that Heavy Thrusting Sword, and that's going to be an interesting one. Again, having those running R1s to running R2 mix-ups, having the back steps into either of those running options, they can cover an awful lot of ground. I'm gonna be super curious, Eisen, as to how it's gonna show up, but we are gonna see both of our players in their corners against Scorpion on the left with the bucket hat, and Flooz in the near corner with what seems to be a really fancy coat. Eisen.
Looks like we are ready to go then. And 3, 2, 1, allay.
And out goes the bomb here. We are going to see the Comet right off the back getting that 719 damage. It seems almost by rote at this point all of our players are going for that option. We are going to see the Glintstone Phalanx is going to come out. Out comes the Slicer. Gets some really good pressure, however. She is going to be forced off. Gets 250 chip here, which is the Glintstone Dart here. However, out comes the Weapon Art and the Heavy Thrusting. Is going to whiff it. Flooz going straight in for the punish afterwards. Keep it. Both players are keeping a really long distance between each other. Is that?
That is Power Stance Straight Swords.
That is going to be is that going to be the legal Power Stance Straight Swords?
It actually is legal. Cane swords specifically are allowed.
Interesting, as we are going to see the Hoarfrost Stomp coming out once again to try and pepper Flooz from a distance. Out they come, tries to go for a trade, 600 damage, but she's content, 762 damage on that dart into the Carrion Slicer. Really, really nasty work. It's doing an awful lot of work. Out comes the Shamshir here for the running attack. Slicer again keeping pressure, retreating into this neutral stance. The Comet is going to come out. I can't help but think that that's going to be a misplay on his side. Out comes the Force once again to try and keep that pressure. However, the 20 chip damage is going to come through, and Flooz. According to some, I've heard rumors that Flooz never lose, Eisen. And it seems that
it is a rumor
to that reputation.
It is a rumor, but we can confirm it right now.
But it's confirmed so far.
Yeah, confirmed so far.
Flooz hasn't lost yet. There we go. We'll see how the rest of the tournament is going to go. But well played to both of our contestants. And I want to say, when you're in that position where you have someone with Slicer, and it's a particularly rough position to be in, because Slicer's lightning fast, and dagger speed, if I'm unmistaken. True, it doesn't do much poise damage, but what it lacks in poise damage, it makes up for in hitting like an actual truck. Perhaps two trucks, one after the other, because
yes, absolutely,
it forces you to play so carefully, so very carefully on the approach. And we've seen it there. When you weren't careful, you got clipped by it, you're going to take that damage, and your health bar is going to just absolutely melt, which we've seen there. As unfortunately, Scorpion was not able to adapt in time, and we'll be hopefully seeing them in future tourneys. But on that, approaching mages, Eisen, because it's a problem that I've often found, is finding that neutral spacing to deal with mage, where you're safe from those runnings, and the mage is in danger permanently from some of your attacks. Do you have any kind of insight as to where you should probably stand in regards to fighting against those setups?
Well, like, what do you mean? Do you mean positioning-wise against mages, or what are you referring to?
So when we're in let's say we're in a neutral position where both players have to take an action in order to be able to do damage to each other. You're trying to space out attacks. You're trying to set up baits to force them to do it, and we've seen it there with Flooz. Like when she'd aggress, she'd come in, do a little bit of damage, and move back out into a neutral. And Scorpion was just not able to find his way around it. But when fighting mages, I find I can never. I always struggle in finding that sweet spot where you have to stand, where they're in danger and you're in that advantageous kind of neutral position. You're able to pressure them.
Really, you have to pressure them. You have to exploit the fact that Slicer is not a guaranteed poise break on you. It does have a couple of notable weaknesses. It's,
Gotcha.
You can jump over it, so Heavy Thrusting Sword isn't even a bad choice against it. You can jump over it, and you will out-damage it on something like a neutral jump.
Gotcha.
And you can engage with the jumping light attack on a Heavy Thrusting Sword. You can use the running R2. So you have options against a Slicer mage, but once you are in very, very close up against it, once you are in that blender where you just eat one Slicer after another, you have to find your way out, because you're not going to win those trades. Slicer just does too much damage, so in those moments you have to find a way to either interrupt it, or you have to neutral jump it and win the trade by reading that aggression close up.
And
but it is
of course,
definitely
the neutral.
tricky.
The neutral jump option against, we'll say, someone who's very aggressive with their Slicer, it's, it's risky business. Of course, it's always going to be latency dependent. I find on the higher latencies going for those jumps, I sometimes resent the fact that they have the jump button for instances like that, because I always think, oh, I'll jump this attack, and I end up getting knocked flat down. But that is a good, solid option. Do you feel that Slicer has the ability to anti-air at all in terms of its like natural moveset locked on, or do you feel that?
Well, it doesn't have anything that goes into the air. It's just a horizontal slash, but it comes out so fast that, especially if you have a little bit of latency, it is unlikely that you're going to fully jump over it. So the thing is that Slicer also has very little recovery. So in most cases, unless you're just mashing buttons, you should be able to roll back out of it. So if you can do one Slicer, carefully wait what happens, and then if your opponent is beginning a neutral jump, in most cases you'll be able to roll backwards. Really, against a very optimally played Slicer, you don't have many options. You need something that is fast and that can interrupt it. The neutral jump is just one option, but it is a tricky one, and might not really work against optimal play.
Yeah, indeed. And, enough of the past. We have to kind of look towards the future, Eisen, as we do have both of our opponents here. Phantom Zarro versus Mr. Forgetful. I can't say I know too much about Phantom, but what I will say is I know quite a bit about Mr. Forgetful, who... It's an interesting one. I believe early on I was playing against their Hall stock, and I have to say that they were quite vicious with it, very aggressive, trying to find those opportunities. But I found over time as they've played, they've tried to master that idea of very aggressively spacing your opponent. So I'm going to be super interested to see if the because I know he's been working on it very hard. If Mr. Forgetful, sorry, will find a way to apply that aggressive spacing in this very, very low poise environment. I'm going to be super excited as he is going to be moving. Will he move on? Will he be able to find his way through? As we are going to see Phantom, who seems to be on the Shamshir, and Mr. Forgetful, who seems to be on the dual straight swords once again.
Yeah, once again,
if I'm not mistaken.
It is the longest power stand straight sword setup that is allowed right now. So it's
I
definitely,
see.
like, out of the 3 ones that you're allowed to use, I would say it is the strongest option. You know, I personally invited Phantom Zarro to this tournament because they were playing this exact setup with the Shamshir and with the Dragon Seal on ladder on 99 poise, and they somehow made it work. They made it work. They actually won against my shield poke build with that. So it was so impressive. It's just a wonderful player who's somehow making things work competitively that shouldn't be working. So I'm very excited to see what Phantom Zarro has here for us.
Definitely going to be one of the Flooz matches done, so I have to find another highlight match after this, as we are going to see both of our contestants in. Ladies and gentlemen, I am ready. I hope you're ready, but Eisen, at your leisure.
And 3, 2, 1, LA.
As we are going to see the bolt go out, we are going to see the immediate attempted punish. Both players trying to go for a punish here on the physic. However, it is going to be Mr. Forgetful who gets it, manages to aggress right off the bat, 450 damage right off the bat there. Gets a little bit, 180 chip there off the bat as well, trying to find his way. Those glintstone scraps are going to come out. However, he's going to have to be super careful as the frenzy is going to come out.
Is it going to be a one-shot?
It could very well be, as Mr. Forgetful is pushed back into the far corner there. He's going to have to be super careful. Out comes the Hoarfrost Stomp there, trying to find some way to aggress. He's going to have to play super careful, as out comes the Placidus Axe. Is he going to be able to find his way? The Mad Dragon is definitely living up to his namesake, as out comes these jump L1s. Shamshir almost clipping. Deftly spaced on the side of Mr. Forgetful as he tries for these jumping L1s. 464, he's going to be very low here. He's going to have to be so careful as he's trying to push the pressure. Out comes the Mad Dragon, is going to land it. And unfortunately, Mr. Forgetful is not going to be able to make it. The Mad Dragon,
what a show. What fireworks.
possessed by some form of hysteria, has taken the win. Madra and Phantom is going to take this win, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, we'll have to see next time if he doesn't get unendurable frenzied right off the bat. That was so
brutal. That was messy. Did I see 2,800 damage? I have never seen a damage number that high.
Unfortunate. What, like, to be able to get that right off the bat, like, in a best of one, it's stressful enough, you know, but to see your opponent's health bar be literally hung, drawn, and quartered.
Yeah, we are seeing it right there. 892, 1,866 into 2,312. Oh my god, that is
just right
so
off the bat.
Damage.
He did manage to get his physic out there, I think, at the end. Able to roll it, but that was such an unfortunate turn of events. And, you know, that the little bit of chip of the Hoarfrost Stomp afterwards. Keep in mind, Phantom took an awful lot of damage in those exchanges as well.
He had a very troubled start. I was thinking, well, how can he get those incantations and how can he play that against power stand straight swords, which makes it so good to aggress, but he turned it around.
And, you know, Mr. Forgetful did a really good job of holding his composure all the way through there. And again, that's something that has to be stressed. Something that really has to be stressed. You know, when you're under that amount of pressure, it's happened to me in tournaments. I recall in a tournament with Frosty, getting hit early on and just been completely confused as to what to do from there. It's like I'm already... The health advantage is so low, the DPS is so low, and it's very easy to get disheartened. But you just have to pull through it, and you know what? even though it didn't pan out in his favor, I have to say GG's to Mr. Forgetful. He did a really solid job there.
Yes,
And
very, very solid start. Very good play. He kept his composure. It was impressive.
it was impressive, but unfortunately wasn't enough. And we'll have to hopefully see Mr. Forgetful in the next one as Phantom is going to move through. But who are we looking to see in this next round, Eisen? I believe it's going to be Cip, some say Cip.
Yes, I am still not entirely
Bronson.
sure about the name, but it is Cip versus Rocket Bronson in the next fight.
And Bronson is we're gonna have to see if it's the same Bronson that I know, because, you know, I fought Cip recently in Artora's weeklies, and I have to say I had an absolute ball with him. I fought him on leaderboard a bunch. You know, he's one of Frosty's disciples, heavy thrusting sword, kind of a little bit off meta, a little bit kooky. It's always unclear what weird stuff he's going to do, but definitely has taken huge amounts of inspiration from Frosty. And you know what? He's doing exceptional work with it. He's a very, very difficult opponent to try and find that damage on. And as for Bronson, I can't say I've played them. However, I'm sure we're going to have a really exciting fight. Do you have any insight into either of these players, Eisen, that you'd like to share?
Not that much. It's more stating that we are in the North American brackets right now,
I see.
North American bottom half of everything. So all of the players we're seeing here, I'm not as familiar with as the EU side, if I'm going to be honest. Rocket Bronson is one of the viewers on my channel as well, very active, and they definitely know their stuff as well. I have done a little bit of rules testing with Cip, but yeah, it's.
Well, I understand you're saying in so many words that they're laggards. I understand that, obviously, but, you know, we kind of have to be careful around these things, my friend, you know? But it is going to be interesting. Cip has an interesting style. I'm going to just change between the two of them as this tournament goes on, you know? We'll pick one eventually and go for it. He can be super dangerous because you're never sure when he's going to throw out those running R2s. And while it can be very, very easy to say, oh, just backstab it, because there is a way to backstab it. We won't say it now in case the player is here, but there is a way to reliably backstab the running R2. But it's getting caught in that mix of, is he going to running R2, going for that prediction, and then getting a jump R2 to your face can be very, very nasty. Very, very nasty. So we'll be curious to see how that moves forward in this next round. And we do have both of our contestants in by the looks of things. What are they using? I'm never going to guess that.
Now, judging by the white mask, I have a weird suspicion that there's going to be possibly seppuku on the heavy thrusting sword. That is something that I have seen played in the past in previous tournaments. It's a possibility. It's not a certainty, but could happen.
That's going to be interesting. That could be quite interesting. Maybe some other status build up or some other tricks in Cip's pocket. And we are going to see the Great Spear on the side. The Rocket Bronson himself.
I love this fashion so much. I love this oriental fashion.
It is quite interesting. I tried it early on. I have a habit of going for the Eastern set in all of the Souls games, and unfortunately it wasn't in this one, so not quite my favorite iteration of that style, but you know what? Soon we will find out, ladies and gentlemen, as we have the Rocket Bronson himself in the left corner and Cip, some say Cip, in the right. Ladies and gentlemen, on a 3, on a 2, on a 1, play. Out comes the bolt, and we are going to see both of our players. We're not going to see the seppuku, interestingly.
Well, that was some skipping right there.
Oh, out it comes the jump R2, going for that, the R1. We are going to see bleed on a heavy thrusting sword, Eisen.
It's not a bad option here.
And it's definitely not a bad option when he has that S-stock to a rocket, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be sent up to the skyward to another loading screen. Super unfortunate. That is wild on the side of Cip. And again, that really, really, really so aggressive. So very aggressive, ladies and gentlemen. That's going to be really, really nasty. Really, really nasty. Like, to be under that amount of pressure all the way across is like how do you deal with that? Because you have so many. You have number one, you have the backstep into either an R1, which can hit in close if you try and like space around. They can get you in close. You have the skip to the R2. You can do a jump out of a backstep. You have so much damage options at your fingertips with that setup. It's really, really powerful. And that jumping attack, those jumping attacks are so brutal with the true combo that follows them. It is nasty.
Now, looking at the replay, I believe that was a blood off stock as well. That was definitely not a regular one.
And it was bleed as well. That's interesting.
Now,
really,
I mean, bleed is a really strong option here because people are going to be running 2,700 HP, and the amount of damage that you do with blood loss is relative to the maximum HP that a player has, so it can be absolutely devastating.
Yeah, and absolutely devastating is right, but man, that is so nasty all the way through. It takes so much damage all the way across. It's oof. Really, really, really nasty. But we'll just have to wait and see how this one is going to pan out, because we are now moving into the last part of our round one bracket. And that's going to be Skiffen and Jekk, and we will take a short break after this first round, this qualifying round, this lightning round that it has been as we've run all the way through these here. And it's going to be super interesting as we move on to that second bracket. And as we're on this next match, I fought Skiffen. He's been really good with the heavy thrusting as well. Definitely played very high into that. So it's going to be interesting. Very, very interesting as to whether or not he's going to take that setup. He's used dual straight swords. We may see that on him. He's used very proficiently used thrusting sword. Do you have any suspicions as to what our players are going to be running in this next one? Because I have a strange feeling we may see that thrusting sword, or he might play into the current meta and go for those katanas. It could very well be the case that he would go for those katanas. Very, very interesting. And I'll be curious as we move forward how this one is going to pan out. And, you know, in this next round, then obviously as we move on to round two, it's going to be very, very curious as we see.
Yeah, I believe Skiffen is a power stance straight sword main, and they are bringing that to this tournament as well. Once again, we're seeing cane swords.
That's
number 3. People love those power stance straight swords so much they're going to play even the cane swords. I'm amazed at the level of dedication here.
Well, again, you have to remember, Eisen, that people are going to play what they're comfortable with, and people who've played into the meta as often as they have are always going to go for these other setups. Unfortunately, we do see Jekk has disconnected, so hopefully we'll be able to get them back in soon, ladies and gentlemen. But this next match is going to be very interesting. I've played Skiffen a few times. He's been very, very strong, very, very powerful with those dual straight swords. Again, I'm fairly sure he's strong with pretty much anything he uses. You know, really, really interesting. Really, really interested. And, you know, if you're interested, ladies and gentlemen, in seeing the bracket, remember, !chal. Really, that will give you the full listing rule and the live update of the bracket. Eisen, as both of our contestants are in, would you give us the countdown? Pretty
and
please.
3, 2, 1, allay.
And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. The bolt is out. We are going to see both of our players going for their respective punishes here. The glintstone scraps did go out. Nothing really to count for it, unfortunately. But we are going to see this really solid neutral game. Out comes that jump. Out comes the Raptors. Nothing to count for it. Out comes the 2 L1s to try and get the backswing. Is the side of Skiffen. You know, both of our players here really playing a solid neutral game. And it seems to be the power stance halberds that Jekk has decided to bring. And he's using them to great effect here, Eisen.
It is wonderful. It is such a fun weapon. The thing that makes it work in this rule set is that every half hit of the halberd is going to break poise, which makes it exceptionally fun to play in this particular tournament right here. I have, you know, I have discovered this. I have played it in rules testing and I was disappointed. I thought no one's going to play it, and here we go, here we see it. Jekk bringing it to the tournament after all.
Yeah, and we are going to see both of our players here trying to find, like, you know, these little bits of chip damage. There's no big damage just yet, although I may have spoken too soon as he takes 645 damage so quickly there. And again, even on these straight swords, what are generally considered to be the worst, he's getting some really solid damage in, as he is going to be rolling these neutral R1s and L1s here, and he's just not able to find that damage, Eisen. He's not able to get in. It's one of the weaknesses of the halberds, is how easily strafe these attacks are, and I don't know, the Ice Spear might just be the means he has to try to find that damage. Oh, that's 800 damage, however.
Repeated trading, it just doesn't work.
Skiffen is going to take the win in this closing of these lightning rounds. And yeah, that was brutal there towards the end, Eisen. Absolutely.
It was absolutely brutal.
And, you know, Skiffen played that pretty much textbook. You have the anti-air option to try and punish those, like, those half-asleep running R1s. It means he can't throw. Jekk couldn't throw them out all, you know, at complete ease. He was always at risk of getting punished, and as strafeable as they are. And it's such a messy one. Such a messy one. But we are going to see the end of that. And we'll just take a quick look, ladies and gentlemen, at our round 2 bracket. We, of course, have Space Ranger versus Zombie Pawn Star. We have Dark Soap versus Riptide. The Steve of Sky, our fan of aviation himself, who will be up against a pit of despair. I really hope he makes it through it, seeing as they're both such fabulous gamers. Miasma versus Mason, the two the M&Ms are going to go fight in that round. Sorry, but Flooz never lose, according to some, will be in the next round. Attota versus Phantom, and Phantom, of course, had a fabulous build in that first round versus Mr. Forgetful, and I'll be super excited to see if he has more tricks up his sleeve. And then it's going to be Frosty, the Maestro, versus the Apprentice, as we see Frosty versus Cip in that second last round. And then it's going to be John Locks versus Skiffen in the finals of that round. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a very quick break as we get everything set up and ready for the next round. Thank you all so much. If you are interested in reading material while you're away, !site, that will bring you to where you need to go to have wonderful content explaining some of the pluses and minuses of ER so far. Really exceptional site, really important that we do give that the time of the day, as, you know, hopefully our message as a community to the developers will be heard. And of course, if you enjoy competitive gaming, !ERPVP, who of course we will have done the Festival Combat for. Exceptional ladder there, really exciting stuff. And if you think about making tournaments, please do get in touch with either myself, LBU, or Kosarm, or to take a more backseat role, but to fund these tournaments, !donate in chat. But Eisen, any closing thoughts before we stop for a quick break? What are your thoughts so far?
Well, my thoughts, we're done with the qualifiers. They're all best of one, and the qualifiers allowed us to get more players into this tournament than ever before. On one side, it is really good. It was magnificent. We saw a lot of weapon diversity, a lot of build diversity. I have to say, it was fantastic. It's a bit unfortunate to see some of these players disappear after just a single round, but, well, not everybody can make it in. Life is hard.
It's the nature. It's the nature of these lightning rounds. It's the late lightning of these. We call best of threes lightning round under normal circumstances, but this is like it's blink and you'll miss it. As we skip through this. But in terms of like, what build did you enjoy the most, Eisenwave, so far? What caught your eye before we stop for a quick break?
Let me think. Well, I mean, this is really a low-hanging fruit, but I think Phantom Zarro with the insane dragon and unendurable frenzy damage, it was just a fireworks show. It was beautiful to see that, and I can't wait to see more of that.
Yeah,
it was an eye-catcher.
Yeah,
But
it
we
was
thank
definitely
everyone else for entertaining us.
Yeah, we were definitely entertained. But ladies and gentlemen, you will catch us after the break. Hopefully, we'll see you in about 5 minutes. Chat you all then. Ladies and gentlemen, you are very welcome back to the Duelist Event Network with the Eisens Back to Basics Tourney. And speaking of Eisen, why don't you take it away?
Yeah, well, we are now in round 1, and there are going to be substantial differences. So first of all, it's no longer best of 1, it is now best of 3. You can no longer be eliminated in just one death. And it may not be immediately obvious why a couple of people are already in round 1. Like, how did they get there without winning a single time? Like, why is Space Ranger in round 1 already? And basically, the reason why is that these are veteran players and they have already participated in past tournaments, maybe even won some tournaments. A reminder that Space Ranger just recently won the Fist Weapons tournament on Brookadere's channel. So a true tournament winner right here. And every single player that is now listed on top. So we have Space Ranger. Darksop also just recently won the chain tournament. We have the Steel of Sky, the legendary fan of aviation.
Yes.
Miasma, another tournament winner. We have Sry, who I believe right now is rank 1 on PC on the leaderboard. Attota, the Frosty, and John, who each at some point have been very, very, very high ranked and also participated in some tournaments.
Of course, had an exceptional sweep in one of our more recent tournaments. I believe it was one of the last Festival of Combat tournaments. He of course won that. He had a very strong showing in the TWT tournaments as well. And you know, I'm good. That matchup between Frosty and Cip is going to be something that I'm very much looking forward to. But in terms of the here and now, Eisen, we have Space Ranger versus Zombi. Space Ranger, as you said, is an exceptional player. He's vicious on a dual katana. And I'd imagine he's going to be bringing these at least a singular katana in this next round. And do you think that Zombi is going to stay on a very similar setup to the one he had before? Or do you feel that Zombi is going to maybe change it up, seeing as he's going up against much stiffer competition, at least on paper?
I feel like people tend to stick with what works, right? So I think we're going to see more or less the same setup.
More or less the same. Well, that's magnificent, as we are working at getting everything set up and ready, ladies and gentlemen. But I'm going to be excited to see what Space makes of it, because, you know, these more veteran players, as you described them, are, of course, going to be very much playing to the rule set, ready to go with everything. And it seems as though he's using those. Is that a double straight sword, or is that double? Is that
I believe.
Two-stock?
Nah, it is. Yeah, it is Space Ranger's favorite setup that he has used in rules testing: the Uchigatana main hand and the offstock.
Very, very strong setup, even outside of leaderboard. Of course, Foucault had great success with that across multiple tournaments, and I'm going to be super excited to see how he manages to go with that. And then, of course, Zombi is going to be saying hello, and he is going to stay on that heavy thrusting sword.
What is that points down for?
What? I think that's not me. That's all on you, Eisen. I'm going to be honest with you.
I think he's just pointing down into the camera.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we do have both of our players in and ready. And I believe we are good to go. So, Eisen, give us the count in.
And 3, 2, 1, LA.
And out goes the bolt here, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to see the physic on both their parts. Bestial roar coming out here to try and get the punish. The frostpot is going to catch Zombi. That's going to improve the damage. Both of these players are pretty aggressive right off the bat. The offstock tries to come out, doesn't manage to get any damage, unfortunately. As we are, is that bleed grease we're seeing here?
Yeah, that is bleed grease. Oh, and the blood proc, massive damage.
A lot of damage there. That's going to really hurt Zombi's aggro here. He cannot aggress quite as freely. The heavy thrusting is going to hit something, but is it going to be enough, Eisen?
It might be. I think it is now very difficult against the offstock to not get chipped eventually. It is difficult to turn this around on a tournament with so much HP.
No.
Even with a heavy thrusting sword and another offstock, it is just chipping and chipping and chipping away.
that roll catch there and the S-Stock is going to put him under so much pressure. He's trying to find his way, but it's not going to matter, and they're running R1 to punish. The jump R2 is just oof.
I think he did the best that he could at the end there with that attempted neutral jump. That is the optimal play. You have to get in big damage, but it is just too late and it is too little, and it's... With the off-stock, you can just waltz up to your opponent, you can chip away at them. If you have that health advantage, it's difficult to turn it back around.
It can be very, very difficult to turn it around, unfortunately. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's a difficult one to try and figure out what way you're going to do it, you know? Are you going to try and, like, double down on the aggro and really try and find your way to get that damage in? Or are you going to have to be very careful? Are you going to have to, like, set up, get ready for something? Ooh, and the mob there is going to take exceptional damage. One shot there on the side of our wonderful world host. Absolutely exceptional play on that one.
A skill issue, I believe.
I think, you know, has he considered reaction rolling? I think he should probably consider reaction rolling. That's the play against that one, to be honest with you. But when you are in that uncomfortable setup, Eisen, I do feel that space is at a huge advantage here, because he has the ability to pressure. He has those neutral R1s that are very, very strong. And he had the setups at the very beginning. He set up those beast roars early on to try and get up that damage, but at the end of the day, Zombi just needs to double down on that aggro, land those big heavy burst damage. Try not to get hit with an unsheath. Easier said than done when the person is looking for those trades. But we're just gonna have to wait and see. That is going to be the play here on this one. But do you think that Zombi can turn this next one around?
Well, heavy thrusting sword, we've seen it in this tournament. It is a very capable weapon. It is always possible to turn it around. Just not if you are at a massive health disadvantage already. I think Space has really figured it out, combining the innate blood loss buildup on that katana with the blood grease. It is a lot of blood loss, even without an arcane build, just out of the box on a regular dex build, making no sacrifices whatsoever to damage.
And of course, we've seen that there in the instant replay. That entire exchange was just so much in Space's favor.
It was very clean of an execution. Now, I'm saying that, yes, sure. I mean, it is possible to play. It is not... You are at an advantage, obviously, with the off-stock when you have so much more HP left, but still very, very clean execution is all I'm trying to say here.
And having that like very kind of assertive in every exchange he was there. There was none he lost, but we do have both of our contestants in Eisen, and it seems as though both of them are going to be using the exact same setups that they did last time, you know. Well, from Space's side, I would imagine it's if it's not broken. If it's not broken, don't break it, exactly. But yeah, from Zombi though, I'll be curious to see, you know, that's the katanas are super, super strong. I see where you were coming from now. If I wasn't a believer before, Eisen, I am now, as we have both of our contestants in, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, on a 3, on a 2, on a 1. Allez. Out goes the bolt there. And we are going to see the physic drinking here from both of them. The Beast Roar is going to come out from Zombie.
Oh, a phantom miss.
Unfortunate, wasn't quite able to make it. However, the Frost proc is going to go off on Zombie, who's immediately going to be swatted aside here by the katana. Or one spam here by the katana yet again to try and drive him at bay, making him very risky for him to get in. Is going to take that damage, 1300, including the bleed proc. He's going to be super
absolutely
low.
massive.
Is he
missing
the
unsheath? No.
He did miss it. He misses it again. Tries to go for that trade. However, Zombie was able to jump aside, but he's this low again, and he has only one more mistake to make, and it's all over. As we are going to see this jump or two come out, and the unsheath finally lands, you know. Miss once, miss twice, you know, sometimes it's third time the charm. Space Ranger is going to be sending Zombie back to the grave, and a loading screen he will see, and unfortunately is no longer going to be a part in the tournament. Took so little damage, as we see there in those entire exchanges. You know, it seemed that Zombie was going to get some solid counter pressure. You know, it was entirely possible, but just was not able to do it. Super unfortunate. We're just going to have to wait and see how it's going to pan out. And, you know, that's going to be Space Ranger taking it into round 3 now. And
Yes,
unfortunately,
I mean,
hopefully,
I'm really impressed by how Space Ranger pulled this off. He took almost no damage. He
yes.
recognized that the Unsheath is excellent anti-air against the heavy thrusting sword, and he played it well. It was a little bit funny when they kept missing each other. Jump R2 attack against Unsheath and just nothing connecting. But in the end, yeah, he managed to pull it off. And that blood grease on the katana, combining that innate bleed with the blood grease, it is massive damage, and he got a blood proc in both rounds.
Yeah. And that can be, the blood procs there were coming in for serious amounts of damage across the board. I would consider, amazingly enough, it seems weird to say, but bleed is probably one of the weaker statuses available. True, it does have high damage, but it can be rolled. You have to be so careful, and we see it here in the instant replay, Zombie all the way through those exchanges on the back foot, not quite able to make it. And Space Ranger did a really good job. He disengage, wait for those whiffs, and then just come in and go to town because he has the speed advantage. I don't know if Heavy Thrusting Sword is going to make it far in this tournament. I really don't see it. I'm not sure. I think the fact that it's as slow as it is, Eisen, is going to cause some serious issues. But at the end of the day, who knows? It's going to be a weird one to see how it's going to go from here on out.
I think Heavy Thrusting Sword is overall a strong setup, but it isn't the apex predator in this tournament. I think we're going to see the true optimal setup still emerge. Hey, maybe the optimal setup in a 49 points tournament is Dragon Incantations and and a Shamshir. I don't know. Maybe it is Slicer.
The Slicer is going to obviously strong. Could you remind me of the poise damage numbers in Slicer? I believe it's 30, isn't it?
Oh, it's 30. It's 30.
And it doesn't get that guaranteed poise break, but you can spam that thing so much. But it's going to be matchup dependent at that stage. Are you going to land the Slicer? Are you going to have time to? Or is there second, that trade that they managed to land on something like a Shamshir or a Straight Sword? That's going to poise break you right afterwards, and you're right back where you started, in trouble with that second attack, the frame trap coming in afterwards. But this next one, Dark Soap versus Riptide. How's this one going to go? I think we're going to see Riptide rocking that Shamshir again. I have that strange feeling, but I'm not sure what Dark Soap is going to go. Do you see him using the katana?
Oh, I believe, yes. It is a katana once again. I mean, Dark Soap is a katana main. He has won the chain tournament using a Nagakiba. Thank God it is. Thank God it is banned here. Otherwise, it would be playing against Ultra Instinct, Dark Soap. It would be a true uphill battle. But he is doing well still, just with an Uchigatana, even with that range disadvantage. He's doing really well.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. And again, that it's been very dominant in that last round. And of course, Riptide is going to be rocking that tried and true, what seems to be that Shamshir once again.
Yes.
Funny choice that I meant to point out before. The Briar Helm. When you roll, you can trigger an aim punch, which could potentially mean that he'll be missed entirely if he manages to roll into them, which of course there's backstab punishes for roll-ins are not an issue, but I digress. Eisen, at your leisure.
And we can begin in 3, 2, 1, LA.
And out goes the explosions, and both players are going to go for their physics. We're not going to see any punishes right off the bat here, as we are going to see Riptide go for that careful spacing. Really nice spacing here on the side of Riptide. Really, really interesting movement all the way across, waiting for his opponent, trying to bait something in, and bait it in he does, manages to land a bit of damage. However, he is going to take
that unsheath, devastating damage.
The unsheath is going to be so nasty in this one, Eisen. I see it, as out comes the crouch R1 afterwards to pull him away, and that's going to be Riptide ripped away in this first of our best of 3 set. Really, really solid stuff. Really, really impressive across the board. Dark is really making a name for himself in these tournaments. As someone who was, up until fairly recently, as far as I was concerned, a relative unknown, doing an exceptional job in the mob here, of course, trying to do some shenanigans, no doubt. However, we will deal with that in due course. But It's going to be a super interesting one moving forward to the next round. The spacing decisions on the side of Riptide were quite interesting. If I recall correctly, Riptide is a keyboard and mouse
Yes, he is. He
gamer.
is.
Do you feel that? How do you feel a keyboard and mouse fares against controller, or do you have any dog in that fight, Eisen?
Well, I mean, I can't tell you because I don't play keyboard and mouse. I couldn't speak
Okay.
from experience.
Well, from the experience I had, obviously I haven't tried it in Elden Ring. I will always advocate for for controller simply for that movement system, which is so much more smooth. And while that kind of weird movement, and you see it there, that unsheath doing so much damage.
Yeah, I mean,
No.
in a tournament like this where you don't have that many options to deal large amounts of damage, the options that remain like Unsheath, they really stand out. And we can see, even though it's just an Uchigatana, the range of it is nothing to be underestimated. In particular, I feel like Unsheath has the range that it has, not necessarily because it's because the katana is long. It gets a lot of its range from the travel distance.
Yeah. Well, we are not going to delay any further, ladies and gentlemen. Dark Soap is one. Riptide, in this best of three. We have, of course, Riptide in the far corner. Dark Soap in the near one, close to the stairs. Eisen, at your leisure.
And 3, 2, 1, LA.
And the bomb is out, as we are going to see both of our players here going for their physics. We're not seeing those punishes right off the bat like we've seen in previous rounds. The daggers are going to come out just to do a little bit of poise damage. Out comes the power stance straight swords. Riptide going back to his roots. However, he's going to have to be careful with his spacing. Caught again. Oh my god, he's so low. Once again, the tears are the running.
Limitless aggression.
And that aggression, using that unsheath, and he is going to be clipped for a considerable amount of damage. These beast roars coming out here to try and punish him from neutral. And unsheath comes out, is going to turn it away to try and get that spacing. And the anti-air that you were talking about earlier is going to be the thing.
God.
That's going to finish it out.
A round of true beauty. Absolutely clean execution.
And clean execution is one way to put it. That was clean as a whistle all the way through. It's almost as if Dark Soap had, used his namesake in that one. It was so clean. And that is going to be a 2-0 sweep for Dark. Really, really solid play. I have to say I'm impressed. Dark Soap has gone from a relative unknown in my books to someone who I'm really going to have to be keeping an eye on. This is really exceptional stuff, Eisen. Like, when you're able to very cleanly dispatch someone who has their constant risk of poise breaking you at a moment's notice, to punish those panic rolls, which, it happens. Unfortunately, we are in a tournament. People are going to be nervous. They're going to be a little bit jittery. He was always there to punish, always in a position to punish the mistakes of Riptide, as we see here in the instant replay. Out comes the dual straight swords, gets his little bit of damage. Not quite able to make much of it. Out comes that unsheath, and it's just so pretty. Chaining
it's
it
so
then
much
into a
damage.
running R1. It's
Dark Soap has a very interesting tech that I haven't really seen anybody else use. Which is that what he tends to do is he starts an unsheath, and if it was to miss, then he turns around so as to not get whiff punished. And he just does that at random moments, and, well, it could work, it could not work. It is so much reward for what he's doing is really minimizing the risk in a very clever way. We could see it right there, he did the unsheath, but then turned around, and here, well, he didn't turn around. Here he saw it would land, and he executed that. Excellent read. Spamming the reads, as one may say. Spamming the predictions.
Those predictions, that's something that just separates the good players from the great. An awful lot of these games, they are quite reactable. Things can be reacted to, assuming you have the roll discipline. We've always complimented people like Frosty for their roll discipline for that difference. But the game then at that point becomes a game of read. What is my opponent going to do? Do I have them downloaded to the degree that I can react to what's happening? And Riptide just wasn't able to get that discipline. He really wanted to land those jump L2s, which is what you want to do on straight swords. You're on those power stance straight swords. You want to get that damage in, and it can be really,
understandably,
really rough.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, but the unsheath is such a good punish. And you have to pick your moments carefully. Actually have to pick your moments super carefully all the way across.
Personally, in this matchup, in the rules testing, that like what I found is that unsheath is just too scary if you're fighting against it with a weapon that doesn't have a lot of range, and cane swords really don't. I have had way more success playing against it with something like halberd, against it with a spear and offhand katana. Those options really work. There is another cheeky trick that could work as well, which is to use a shield bash on a medium shield. It comes out very fast, and if you pull it off, then you absolutely win the trade even against an unsheath. You can do something like 350 damage, and you will only get shipped for, let's say, 150, 200 if we're being very generous. So the effective, pseudo shield poke of shield bash can also do the trick here. But playing power stance straight swords, especially such short ranged ones against the Uchigatana unsheath, it is very risky. You need excellent roll discipline, and you have to be careful not to get rented, not to get anti-aired.
Yeah, and we will remain to be seen. I have no doubt we'll be seeing an awful lot more of a very similar matchup in this one, Eisen. But moving on to this next round, definitely going to be interesting one, as our fan of aviation is in a bit of a pit of despair here, as Steel of Sky versus Pit of Despair. That's going to be an interesting match. Again, Steel is a very dangerous player. I heard he was doing some dueling sessions earlier on, practicing for this tourney, so I'll be curious as to what lunacy he has cooked up in his cooked up for this one. But it's going to be an interesting one all the way across, as
the king of aviation.
The king of aviation.
The king of aviation is rocking a heavy thrusting sword and an offense katana. Steel never fails to surprise. You never know what he's going to bring to a tournament. You just can't ever be sure.
It's going to be an interesting one. Again, I'll be curious. I can imagine both of them have poise break. One has a good means of closing the distance, and then, of course, you have the katana that's going to be able to do an awful lot of damage. And then, of course, the Pit of Despair here in the far corner is going to have something very similar. Is that
it's a main hand heavy thrusting sword and an offhand shamshir. So it is almost a mirror with just one little detail being off about this.
Interesting. This is going to be a test, I am sure, but I am super stoked for this one. Again, Pit of Despair in the far corner, our fan of aviation Stilovsky in the near. Ladies and gents, on a 3 and a 2 and a 1. Allez. Out goes the bomb here, as we are going to see the physic here from both players. No punish as of yet. Steel is going to grab center, goes for that running R2, runs out. Then again, we see this all the time, goes for the attack, doesn't manage to land it, resets to neutral, waits for another opportunity to try and get in, really baiting Pit of Despair here to get in, as we are going to see the spark perfume come out. Out comes that running attack here. We see the rot on the side of Pit of Despair, going for that two-hand. Steel trying desperately to get those R1s to connect so we can poise break and chain it into something nasty, no doubt. Goes for that running, sets up for something. Oh my god, the Storm Assault is going to come out for that anti-air option, is going to hit him. Out comes the katana, R1, nothing to count for it. Try and keeps the pressure. Goes for the Storm Assault again. Oh, 1,000 damage across the board here. Steel in a very dominant position here in this fight, has the life advantage. Now he just needs to hold it all the way through this.
I was going to say that the rod buildup has to be high, but it is depleting. Are we going to see a rod proc? I am really not sure.
I have a feeling after this one, he's going to be very, very close. I'm shocked it didn't proc already. I'm going to imagine the talisman swap is going to be a play. Out goes that running R2 there once again to try and make some degree of contact, make that space, make that opportunity to get in. Steel definitely spaces that thrusting attack there, not quite able to make it. Out comes the Shamshir, is going to connect with Steel.
There it is, there's the rot proc, finally.
There's the rot proc. He's on a clock now. He needs to either find that space, or he needs to get that counter pressure in to make that space now to make it work. He is going to knock him off. I believe that was the tier proc there on the side. Steel is very low. He's going to have to be so careful. Chaos here in the center of the ring. Neither side willing to give up center. Steel trying to throw out those R1s that kind of try and keep him away. He's very low. He's either going to have to get the massive damage here, or he's going to be put away. Steel moments away from death, and moments is almost forces a reset.
Almost.
But he wasn't able to make it.
Unbelievably close. I thought, honestly, he might be able to turn it around, but just in that last moment, no, the rod finally got to him.
He was so close. He was just one hit away. One more thing had connected earlier in all of those exchanges, Eisen, and it would have been a completely different story.
Absolutely.
That would have been the end. He would have been put away. It's sometimes you just got to roll with the punches, and Steel was not able to get the counter pressure necessary so he could get that bolus off, and I think that was the mistake. He really needed to use those storm assaults to force him away in that moment, while the pit of despair is trying to escape, just to see what's going to happen. He needs to get that bolus off. He might take some damage. It's a chance. It can happen. But it's so very unfortunate. And, you know, we've seen it in that last exchange there on the instant replay. It's like he was moments. One little...
I thought he might be able to turn it around, but it was just too late. The rod finally got to him.
And you have that backswing potential there, but just... Blue Feather is so strong, it doesn't matter. It's rough. It's very, very rough. Very, very rough. And, you know, hopefully... How do you feel about status in this game, Eisen? That's a curiosity I have for you. How do you find status, and how do you feel dealing with it?
I feel like status is a little bit weird the way that it's implemented, that it does build up on phantom hits as well. Okay. Like my way to fix that would be to make it still build up a little bit so that it's possible to proc status despite latency, but just to make it build up less. Like let's say 50% status build up on a phantom hit, and if it's a genuine hit, then it would be the full amount. I think there would be a good half measure that it would make status strong enough, but not overly strong.
I see.
But in this particular tournament, Rod shouldn't even be so strong. Between 2000 HP and 2700, he only gets 1 extra damage on a Rod per tick. So it really isn't the strongest status. I would bet more on, let's say, Frost or on Bleed that do a solid chunk scaling with the maximum health pool.
I see. But we do seem to have both of our players in and ready. Eisen, I'm super excited for this next round. This is going to be the tell-all. Will we see another 2-0 sweep on the side of Pit of Despair? Or will Steve of Sky...
Well, Steel is a master of comebacks. He tends to lose the first round quite often and turn it around.
Well, that remains to be seen. Eisen, if you give us the count in.
And 3, 2, 1, allay.
And out goes the bolt here, as we are going to see both of our players are going to go for their physics. We're going to see no immediate punish. Beastroar forcing the roll, as we are going to see both of our players take center here. Out comes that Katana R1. Shamshir not able to quite make that distance there. Not able to connect. Wasn't punished, though, is the Shamshir R1 on the side of...
Once again, landing the Storm Assault for 1040 damage.
Storm Assault seems to be a favorite in these low poise tourneys. It's an interesting choice, and he is going to hit him for another 1000 damage all in all, forcing the tier proc. Steel is doing a really good job here. However, he is getting clipped down and slowly but surely chipped away. 346 damage there on that standing R1, hitting him for 460 on that running R2 on the side of the heavy thrusting sword. And Pit's not able to make that counter pressure, and seems Steel's strategy is working as he hits him for a ridiculous amount of damage. Will we see that Katana goes for the running R1, the anti-air. Steel's hit for 700 damage. He has to be really careful here, forcing the roll. We're looking at another exceptionally close match. Not going for the backswing of the Katana, forcing the rolls back here, but Pit is waiting for something. He has the opportunity to open up, but he's not quite getting it. This is... oof. Really, really exciting here. Steel steers proc, and he manages to take the health bar down to 0, forcing a match point. Oof.
Yeah, we saw a completely different Steel here, managing to get such a start, such a good start, get in 2 of these Storm Assaults. You know, I'm really surprised. I haven't looked at Storm Assault myself. I haven't looked at the data, so to speak. I don't know. Does it really stagger on the AoE? Is it guaranteed? Do the properties change at 49 points? I genuinely do not know.
It's an interesting one, but you know, in that matchup on paper, like it's all about looking at matchups on paper and then seeing how it, how it turns around and functions. On paper, this is a very easy one. It seems to be the case that Katana outclasses the Shamshir as you've described in terms of its range, in terms of its utility, the fact that it also has the backswing if you angle the second R1 correctly off of hitstun. But anything can happen. Anything can change all the way through there. And we've seen Steel try and go for these backswings, not quite able to launch them, but those storm assaults all the way through, doing so much work here. And Pit of Despair, not quite sure what to be able to do about it. Will we see an adaptation? Will he figure out the matchup? That's going to be a curious one moving forward, I think. Yeah,
it is anyone's game at this point.
It's where both players have distinguished themselves. Can Steel hold these reads together? That remains to be seen. As we have both players in an Eisen, give us the count in gamer.
And 3, 2, 1, alley.
Now goes the bolt there. We are going to see both players here going for their physics once again. Out comes the Rot Pot right off the bat. Beast Roar again, potentially to punish another Rot Pot. We're seeing a clear life advantage right off the bat on the side of Steel, but that can turn around so quickly in Elden Ring. And comes that running R2 not able to connect, and R1 not quite able to connect here. L1, sorry, on the side of Steel.
As he yet another Storm Assault and anti-air.
And the anti-air there again. He's going to have to be careful on that approach. Angles it there. Manages to try and get that pressure. It doesn't true combo. Steel is going to have to be spamming these Storm Assaults here.
Well, it is working.
It's working. And again, Pit of Despair is not quite sure what to be able to do about it. Is he rolling here? Forced to roll these running R2s. Not able to quite find the way to get out. However, Steel will finally be clipped for about 320 damage there in that exchange. Running R2 comes out, and Steel setting up for this pressure, going for those standing L1s, not able to make much of it. And there's the Storm Assault once again, and that is our fan of aviation heading skyward and finally taking yet another victory. Really, really solid play here on the side of Steel. Did an exceptional job. And at these higher levels, I think personally, one of the things that distinguishes players is that ability to download their opponent, to really figure out the meat and potatoes of how they function, find their weaknesses, exploit them, and then continuing hammering home on them. And that's something that Steel demonstrated there. He was uncertain there in that first round as to how that would go, but the second one seemed more confident, and this one, it just seemed, unfortunately for Pit of Despair, it seemed almost that he had him completely read down to the bone. And it's so unfortunate when it happens, but that's the thing that separates the good from the great, and it's been definitely shown here in this best of 3.
I mean, he is really earning his name. He is taking to the skies. He is the fan of aviation here.
It definitely worked out for him quite well, and the amount of damage he was able to get when he landed it as well.
Very impressive. When it actually lands, which I've always underestimated Storm Assault. I have always thought kind of lowly because of it through my own experiments, but I guess Steel has it really figured out here.
Yeah, and reached out he does, and it can be hard as well when you're when you encounter a problem that you're either not used to fighting or that you just have no idea how to deal with. It can be incredibly frustrating, and that frustration can lead to a whole host of issues when playing. A whole host of issues. And, fair dues to him, he got that first round. He almost had it decked, I think, in the second round. But in that third one, it could have been nerves, it could have been any number of things, and Pit of Despair just wasn't able to carry through with it. But the M&M match, Miasma versus M7son, in this next one. What are you expecting these players in this next set? What are you expecting them to break out?
I think it's quite possible that Miasma is going to bring out the heavy thrusting sword. That is something that he won the previous tournament with, but maybe he's going to steer away from it now without the Claw Talisman, without the Spear Talisman, without the Storm Stomp. A lot of the goodies are taking away, and you have to show true dedication and love for the setup to still play it after all of these advantages are taken away.
Yeah, and those, it's going to be an interesting one. I know I fought Miasma. He seems like a pretty solid player. I've fought him a couple of times. He's dangerous. Mason, we've seen in the last tourney. I believe he did quite well. Obviously, the chain tourney is a very different kettle of fish from what we have right now. But yeah, that was a really exceptional match there in that last one. It's
I've always enjoyed playing against Miasma on ladder. It's always been lovely. He's one of the more active players. It's just so much fun to play against him. I think we have a very similar play style in terms of a solid mix of passive and aggressive, and it's just working out. It's just fun to play against him. But how is he going to put up a fight against that devastating slicer setup, or even more devastating, the spinning weapon blender?
Oh,
it is something. It can one-shot. It can actually one-shot. I've seen it in practice. One spinning weapon, roll catch comboing into another spinning weapon, roll catch comboing into another spinning weapon. It was a highlight of rules testing. It's rare for it to happen. You can interrupt it, but once you are in the blender, it is so difficult to get out. It is devastating. It can actually one-shot.
At least it's not that didn't happen in the, Anyway, moving swiftly along from the past, I think in this one, dealing with it, do you see that there was problems had in the past with dealing with it? Do you think that we'll see more reliance in kind of ranged options to be able to constantly punish, pepper him slowly but surely and whittle him down? Or do you think that we'll see very similar issues to kind of a melee focus build, forced to aggress, and then just like getting absolutely blendered on the approach?
I'm really unsure of what we're going to see. Now, the veteran players are at somewhat of an advantage here because their setups haven't been seen before, so Miasma knows what is coming to an extent. But does that help you? If you know that the slicer and the spinning weapon blender is coming for you, does that help you? Does that save you?
Yes, and yes, we are waiting to get in touch with one of our players. And again, ladies and gentlemen, please do check your DMs. Please do, and it's gonna be a nasty one. So please do make it easier for our world host. Please do make sure you get in touch. Keep an eye on Discord. That is the way to do it. And yeah, we go from there. And but moving on further from that, in further on in this bracket, then outside of just this next match, Eisen, we have Sry vs Flooz, we have Attota vs Phantom, which is going to be an exciting one. Frosty vs Cip, which is good. All of these next matches are going to be super, super exciting. I'm actually hyped, absolutely hyped to see how this one is going to pan out, and it should be pretty interesting. So it should be pretty interesting, pretty interesting, as we are just having some technical issues behind the scenes, ladies and gentlemen.
Just for a brief moment.
Oh, we're just having an issue. It seems something was logged incorrectly, which we will be dealing with shortly. But further from that, Eisen, what are you excited for in these next sets? Because I think...
Well, we're going to see Sry versus Flooz, so that is once again going to be a slicer setup versus Sry. It's worth mentioning that Sry is a last-minute drop-in. He has had the least time to prepare a build, I believe, and I'm quite curious to see what that build is going to be. It is an absolute mystery. Nobody knows. We're going to see Attota versus the Mad Dragon Zarro. That is going to be a very exciting match. And Frosty vs Cip, You know, really, it is still such an exciting part because every match has at least one player in it where you don't know what they're running. You don't know about them yet.
Yeah, and it's going to be an interesting one, but it does seem that our issues have been resolved, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for any confusion involved. And it does seem as though our players are almost ready to go, but oh, this one should be pretty interesting. Do you expect the blender to happen again one last time, or do you think that the HTS is going to prevail in its dominance across the bracket?
Oh, it is absolutely possible. The blender can happen. It can happen to the best of us. It has happened to me. It has happened to this to Space Ranger. It can happen to just anyone. Do not underestimate the blender. Never do.
Well, we do see Miasma on that heavy thrusting sword, and of course, Mr. Mats is going to be on the. You know, we only seen a couple of spells the last time. We'll see what other tricks they have in their up their sleeve for that one. But I'm
What's a
ready
beautiful
to...
phase.
Absolutely stunning, I do believe. I'm truly enraptured by it, I think. But, ladies and gentlemen, we have both of our players in and ready to go. On a 3 and a 2 and a 1. Allez. As we are going to see the bolt going out here. And we are going to see the combo come out right off the bat. However, it will be rolled by Miasma, who is going to keep up the pressure. Glintstone Pebbles are going to come up. No damage out of it. Slicer comes out interrupted for 536 damage on that running R2, punishing the Piercer with a Beast Roar. Really confident spacing here on the side of Miasma, who's again going to punish that spinning weapon, who is going to force a roll here on the side of Mr. Mats, has he hit him yet?
Well, I'm not sure what his strategy is. He's just walking around and crouching there. Has he given up? Is he psychologically destroyed already?
I doubt that very much, as he still seems in it. He's waiting for those opportunities to set up for that both spinning weapon and set up for that slicer combo. He's been very careful, but he is going to be hit for a considerable amount of damage. Oh, unfortunate first round there on the side of Mr. Mats. That is an unfortunate turn of events in the first round. But, oh, that can be unfortunate. Unfortunate in that first round. But we will remain to be see how this next one is going to go. Of course, we didn't get to see much of the tricks that he had. Was he setting up? I do see this spacing from an awful lot of Elden Ring players. It's an interesting choice. They kind of just chill.
Yeah.
They'll be inclined to sometimes they'll go and then they'll stop and then they'll just go to town. You'll have this really rapid movement and then just stop. And then push the advance from there. It's a really good bait. You can force people to kind of like, you can be caught like a deer in the headlights sometimes, being caught with damage. It can be really, really interesting. Really, really interesting. But yeah, it's going to be we're going to see in this next round how both of our players adapt to this. Hope, not very active was the side of Mr. Mataz in that first round, but
I think
it's early days.
Miasma had something figured out here. He was playing quite cautiously. He was using the Beast Roar at a distance, and that is definitely a way to stay out of the blender. If you just keep your distance, if you stay away from Slicer, and he spaced, I'm not sure if he spaced that Piercer intentionally or just got lucky, but very, very impressive spacing. If that was really intentional, spacing a Piercer is not easy. It is so darn long.
I found it kind of interesting. It's very interesting in those in an opening round where people try to feel each other out. But the safety, we talked early on. Actually, you know what? We'll save that one for later, Eisen. As we have both of our players in, Eisen, would you be so kind to give us the count?
And we are going to begin on 3, 2, 1, LA.
And the bomb goes out, ladies and gentlemen. We see what seems to be the Star Shower coming out right off the bat. Miasma hit for a little bit of damage, hit for 415 on that second one, hit for 600. Oh my word, what a turnaround here as the heavy thrusting is going to come out. All in all, in that
On
exchange,
the blender, initiated.
He hit by the spinning weapon. He manages to get away. He almost falls off. Goes to the running attack. Goes to the Beast Roar to try and keep up that pressure. Slicer comes out. He almost rolls off yet again. And that is Miasma taking a ridiculous amount of damage. And is unfortunately put away.
It can be turned around so quickly, and he managed to start the blender. I have to say, spinning weapon with that 1000 damage, it is just so devastating. It is one thing, it wouldn't even occur to you. I've never seen it in ladder, I've never seen it in invasion, and here it just comes out and it destroys people.
And destroys it, it truly does, Eisen. We've seen it there. It's like, when you take that first bit of damage, you know, it's like, okay, the Star Shower is whatever. I took like 60 damage. It was more like 500 per Star Shower. Well, in the first one, in the first Star Shower, yes, but in the second one, then he got hit, and he's like, oh, it happened. That's rough. But my word, in the third, I think that's when Miasma was in trouble.
Very solid fast punish at the beginning. That was 415 on the first Star Shower, and then Miasma just taking a full second one, 676. It is brutal. And then another slicer. It was very unfortunate. I don't understand why he face tanked all of that. Maybe it was a misinput. Maybe some inputs got swallowed there. It looked to me like he could have rolled those Star Showers. At least the second one. He could have.
It's hard sometimes, and again, he so nearly fell off all the way across the first round.
Very, very close.
So close. And again, keep in mind with how the damage output works in this game, all he needed to do was land one or two. He had one toe on the edge there, but it just wasn't enough in that last bit, you know. So that was painful all the way across, unfortunately. But it's 1-1, Eisen. Are you excited?
I am very excited.
Alright, I have the heart medication out for this one. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, on a 3, on a 2, and a 1. Ali. On this next round, out goes the bomb. We are going to see the Star Showers coming out. Miasma learning his nest and taking 203 damage right off the bat. Is going to be about the equivalent to face tanking a Star Shower, as he is going to be clipped again. However, we're going to see these ranged punishes of those spinning weapons. He's going Mr. Mataz is going to have to be super careful moving forward in these ones. That is really, really something he has to be careful of. Definitely rolling these slicer here is not an easy task. He's going to be clipped again once again for the slicer.
Did he run out of stamina there? It could have been a true combo. J1, it's R1 no. Now we see the true combo. Now it comes out. Maybe he ran out of stamina before. And a running R2 dealing devastating damage against the Piercer. Miasma now in a very good position. He could take this. But then again, one start of the blender, it could still destroy him. It is anybody's round.
It is. So both players here are incredibly, you know, in relative terms, quite low, which is kind of a hard thing to believe. 800 damage to 113, but that is the nature of Elden Ring, my friend. As one or two mistakes, and we're slowly seeing this chipping away the damage. 344. Out comes the Beast Roar to punish, and that is going to be Miasma moving forward into the next round. And Mr. Mataz, you know, really interesting build, had a really interesting strategy, could have worked so well, but
it could have.
Miasma just managing to find those punishes, because that spinning weapon from, if you're doing it from neutral and a hard read, you better believe that read better be good, because if you mess it up, you are going to be in for a world of hurt. And that is Miasma, of course, taking that round, but some really smart plays all the way across in a 2-1.
Yeah, to me it seemed like Mr. Mataz was trying to set up a slicer and to then combo that into a spinning weapon roll catch, but it seems to be just a little bit too slow in order to do that. If somebody is rolling immediately after the first slicer, the startup of the spinning weapon is just too slow. It didn't seem to me like it was able to reach.
Yeah, and it is it can be really hard. You can be close, but sometimes close just ain't close enough, you know, like close but no cigar. You know, you have to be super careful. And throwing them out from neutral can be a really solid way to put pressure on people, but making sure you're safe when doing it is far more important, Eisen. Far more important. And
Yes,
I really don't
especially
know,
when you're
but when
low
you're
on
throwing them
HP
out
like
from
this,
neutral,
you have to be careful about what risks you're willing to take.
and the calculated risks is going to be an incredibly important part of this game because the damage output is so incredibly high across the board. And, you know, it remains to be seen as we're looking at the rest of our bracket, ladies and gentlemen. We, of course, have Sry versus Flooz.
We have done
Attota.
our best to reduce the damage output, but it wasn't enough. And there you can see in the instant replay what I was talking about. He managed to land the slicer, immediately continued with a spinning weapon, but it just wasn't fast enough, and he got punished with a Beast War. The spinning weapon, it is very high risk, very high reward. I found that the duration of just how long it lasts, it is insane. You can be punished with some of the worst possible moves. I'm pretty sure you could even punish it with a swap into a Giant Hunt Colossal and on reaction. I believe it would even be possible to do something like that. But we have seen the reward is there. If you manage to land it, you can blender people from 2000 HP or more to 0 in these combos. So very high risk, very high reward, and that is always entertaining to see.
It can, of course, and when players get a when that read works, when that read works as well as it works, it can more or less one-shot person if they can land the slicer afterwards. Like, but how much damage did we see in that in that first round when he managed to land it? It was insane, absolutely insane amounts of damage. But yeah, I don't know. It's going to be pretty rough moving forward. But Miasma showed he had the stuff. He was able to persevere through it. So it was definitely worth a rattle on that spin slash to try and land it, but I don't know that you have to be so careful with those setups that lock you in, really lock you in. But now as we look forward here, in Sry versus Flooz in this next round, you know, Flooz had quite an interesting build there. Sry is going to be their first time fighting so far. I'm curious what Sry's going to bring. I fought Sry a little bit here and there over the last few months, and I have to say that they're very impressive player, very impressive player, and yeah, it's going to be quite interesting all the way across. But
now,
what do you
judging
think?
from what I've seen Sry say shortly before the tournament, I have the weird suspicion we're going to see Ripple Crescent Halberd in this tournament at some point.
Crescent.
It has been rumored, it has been philosophized that it is so strong and so good in this tournament. We haven't seen it yet, but, you know, never say never.
Yeah, well, it's too early to say. And again, those kind of setups, although I believe, if I recall correctly, wasn't it Attota who said something along that setup's mine, don't steal it, what are you doing? I don't know, there may be some drama surrounding the Ripple Crescent all the way across the board, so that's something that's going to be worth looking into. And yeah, it's status is again very strong. And if I go down through the list and think about it, what would you say in this tournament with this rule set as it is the strongest status available to players?
I mean, that's a good question because it is somewhat of a cross-region tournament. We do have half of the players in the NA brackets and the other half in the EU. So we are going to see some cross-region fights during the bronze match and during the finale. Maybe we're going to see Sleep being brought out there. For now, I think on lower latency, Bleed and Frost are the ways to go. They just give you more damage. The Blood proc, it can do 500 or 600 damage at 2600 HP or something like that, depending on what type of Blood proc it is. So that is a huge amount, and in such a tournament where Claw Talisman is banned, Spear Talisman is banned, we don't have the melee options to deal a lot of damage, status can really turn it around. I think Rot and Poison are rather on the weaker side here, just because people have such huge health pools. But I can see on lower latencies, Blood and Frost being very strong. And maybe on the higher latency, we're going to see some Sleep, Ripple Crescent, Halberd, maybe even some Sleep. Oh, who knows?
Yeah, I think the sleep bow would be a funny one. It is your tournament, you know, and that is your setup. It can be we'll surely see it at least once, Eisen, I think, over the course of it, if not as like a little nod to you and some of the testing you've done with those bow setups.
I would love to
For
see
me,
it.
yeah, I think the thing we all know that there's poison. We all know that there is poison and there's madness. Those are the two big ones that people kind of look at. Bleed, I think it's overhyped, but the big ones, the most powerful ones. Poison and rot are incredibly powerful. Incredibly powerful.
Really, is that your view?
That is my view. I think that if we were to have cross-region rules for something like sleep, and we were to have even madness, you can still get the bolus off, and yeah, you get that guaranteed damage. But the fact that you can get the guaranteed damage for as long as you can, it's incredibly powerful. Incredibly powerful, because how much damage can you do if you effectively bolus pressure is potentially an entire health bar if you play it completely correctly. I think we'll be seeing more of both poison and rot. I think those are going to be very consistent across. If there's going to be a status build, they're going to be using that. We might see a little bit of sleep here and there. We might see some of the. I don't know if there's any madness options outside of the unendurable frenzy that we've seen earlier
Well, you
on.
can still play one-handed or two-handed Vike Spear. That is always a madness option. But anyhow, due to some slight technical difficulties, we are skipping the current match for now, and we are going to be moving on temporarily to Attota versus Phantom Zarro.
I am going to be very excited to see this next one again. Again, Phantom made quite a name for himself in that first round, and I have to say I was quite impressed. But Artora's a pretty chill dude, I will say, all in all, and I'd be super excited to see what he decides to bring. It has been a hot minute since I've played him, Eisen, so if you have any idea as to what setups they would usually use, I'd be super interested to hear.
Oh, from memory, they are the aforementioned Ripple Crescent player, actually maining the weapon. Even we have seen Attota play in the Witching Moon's chain tournament. We've seen them play Halberd on the chain, and I was convinced that you can't make Halberd work because you don't have the space to strafe to the sides, and being able to circle strafe is making Halberd so much more comfortable. And once you are very close, your attacks are just very, very slow, and you would get stun locked. You would never gain priority against something like a katana against Shamshir. So I thought it's impossible to make it work, but Attota somehow made it work even against Space Ranger, who is a tournament winner from EU.
Yeah, it's going to be super interesting as we move on. And, you know, Phantom, I have a feeling, is going to go on that on that dragon build again. I think that
Absolutely.
seeing how it made me excited, I'm sure most of the audience is pretty hyped for it as well. So I could be shocked, absolutely shocked, to if he changes that build, because that looks like a labor of love that he's been working on with that one. So it should be pretty interesting moving forward. Again, apologies for the technical issues we're having. We have skipped that round. We hopefully will be getting Flooz and Sry in the not too distant future at the end of the bracket. But so don't worry, either of you. We will get back to you. It's just the nature of these games. There's sometimes issues, but past even Attota and Phantom, what about that next matchup then between Frosty and Cip? You know, Cip is definitely hicked up some of what Frosty was. His education came from there, clearly, based off of my play against him. But in that match, are you expecting any major changes? The bleed HTS, do you think, is going to be used across the board? I may or may not have seen Frosty use something similar across the board. We may see a bleed mirror. Do you have any expectations?
I have very little experience with Frosty. He is a complete unknown to me, so I'm excited and curious to see that one.
Well, what I can say is from my playing with him, he is the opposite of a meta lord. He uses almost everything exclusively off meta. I think some people would argue HTS is, which under the leaderboard rule set it most certainly is, that seems to be the setup that he's gravitated towards since the beginning. Oh, it's super unfortunate that, you know, we don't get to see more setups be used in tournaments. And I do think ultimately that rule sets like these can bring out that player expression through the setups that they love to use. We might end up seeing Frosty pull out something like a Claymore. I've seen him use it. He's very dangerous with it. He's very powerful with it. So that should be pretty fun. That's going to be a really, really fun match.
And it does appear like we have both the players in the world. We are just waiting for our tower to make their way here.
Magnificent. Well, seeing as we have both players, we might take just a quick peek to see what builds are being used. And it seems you were onto something. Ripple Crescent on the side of Attota. And of course, Phantom will be using... Oh, the Incantation Shamshir. Magnificent. Alright, Eisen. You're going to have to give us the count in on this one.
Let's just get the camera into position.
Yes, it will be Phantom on the left and Attota on the right. Ladies and gentlemen.
And 3, 2, 1, alley.
Out comes the bomb here. We are going to see... Nope. We are going to see
immediate dragon breath.
Frost tries to go for the punish, is going to get poise broken. Very low is the side of Attota. He does manage to get his physic, trying to go for a catch flame, probably to punish him running, jumps over the Shamshir, not able to get good damage out of it though, as we do see Placidusax come out, and Placidusax is going to ruin in style as we see the dragon come out with a victory lap on that one. Oh my word. Dude, that
devastating.
Absolutely unreal right off the bat, Eisen.
Yes, it really seemed to me, it was surprising to see this time around no one going for the Flask of Wondrous Physic at the beginning, but it is understandable. If your opponent is using Dragon Incantations, the Dragon Breath is a very strong way to start the fight. Unfortunately, you don't have a good option available on the Ripple Crescent Halberd to shut it down at a distance. You can't infuse it with an Ash of War, and so you can't put Beast War on it, you can't put Thunderbolt on it, you just don't have an option to interrupt it, and that can lead to such a devastating start.
Yeah, and devastating it is. We do almost as devastating as the PvE, still not quite learning how to reaction roll. Super, super unfortunate. You know, I really hope by the end of this tournament they either outspace it, maybe aggress on the Jar Cannon. I think that would be the play. But, you know, the NPCs are going to NPC, Eisen. It's just the nature of the beast, unfortunately. But in this next one, do you think Attota is going to be incredibly aggressive, or do you think that that might not even be the play? Maybe trying to find some place to hide is actually the play here.
I think it will be necessary for Attota to rethink their strategy, because here we see the devastating Dragon Breath. And Dragon Breath, I think, deals something like 50 poise damage. I don't think it's quite 100, so it is devastating in this rule set. You cannot just jump through it or interrupt it. I think it will be necessary for Attota to find a good ranged option here. Maybe the Ripple Crescent is just not the right choice in this matchup.
Well, that we will just have to wait and see what will happen, as we do seem to have our contestants in and ready to go. But yeah, that Placidusax with an avenging roar at the end of that one, truly
finishing
exceptional. What a way to finish a round. But we'll see if Attota is able to adapt. I expect some adaptation here on the side of Attota.
We are still seeing the Ripple Crescent Halberd at this point.
Interesting.
Nothing has changed, but maybe there is a change of strategy.
Maybe. That will remain to be seen. But, ladies and gentlemen, on a 3 and a 2 and a 1, allez. Out comes the explosion. We do see this immediate aggression. Preemptively
Flame grants me strength?
Interesting choice, I think. We are going to see these glintstone scraps come out. What seems to be the unendurable frenzy
but
is
interrupted.
Come up for a second. That's the risk you gotta pay for those things that keep you locked in place. Those jumping attacks on the Shamshir are gonna come out, but he's not able to land anything. Attota is playing a very careful game here. Manages to get that poison proc, as we do see the dragon come out. We are gonna see Attota spamming that roll button, and you better believe that it's gonna be worth it. But again,
I mean, Attota really got away cleanly there, I have to say, taking no damage, I believe, from the dragon fire.
Hasn't put away that poison
and sleeping
and the sleep.
Oh boy,
that is. Whew. That was a rough one. That was exceptionally rough there. You know, we seen it in that first round. We're like, I don't know if Attota is going to be able to find a way to come back from this, but we see it here, a very dominant round. And what an exceptional set this has been so far. Really, really incredible.
Maybe the round was lost in that moment where I think Zarro was trying to manually aim that dragon breath, but through that connected not a single bit of damage, I think. Maybe it was just exceptional roll timing from Attota. I'm not sure what happened there exactly, but we're going to see that in just a brief moment in the replay.
Yeah, we'll have a quick look here because that was a... You know, it happened so fast. 1 minute the health bar was quite high, and again you see this poison, you see the endure come out. And that dragon spell seemed like a really solid idea.
It did connect. It did connect at the beginning for 368, but that manual aiming... Oh, and the No, it was the only time. Excellent rolls from Attota there, avoiding everything but one tick from the dragon breath. And now, yeah, Zarro is just in a really bad spot here. He is poisoned. He has to deal with that status, and then also the sleep buildup. He has to restore FP for the dragon breath. His tier is popped. It's just such a tricky spot. And now the Ripple Crescent Halberd finally managing to sleep him on a phantom hit, and finally the R1 confirming it.
But you keep in mind, he didn't... I don't think he even needed to land that R1 at the end.
Yeah, I think the poison would have been killing.
To, you know, you could just emote after that at that point. Yeah. It's like, oof.
Actually, I think you're right about that.
Well, it remains to be seen how this match point between these two players is going to pan out. Phantom Zarro in the left corner, Attota in the right. Some say Attota. Eisen.
Some say that. 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
And the bolt is out, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to see the glintstone scraps. Tried to go for that punish. I have a feeling we might see that Unendurable Frenzy come out as we are seeing more glintstone scraps.
I mean, in the previous round, we saw the Unendurable Frenzy getting interrupted by large glintstone scrap, but not going to happen this time. 1092 damage.
His FP flask is gonna be quite low here. He's gonna need that space. However, he might not, as the R1 spam of the Shamshir is managing to keep Attota at bay. But Attota is right back in his face, going for these running attacks. Now all he needs to do is wait. Let that damage do what it needs to do. As we see the Frost proc come out, Attota is very low. And that's going to be Attota sent home. Unfortunate. These Dragon Breath spells are really, really powerful.
Very
all the way
strong.
Through this tournament.
Very, very strong Dragon Breaths. I mean, especially what you're seeing here is that Phantom Zarro is using the Endure in order to not be interrupted initially on the Dragon Breath. And then by the time that the super armor of the Endure is over, you can already get ticked by the Dragon Breath. It is a devastating combo. Very, very clever trick. Very clever trick that's working really well for Zarro here.
And working well, it most certainly is. And again, like, those Dragon Breath spells are going to be very difficult on issue of a guaranteed poise break, which I believe Endure gives you almost infinite poise.
It's not really poise based. It is not hyper armor. It is super armor. It gives you
armor, which,
something called damage level immunity, so you just can't be staggered. It doesn't matter how much poise damage it is. You just can't be staggered.
Yeah, that's that. Hopefully now we will see what those dragon spells can do, because that was some really, really interesting plays there. Like, trying to find a way in to do the damage is really, really solid. and that can make a huge difference. Like, not being able to run and hide, and having the fact that it's almost guaranteed to get at least the first half off, can be very challenging to deal with. But, as we've seen in that second round where Attota won, he managed to get that pressure, managed to keep the roll discipline so he didn't get, you know, completely.
Yeah, as long as he managed to keep up the pressure and interrupt any sort of attempts at the Dragon Breath, and it managed to keep the FP of your opponent low, you can make this work. But the Endure into Dragon Breath, I'm honestly not sure myself how to deal with that. In this rule set, Great Shields are banned completely. So how do you really deal with that is a good question. You could use Frost. That is an option because a Frost pot or a Sleep pot is always going to interrupt. It ignores Endure, and maybe that's the thing that would have been necessary here. Maybe that pot chucking would have saved Attota.
And I think even going for the R1, we're watching it in the instant replay there. When you're in, obviously it can be quite spooky when you see that dragon come out, and you're like, oh god, what is it? What is he going to be using? Is it going to be Placidusax? Do I need to panic roll? Or is it going to very much be a case of, oh lord, it's like it can catch you off guard in that instant, but yeah, it's kind of a hard one to figure out what to do in that instant. But I think the sleep might have been the thing to actually like just spam R1 in his face.
Yeah, sure. I mean, if you manage to get the sleep proc, that is also going to interrupt. I think what was missing here is an option to build up the sleep from a distance and then go in and close in and manage to get the melee sleep proc. So maybe Ripple Crescent with Sleep Grease is not enough on its own. Maybe it would have taken... I don't want to say it, but maybe it would have taken the sleep on. You know, as silly as it is, maybe that would have been the play.
I think you're taking it a little bit too far, Eisen. Maybe, you know what, maybe that is the play. Land 2 or 3 of them, send them, read them a bedtime story, send them off to the land of Nod. But
well, I mean, you're underestimating it. You're underestimating it. Attota is on an arcane build, and there's one bow that gets arcane scaling, and that also affects the sleep buildup of the arrows, namely the Serpent's Bow.
Interesting.
So you can actually, I believe, build up something like 50% of sleep in just a single arrow, and that can make it very, very difficult for your opponent to cast those Dragon Breaths. It doesn't matter if they have Endure, if it only takes 2 arrows to get slapped. You know, you're going to be interrupted one way or the other, and that is just one way to chip sleep at a distance and then maybe go in with the Ripple Crescent Halberd. But, you know, it all sounds so good in theory in this purely hypothetical, in these purely hypothetical matches that I would totally win.
You know, I can't say I was surprised. You know, you come in here to propagandize about your bow builds. Listen, I knew this was a mistake.
It's not propaganda, it's the truth.
But that will remain to be seen. We haven't seen a bow build yet. Not yet. Maybe someone will whip one out come the end, but... Interesting. As we are waiting to get our players in for this next set, but this is definitely a set here between Frosty and Cip. I have been so excited for this one. You know, the student versus the master. Frosty... You know, he has his disciples now. He's made a bit of a name for himself, and now, you know, will Cip be the top of the class today at the Frosty dojo? That's going to be the real question. What are you expecting these players to be using?
Well, we are actually seeing it right now. So here in the near corner, we have Frosty rocking a mushroom mask. Maybe that's a bit of a giveaway. This looks like a poison heavy thrusting sword to me. Possibly.
That's an interesting choice that I didn't expect in this tourney,
honestly. Or maybe it is a regular heavy thrusting sword with just a little bit of rot grease on it. We're going to see what exactly it is.
We will soon find out. And then in the far corner we have the student Cip.
Once again with a heavy thrusting sword. Interesting mirror then.
Then we have is this our first mirror match so far?
Well, there was something very close to a mirror with Stilovsky rocking the heavy thrusting sword, and Katana
Yes,
versus
of
Pit of
course.
Despair with the heavy thrusting sword and Shamshir, but not quite 100% Mur. This is the first one we're seeing.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. On a 3, on a 2, and a 1. Allez. Out goes the bomb here. We are going to see Frosty aggressive right off the bat. Oof, getting that little bit of damage right off the bat, and there seems to be some technical difficulties.
Yes, it did look like a technical difficulty to me.
Is exceptionally unfortunate, ladies and gentlemen, but again, it just happens, unfortunately, with the nature of how these games function. Hopefully we'll be able to get both of our players back in, and we should be good to go.
Now, if this is not or maybe we have skipped over this during the rules discussion at the beginning. The rules for this tournament are that if you disconnect during a round and you are at a substantial health disadvantage, then you lose the round. But this looked very even to me, so we are going to be resetting this one.
I think a reset is more than reasonable there by my consideration. But yeah, it is unfortunate. And again, even though we are on Seamless, ladies and gentlemen, there are going to be, we still have to work out some of the kinks as we move forward. But it could be just as simple as a connection issue on Cip's side. Hopefully we'll get the players in. And again, we the instant replay of that initial burst of the match. See the, what's the name of it? Rancor pots, is it? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it is Rancor pots. I guess he got hit by the ghost pot so hard he just raveled into another dimension.
You know, listen, out of shame perhaps at getting hit. You know, he was expecting it. He had trained tirelessly night and day, coached perhaps on by Frosty himself.
I'm sure. I'm absolutely convinced that must have been an Alt F4 out of intense rage.
Well, either way, ladies and gentlemen, Frosty versus Cip. Cip in the far corner, Frosty in the near. Eisen, go for it.
And 3, 2, 1, LA.
And there we go. We do have the bomb out, as we are going to see the pot come out again. Let's see if it has the same effect this time around. Cip is going to go for the frost pot. He's learned well, as he seems to be using very similar ideas. Both players, we see the Raptors come out. Nothing to count for it yet, unfortunately. However, Frosty is going to be hit with a little bit of damage there on the retreat. Nothing substantial yet as he goes for those jump R2s. Frosty's going to be hit for some damage. Out comes the Shamshir. There's the bow build. It was going to happen eventually, Eisen.
Finally, we are seeing it.
However, we are going to see the poison build up here on the side of Cip. He's going to have to be so careful. That damage is going to build up slowly but surely. As we are seeing here, the run R2, the bow comes out. He's going to be slept. Out comes the 2 R1s on the side of the heavy one-handed heavy thrusting.
Interestingly punished.
Not going for the unsheath. I mean, he's studied maybe at the Frosty dojo, but he might have to study at the Eisen one maybe for a bit on that one, as we do force yet more rolls on the side of Frosty, who both of them are still poisoned, both of them waiting for that bolus. Frosty managing to get the bolus. That's going to be that's just going to be so useful in this matchup, as he goes for a jump R1, not able to make it. Sets up, Prized gets out of the corner. He's going to have to be really careful here. Sets up for an R1. A little bit of damage here. 2,000 damage all in all across both poison and everything else that has happened on the side of Cip here. And Frosty can sit pretty here, as he has he can just chill. He can just wait for this guaranteed damage to time out. He can play it safe. He can play it cool and collected. However, he is going to be clipped every now and again. Has to be careful. Knocked out in the anti-air. 300 damage on that. And we do see 22 damage on going through the run through the colds, if you were, as he is going to take 600 damage in that exchange. Cip is going to have to be careful. I think both of them are one-shot, Eisen.
It might be the case, but Blue Feather goes a long way. I'm honestly surprised to not see the bolus yet, but the status just ran out. I guess it is not necessary.
It wasn't necessary here, but he's taken so much damage for all of that. Had ample opportunities to go for counter pressure, didn't take them. Frosty's taken 21 damage here. Every little bit of HP is going to count in this exchange as he jumps over the running R2. Both players are playing exceptionally safe. Now, Frostpot comes out from neutral. Nothing to land for. Rancor Pot comes out. It seems someone didn't craft their consumables before coming out. Got caught in menu. Almost put away as a result, however. We are going to see the poison. Poison's built up.
True combo! Oh god, what a fight! That was that was just perfect. That was exactly what we wanted to see. A long, drawn-out fight. Just a, a match of true skill. And the sleepo as well. It was so amazing to see that a true nod
You
to
know,
the
I can't.
tournament casters. It was a beautiful moment. Unfortunately, only 2R1 sleep punches. I wasn't aware of what you can really do with the heavy thrusting sword when you swap from the bow to the HTS. Maybe you could even get a light jump attack into another attack. I'm not quite sure what you can do when sleeping people with HTS. I haven't played that.
And again, when you're on that setup, maybe maybe Giant Hunt is a good idea because it looks cool. I'm
Oh,
gonna be honest.
I have,
Just sometimes
I
when you have
have
someone on that
tested it.
stage, I might as well.
I have tested it, but there is an unfortunate detail to that.
Go for it.
It turns out that if you have to soft swap away from the sleepo after a sleep proc into HTS and then start the Giant Hunt, it's too late. The timing is just too tight, you can't manage to do it. Only Unsheath is fast enough.
I see. Interesting. Oh, it's going to be very, very interesting here in this next one because, you know, both players were neck and neck all the way through again. I said it before, I'll say it again, you know, the student versus the master, and the student's definitely been doing his homework, and, you know, it's been an interesting one as... I don't know how this next one's going to go, Eisen. This is such a close match, and we see the bow been punished there in the anti-air.
Yeah, I think the bow was very risky. What really makes bow work normally here is the high poise damage of the Stormwing bone arrows. And without a very, very, very strong sleep punish, it is tough to utilize that bow very well. It was also an interesting play to see both going for the poison. If you see somebody with the Mushroom Crown, you kind of know they're probably also using the Exaltation Talisman. They have that Mushroom Crown. They're going to get a lot of damage out of the poison, so maybe a different status would be optimal. Maybe trying to go with Blood Loss. That's an option.
Yeah, maybe. It remains to be seen, but we have both of our players in. Cip on the left, Frosty on the right. Ladies and gentlemen, on a 3 and a 2 and a 1, LA. And out goes the explosion there. We are going to see both pots coming out here. Almost a mirror, not quite. The aromatic is going to come out here. The uplifting one, I believe, is the name.
Oh, yes,
we are going to see the glintstone scrap. Both of them go for it. It's a mirror and all, but fashion. This is kind of interesting. And do you think that fashion choices are going to play much of a difference, considering the build focus is going to be slightly different, Eisen? Or do you think that the status is going to be much stronger on the mushroom hat?
I think it might be able to make just that tiny bit of a difference that is needed in these matches. Sometimes every last bit matters, and the extra 10% of damage that you can get out of the Mushroom Crown, maybe that is round deciding.
Yeah,
we will see.
It's going to be small details like that. It's going to be those build differences that are going to make such a huge difference in these mirrors. And like you look at it there, both of them managed to go for the ballast, both of them choosing to go. Again, a slight health advantage here to Frosty. He has that option he can play a little bit more free. I mean, it's so close. It's way too early to say even who's really has a major advantage. And Frosty's rolls are so clean, and he's shown himself to be such an exceptional player that it's kind of hard to... It's so hard to tell. Oh, but he's going to be clipped for 365 damage, 506, 933 on the poison proc. Knocks him out of the air. That might have been a tier proc. I'm not entirely sure. Is it Frosty is forced away?
I am not entirely sure myself. I think it was a tier pop. I think we're just seeing a visual artifact here.
Yes, and we are going to see here those really clean rolls coming from Frosty. Was that an R2? Did that actually connect? I couldn't quite tell. 1,000 damage, and now this is just unfortunately how this goes with the poison. Cip's gonna have to find that moment of ballast, and he does it unpunished.
Unbelievable.
Actually unreal. The mad lad goes for the ballast and actually manages to get off. Frosty now has beyond a life advantage. You see that small amount of regen finally starting to matter. And 56 damage to 1,500, and that's all she wrote as he manages to clip him and ship him. Frosty 1, Cip 1. As we move on to round 3 of this the set. What a turnaround compared to the other set, where it was very close, very careful. Both players really trying to feel each other. This one was a very different kettle of fish. Do you think that remains the case in this next set, or do you think that it's going to be, you know, a return to form on the side of Cip?
I am really unsure. It is anybody's game. It is turning more into a mirror match than it has ever been at this point. Now both combatants seemingly rocking the mushroom crown.
Interesting. Both of them are.
Yes, it does look like that to me.
I wish you, ladies and gentlemen, could see what I just saw, because that hurt me too, Frosty. Don't you worry, that hurt me too. But with those who know. But anyway, they're both going for that mirror. Do you think that the mushroom crown made so much of a difference in that last set, though, Eisen? I'm not entirely certain.
No, I don't think it was not the kind of fight where both have 1 HP remaining. It was not really.
Yeah, it was so much of a one-sided, but the damage output can change how people look at a matchup. They can play much more riskier early on when they notice that they're not trading well. So maybe it can make like a psychological difference, but in terms of gameplay, I don't think there's much, as we do see both of our opponents going for a little bit of a tumble, having a look around, and I think they're both ready to go, Eisen, after we look at this exceptional display here from Frosty.
An exceptional combo. I'm really not sure how he got knocked out of the air. I believe it is because R2 may be doing damage level 3 and that knocked him down. I'm really unsure what exactly happened there.
Well, again, it will remain to be seen, but ladies and gentlemen, Cip in the left-hand side, Frosty on the right, on a 3 and a 2 and a 1, allez. As the bolt is out, we are going to see the physic here. We are going to see sleep bolts right off the bat.
With barrage.
With barrage. Interesting choice there. And do you think that that's really going to pressure him? We do see the swap over, however, we are going to see...
Yeah, we're starting to see the stacking of focus. Fire prelates armor, the armor piece with the highest amount of focus in the game, or almost the highest. It's like in the top 3, I believe.
And yeah, that's what really is going to matter in these matchups. However, it does seem that Cip has moved off the bow, perhaps knowing that there was better. 605 damage there in that 2-hit combo. Really, really nasty stuff. He has to be much more careful. We're seeing these approaches here on the side of Cip, and he's just not quite able to make good on them. And Frosty's just clipping him, slowly but surely finding those opportunities. Takes 290 damage. The backstep into running R1 doesn't manage to land much. However, that is going to land something.
Now this is going to be big. The mushroom crown, the exaltation, the poison proc, so many advantages now stacked. Now Cip just has to find a way to make use of them, and he's holding his own and now trying to stack more statuses on top of that, but no, very dangerous and getting pressured and comboed continuously by Frosty there, turning it around.
Cip is going to have to be so careful. Manages to get his physic off. The true hit, the true combo doesn't quite manage to land. You know, Cip is going to have to be so careful here in this one. Frosty has so many advantages. Again, 290 to about 1100 damage. It makes such a huge difference. Both players are slowly but surely on a timer here, and I think it's on Cip to try and get it out, although I do believe we've seen a bolus from both players here, which is going to make a huge difference, but it's not going to make enough of one, as the JR1 is going to send Cip home. And you know what, I think we're gonna I've decided something after that round, Eisen.
Yes, what is it, Endon?
I think we're gonna call him Cip from here on out. I think that's the play here.
I'm still not sure. How do you pronounce the C?
I think it's kind of like a Bevan situation where we just kind of go with one of them and go from there.
Wait, what do you mean by Bevan situation? Did somebody call him Bevan, or?
I mean, no one would ever do such a thing.
No one, right?
No one would ever. Bevan himself wouldn't, obviously, clearly. That would be absolutely outrageous. Someone would do such a thing, but That enough of player memes. That match. You know, I always love a good mirror, Eisen. I'm a very
It
big
was a
fan of them.
fantastic mirror, very good plays on both sides. Until the very end, I was not able to predict who is going to take this one.
It can make such a huge difference as well. Like when you have those advantages stacked against you and you are stuck against, you know, Cip never gave up. He stayed in, and that's something that we're going to notice, that I'm going to make a note of all the way across these tourneys. That's particularly this one. No matter the disadvantage state, they always manage to find their way through. They persevere and they get through, and they, you know, win or lose, they give it their all until the bitter end, which, from a player psychology perspective, is so
Yeah,
strong.
psychology is very important. This was the moment where, honestly, I thought Cip, now he has it, he was in a very good spot. He had the exaltation going, he had the mushroom crown buff going, I believe, as well. He had his opponents getting poisoned. This was the moment where it could have been round deciding, but no, Frosty just not getting intimidated by all of this, keeping his calm despite getting knocked down by the beasts who are in that situation. Dodging the frost pot and just turning it around and counter-aggressing properly, getting that solid 533 damage in and just keeping up the aggression continuously, and the roll catch, turning it around. You know, after getting poisoned, after being at a health disadvantage, and getting knocked down by Beastor, that can be quite demoralizing, but no, he kept his calm and he turned it around.
And, you know, finding those moments, and, you know, I'm sorry, I'm going to apologize in advance, okay? Frosty's roll discipline is just ice cold. He just knows when to roll at the proper moment. Yes, I'm still very sorry. That hurt me as well, to be fair. But he manages to find a way, stays safe, always picking those moments. That passive aggressive, as you said earlier, is incredibly important in these games. Not being overly aggressive. Over aggression, you're going to overextend and you're going to get hit. Thankfully enough, he manages to find his way. But, ladies and gentlemen, we do have Skiffen versus John Lux.
Well, this is something that we haven't seen yet. We are seeing the two-stock, the power stance thrusting swords, which are one of the strongest power stances still permitted in this rule set.
Yes.
They aren't guaranteed to break the poise, right? It's only 48 damage on an L1, but nevertheless, you can dish out lots and lots and lots of damage. With that setup, if you get the purest counter hits, it is definitely possible to make it work. I've seen it in practice. It is an intimidating setup.
Yeah, I've been on the receiving end of it a couple of times myself, and the amount of aggression that they're just able to pump out all the way across the board is incredibly powerful. I'll be curious to see, so long as he doesn't overextend and Skiffen doesn't have something nasty planned for him when he gets in there, which Skiffen, again on this two-handed Shamshir, very, very exciting to see this matchup. Not one I was expecting to see anytime soon, but again, due to your rule set, we are seeing it here today. Eisen.
It is wonderful to see. It is like how often do you see two-handed?
We'll see it in a moment.
How often do you see two-handed curved swords? Realistically, how often do you see that on ladder? It is so fringe, and I have to say, 49 poise plays beautifully. The fact that you have the guarantee that when you land that hit, it will stun your opponent, unless they're in hyper armor, obviously. But that guarantee allows you to aggress much more, because you don't have to worry about, oh, I just hit my opponent, but you know, now their poise health is higher and I have to get out, otherwise I will get traded with. It allows you to keep up aggression much more. I was honestly expecting to see kind of fallback almost to the more passive play of Dark Souls 3, but we are seeing a lot of aggressive play. So I'm very excited for the matches that we're still going to see. It plays beautifully. You know, I've said at the beginning as well, 49 poise, it plays so beautifully. It is disappointing that I'm not participating myself. I would have loved to. The practice with other players was absolutely addicting. It was just fantastic. You can just combo so much, keep up so much aggression, and the game, it just feels a little bit clunky above 50 poise, I have to say. It feels a bit clunky when people can just ignore your attacks without getting staggered in that way.
Yeah, and it's going to be super interesting as we move forward here. And Eisen, I'll just ask you to check Discord real quickly about some issue with the overlay. But it seems to be the case, like, moving on as we're waiting for both of our contestants to get in, being able to play in these kind of weirder sets and these weirder kind of rule sets, it can be incredibly powerful. Incredibly powerful that we're allowed to play around with other stuff. And true, I do enjoy my meta play. It can be really, really fun. But in this set here, the John Lux versus Skiffen, and hopefully we'll be finding out shortly if we'll have to continue to delay the Sry versus Flooz utter match. We'll just have to find out after this set. All of these players are what I would argue to be quite competent, and we're really hoping. But it seems that we're having a couple of different players are having some issues. So hopefully we'll have that sorted in the not too distant future. But as we wait for them, Eisen, what what possessed you to make this rule set overall? I know you've spoken about how much fun you've been having testing, how sorry you are that you haven't been able to make it, but what was the resounding thing that like led you to try and do it? What was the thought?
That's a very good question because it's been a while since I even came up with the idea.
Mm-hmm.
But I just try to collect the things that are the most severe criticisms
Mm-hmm.
of Elden Ring PvP, especially the issues that Dark Souls 3 veterans are having with it. And at the very top of the list are stuff like the very low time to kill.
Mm-hmm.
And so I've attempted to remedy this by banning Claw Talisman, Spear Talisman, some of the stronger
Mm-hmm.
power stances, and all of these things to overall lengthen the matches and reduce the damage. I think it has worked pretty well so far, even though there are some crazy combos and there's just some damage potential remaining. It is Elden Ring, you can't completely remedy it, but you can
Yeah,
take
for sure.
little steps towards it. Another big problem on the list was passive pies. A lot of Dark Souls 3 players absolutely despise the passive pies. And I have to say, the game, it does play more elegantly. It is not
Yeah,
as
for
clunky
sure.
on
Yeah, for
49
sure.
pies. It is so juicy and satisfying to combo, let's say, an offhand Shamshir into a main hand heavy thrusting sword
Well,
and to get the poise break every single time. It just feels satisfying to build up these combos, and that is a potential that realistically it doesn't exist in Elden Ring at
for sure,
99
for
pies.
sure. But we will
It is
have to
more
have
about
that
hit and
thought
run.
be held for just a moment, as it does appear we have both of our contestants pretty much ready to go with last minute setup on our end, and we'll be good to go on this next set. But it's going to be super interesting as we move forward in this tourney. We've seen a lot of different setups. Seems that both of our players haven't changed off the two stock versus the Shamshir. Eisen, give us the count in.
And 3, 2, 1, LA.
And there we have it. We do see the bomb out, and we are going to see these glintstone scraps do some damage. A little bit of chip damage here or there is always going to be appreciated. And we do see the running attack here, as we do see Skiffen very aggressively pushing center. John is going to have to be very careful as the spin slash comes out. John is in a ton of trouble here if he's not able to get that counter aggression, although he does get that counter aggression, pushing Skiffen from one end of the tourney to the other. But that two-handed Shamshir is doing so much work for him. Does he need anything else? Although he is going to be bled.
Brutal!
1470 damage on a combo at the end. Oh my god.
That came out of nowhere. That is the least
Oh my
that I
god.
expected so suddenly.
That was nasty work. I'm actually like a little bit taken aback, to be perfectly honest with you, with the raw damage output of that.
I mean, it did involve a blood proc. It wasn't just the two stock itself.
That's crazy. That is nasty. The two stock pressure right off the bat is just crazy. All the way through. And with status on top of that, you can just like go to town on people. It is incredibly nasty amounts of damage. You see it there, you know, right off the bat.
Oh yeah,
Skiffen
that is
under
one
pressure.
Bloods proc already 817 built up.
What an unfortunate. There we see it, and you know, he tries to find his way back as we do see the 2-stock come out. But the amount of damage, like, fair play to Skiffen, he managed to find that counter-aggression early on. Really, really tried to find it, but we'll see it here in just a moment.
One L1, another L1, a third one, Bloods proc, and the running R1, I believe. What a brutal combo.
Absolutely. Absolutely disgusting damage.
Yes, absolutely.
From that. Oh.
Well, I'm really not entirely certain how this happens, because Skiffen definitely, this is not a true combo. He could have rolled out of that. Maybe he was counting on the low poise damage of the thrusting swords. Maybe he was, let's say, waiting his turn, but the blood proc interrupted that idea. I'm still not sure what exactly was happening there.
We will just have to wait and see. However, as we do have both of our contestants in and ready to go, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Skiffen on the left, John Liox on the right. A 3 and a 2 and a 1. Allez. And there we have it. We have the glintstone scraps coming out here, rolled deftly by John, who is going to find his way to center, manages to get the physic off nice and safely, not taking any little bit of chip damage from what I can
just
tell here.
38, but that is acceptable.
That's a little bit of
nasty
damage.
spinning
He's going
slash.
to walk into it. Spin slash is going to be so powerful here, especially when you're stuck up against a wall. That can be a really bad position to be in as the running attack comes out. Out comes another running attack.
I will be honest, I expected more from a full spinning slash than 492. I expected more damage out of that.
Goes for the trade there. Skiffen is not going to stay in to try and trade with the 2-stock there, as he knows exactly what's coming for him. Manages to strafe, moving off to the right of John here, but we're seeing just a little bit. Manages to get that frost proc there, a little bit of damage on that. Both players are frozen. And we are going to see the 775 damage come off from that exchange. Not a good position in 263. The win con here for Skiffen is to slowly but surely punish those aggressive pushes on the side of John. And slowly but surely, Skiffen, however, is very low. He's caught against the corner. John not able to take advantage. Out come these R1 spam, and it's not going to be enough. And John is going to take the win on that one. And that is all she wrote. John taking that set in a 2-0 sweep. Giffen not able to adapt quickly enough, and you know, it's unfortunate that it happens, ladies and gentlemen, but sometimes when you're not able to adapt in time, it can all go rather badly, rather quickly. And I have to give it to Skiffen all the way through those exchanges. He found a way to get the damage in, chipping it down slowly but surely, finding those opportunities. But that amount of risk that you took, it just, you know, you make one too many risks, you're going to be put away. It's just the nature of the beast here. And again, early on, we had a really pretty punish, and he was up, you know, he had John up against the wall. The spin slash got the roll catch, managed to put him in a little mini blender. But he wasn't able to get the burst or the positional advantage to be able to do the game that he wanted to do, and it showed at the end there. It's super unfortunate.
I mean, it is definitely
okay.
It is definitely brutal. The continuous damage output coming from the 2-stock setup, it is very strong in here, even if you don't not counting the poise damage, because what you don't have in poise damage, you can compensate for with the blood proc to interrupt people, and with the status pressure, making it very undesirable for them to trade with you.
And yeah, you see it there, you know, he tried to find his way. You know, John walking into these things is really bad, but the Look at 200 damage there on like half
Yeah.
of a hit, pretty much.
John just managed to get out of it so often. I believe it has to do with the low recovery on the 2-stock. It's difficult to punish, even with a weapon as fast as the Shamshir. And really, to me, it seems like in many of these instances, the range is the problem, because the only way that you can close in with that Shamshir is with running attacks, and John was just so good at rolling these throughout the fight.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, what a fight it was all the way through. However, we are going to go on a quick break again. We are trying to sort out some tech issues. We're going to try and make it, we're going to try and wait for these two as long as we can in this last round on this round 2, but we will go for a quick break in just a moment before we carry on with as much of round 3, and hopefully we will have everything set and sorted. But yep, Eisen, any thoughts on the bracket we've seen so far?
Let me think about it. We are like looking at it overall. We're seeing the favorites. We're seeing the veteran players emerge over the qualifier winners, which just comes to show that they are strong. They are veteran players. They have earned that spot in round 1. For a good reason. We saw Space Ranger playing very successfully. We saw Dark Soap also. Stilovsky, after a little bit of a hiccup first round, he managed to turn it around. He is really a man of comebacks. Miasma as well. So yeah, we're seeing a lot of the old school of the favorites emerge in these fights, and so this is really turning into a battle of the veterans in the quarterfinale, and I'm excited to see this very high level of play of tournament winners and experts versus tournament winners and experts.
Yeah, this should be an exciting one, ladies and gentlemen, as we will move on to the rest of round 3 and hopefully finish this last fight again. Because we are new to Seemless, we are working our way through the kinks, all of the issues. Better safe to sorry to wait, and hopefully we'll get to see that match after the break at some point. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for watching. We will see you in just a few minutes. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, you are very, very welcome back to the Duelist Event Network. I am, of course, your host, End of the Line, and joining me is the amazing, the illustrious Eisen Wave. How are you keeping, Eisen? I hope you've been enjoying this so far.
Oh yes, it has been very, very entertaining. Now, unfortunately, we do have to skip away from the Sry Vs Flooz match, as it's unfortunately looks Sry is having some unresolvable technical issues, and we will have to skip that match. For now, there's going to be one last chance, but it is not looking good. It's very, very sad that it's not possible.
I agree.
To make this work.
We're doing as best as we can behind the scenes to make sure that this problem can be resolved, but it's unfortunate. Either way, in round 3, we have some really exciting matches about to go down. We have, of course, Space Ranger versus Dark Soap.
Our next match.
Versus Miasma, Frosty and John Locks, and then, all going well, the winner of the Sry versus Flooz match versus Phantom Zarro. Again, we are holding off on that match for as long as is humanly possible. So for both players, it will be a little bit of a of a run for whoever wins that match, because they'll be fighting 2 back-to-back. You know what? Listen, it's the price you pay for being in a tourney, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes it's just the nature of the beast, but Space Ranger versus Dark should be a very exciting match moving forward, and I'm so hyped for how that one is going to pan out, Eisen. Do you have any expectations for this next round?
Well, I think these players, and this is very interesting, because Dark Soap and Space, I believe, are the participants who have practiced the most.
The most, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I've played so much with them myself, and I've kind of gotten a good idea of what setups they could possibly be using here. So Space is mostly sticking to his setup with the katana and the offstock that is a favorite of his. Potentially sometimes using Serpent Hunter. That is another one. Sometimes the one-handed Sry Hunter as well, but I don't think we're going to see this one. I think we're just going to stick to perhaps the katana mirror and Space staying on that katana offstock, and Dark Soap just taking it pure and just playing that one-handed katana with really nothing else to it.
It doesn't even really need all that much. The one-handed katana is an exceptional weapon even without the rule set. You know, it does solid enough poise damage. It has a good R1. It has a frame trap if you can manage it. There's so many tools at your disposal all the way through to do good solid damage. The one-handed katana is just it's proving itself to not only be good, to be probably one of the better setups, all things considered. And as for Space, I may have been having a little bit of a peek off stream at someone else who might be streaming, someone who is in this very bracket after this particular round. Of course, Steel. We may see the Serpent Hunter come out, and
we do see it. We do see it. Now, there is a very good reason to play Serpent Hunter here, which it's revealed itself in testing, and not everybody knows about this. I've announced it so more people would learn the message. Serpent Hunter does have hyper armor, and insane hyper armor at that. It gets it on frame 7, and there's a catch to it though, because it only gets it if you use Bulgold's Talisman and have less poise, so something like 35 poise. With Bulgold's Talisman does the trick. If you just have 49 poise, then you actually get -2 on hyper armor. It takes away from your poise.
Interesting. But, ladies and gentlemen, we do have Space Ranger on that setup, and Dark is, by the looks of things, going to remain on the katana. I think we're kind of correct in the analyst desk,
katana
right? Is everything okay?
To the end.
Well, we will get into position now in but a moment, ladies and gentlemen. We do have both players at the ready. Eisen, at your leisure.
And 3, 2, 1, LA.
And out goes the bolt, and we are going to see the flask from both players. Some glintstone scraps to come out. A fan dagger there, just to soften up Space Ranger a little bit. thrown out by Dark Soap. We see very aggressive spacing, goes for that running attack, rolling out now. Really nice rolls there against the crouch poke. Manages to get out, sets up for the unsheath, doesn't quite manage to land it, but is definitely setting up for some scary stuff is the side of Dark Soap. I would trust it. Dead angles it yet again. The unsheath has high damage, goes for the roll catch, manages to land it, gets the backswing with Space Ranger caught in the corner, manages to land that running R1. Out comes the unsheath. Space Ranger's going to have to be very, very careful on this one, as it seems that it's going to be Dark Soap, he has so much damage.
No, it's another
damage. One more and then the crouch R1 to finish it off, if I'm unmistaken. Oh my word, that was oof.
That was unusually one-sided.
And for someone as formidable as Space to watch him crumble, that is absolutely exceptional. That's why I can't quite fathom what's going on there.
I think it is a combination of Space repeatedly taking wrong gambles. There was one time when he did it CR1, but then he turned around because he thought it would whiff, but then it didn't whiff, and he really got himself into a bad spot. And Space keeps saying that Dark Soap is the player with the best reaction times that he has ever played against. And so he is the right person to roll those Serpent Hunter pokes on reaction for sure.
I mean, from what we just witnessed there, that was absolutely exceptional. And we will do our best to make sure that the overlays are all sorted for this next set, ladies and gentlemen. But looking at this round, oh my word. Like, Space Ranger is no slouch. An exceptional player. I've had the pleasure of going up against his dual katanas on leaderboard, and I have to say it's terrifying. Number one, the damage output, and number two, the skill by which he uses it. And to be hit by these unsheaths, thinking he can space it, and then just like the running R1 is kind of...
Yeah, running R1 is very, very, very fast. It can be risky in regular play outside of the tournaments because, well, it doesn't stagger people most of the time, but here, excellent choice. Fast, high range, devastating.
And as we've seen just there, but ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to go with round 2 of this best of 3 between Dark Soap in the far left versus Space Ranger in the near right. On a 3 and a 2 and a 1. Allez. And out it goes. The bolt is out. We are going to see the physics here from both players. We're going to see very aggression right off the bat here on side of Space. I think this round, Space needs to concentrate on those rolls more than anything else. He tried going for that pressure game. It bit him, and we see it here now. He's going to very carefully try and find those moments to get in. We see the goblin stepping coming in, or the wave dashing, depending on how you fancy it. As we are going to see the unsheath comes out, managed to hit him for 57 damage.
It is very difficult to pressure against Unsheath. It does so much damage, you have to watch out. And even if you have hyper armor, it is not going to be winning the trade.
Yeah, and that's going to be the thing as well. It's like it does so much damage right off the bat. We see these unsheath feints. Goes for the jumping attack. Goes for an unsheath. However, Space is going to, weirdly enough, space it. As we do see another unsheath come out, he's going to have to... Dark is going to have to be really careful with these unsheaths. As he managed to land a running R1, 330 damage, sets up for an unsheath, reconsiders it, is staying in this neutral, jumps over trying to reset, however... Space is afraid now at this stage. He's not the confident player he was in round 1, and I can't say I particularly blame him. He's forced from one side of the arena to the other, as he is going to be... Manages to get that counter pressure over 430 damage, tear break. Goes to the jumping, tries to set up for a vortex, however he's going to take 430 damage for his troubles once again. However, Dark Soap's not out of the woods yet. He is going to be hit once more. Beautiful spacing on Dark Soap, and Dark Soap takes this best of 3 away in a 2-0 dominating sweep. My God, Eisen.
It was beautiful. It was crazy. It was absolutely beautiful katana play. Personally, he may make it look easy, but winning against Space with just an Uchi katana like this is an unbelievable feat. And we saw some beautiful exchanges of neutral jumping over each other, getting those reads, and it was it was just beautiful katana play.
No, I was absolutely stunning would be the way that I'd put it. And, you know, when two players who really know what they're doing are, you know, acting in their element, as we've seen in that, like, very lightning fast set, that was terrifying ultimately. But when they both know what they're doing and you're engaging in those mind games, it's, very, very nasty. Very, very nasty. And, you know, hopefully moving forward as we move through these rounds, we'll see more rounds where both players are really able to have that exquisite back and forth that I really love in these games. Really, really love. As we're going to see next, as we have Stolovsky versus Miasma, which is going to be another interesting set, ladies and gentlemen. But, oh man, just looking at this play, like Dark does such a good job all the way through. He gets clipped, holds it together, not punished for that Walmart step, the kind of the pivot animation on that one, which I think Space is going to be wary about, but Space all the way through this exchange has to be careful, because if he messes up, like we see it there, there's 330 damage, goes for a trade. He is able to win the trade, however, that jumping attack right over the 430 damage once again, and the unsheath going under him, it's just crazy stuff, really, really solid stuff. And again, these jumping attacks managing to go over. He whiffed an awful lot of those unsheaths, but Space was always too afraid to actually punish him. That first round taught Space a lesson. The dead angle there again, all the bits and pieces are put together in a really, really interesting way, and we see the trade there to finish, and it's just trading against a katana unsheathed on anything but some of the best setups is a recipe for disaster, as we've seen there. But when someone's playing like that and someone's playing very careful, there's really solid spacing, how do you deal with it, Eisen, in your own personal experience?
Well, if you are on the on let's say a disadvantage in terms of your ability to space, then maybe you just have to go for a longer weapon that makes it easy. And the Serpent Hunter versus Uchigatana, they're very up in their faces. It is easy for either opponents to roll catch the other and to just smack each other in the face. We saw Unsheath R1 being neutral jumped. We saw the Serpent Hunter pokes being neutral jumped. So it was a very close up in the face kind of match. And maybe it would be beneficial to just have more distance, to have a longer weapon there. And Serpent Hunter, it is an interesting weapon in this tournament because it does have that hyper armor. It can allow you to get through things, but the one thing you don't want to trade with anyways, if you have hyper armor or not, is Unsheath. And so I think it was just an excellent setup choice. And Darksoap really playing that Unsheath excellently, using that Ash to its full potential. People maybe don't give it enough credit because people, you know, obviously they know Moonveil, right? Transient Moonlight, insanely strong Ash. But Unsheath, despite being so strong, I feel like it almost flies under the radar sometimes.
Well, it's going to be interesting moving forward as we do have our contestants in. And while we get everything set up, like from this next match, Eisen, what are you expecting to see from these players? Are you going to expect Steel to be on the same katana, the cat bird, if you will? Are you expecting that? Or are you expecting something different? Or
well, we're going to see what actually is being played in just a second. And it seems like the Steel has swapped to heavy thrusting sword. And no, he was using that before.
He was already on it, yeah.
Yeah, no, it wasn't the Shamshir. Exactly the same. Okay, so keeping it classic.
Keeping it classic.
And power stanced curved swords for the first time.
What?
Interesting choice. Very interesting.
That's interesting in the sense that even without the talisman that improves your jump attack, like let's not even beat around the bush. Dual curve swords do so much damage, but the problem is that, you know, they owe pixels with how little range they have. It's unfortunate, but we'll see how it matches up in this set. This is going to be
high damage, low range, but maybe Miasma can make it work. And let's begin in 3, 2, 1, LA.
And out goes the bolt. We are going to see Steel aggressively drinking his flask. We've seen a kind of a temptation to get aggressively reconsidered, but now we are going to see the Frostpot come out. Out comes that running R2. We are going to see the Katana in the corner. That is going to be a messy one. However, the Storm Assault, again, I think Fan of Aviation just really likes going skyward.
He loves it.
Really interesting. as we are seeing these beast roars here coming out in neutral. Again, the onus is going to be on Miasma to try and get in and do this damage because of his shorter range. And out comes that Storm Assault, and again, 996 damage there right off the bat. Like, that is so messy. But we look at Steel. Steel has to be careful. If he's not careful, he's going to get clipped for a considerable amount of damage. And we just seen that there with the tier proc, 770 damage all the way through that. That is a really, really messy one as we see the Katana come out. Running R2 comes out and connects, not able to get any bit of distance on that one. Not quite able to roll it is the side of Miasma. And Miasma's... If I'm in Miasma's position, I'm going, why did I choose curves? Because they are incredibly difficult to actually land. Very much of anything as we see Steel managing to get out of that corner. The bestial roars coming out here. It's rough. This is going to be a rough one.
Well,
it's clip for 106 damage
those
running
lingering
into
frames
the Storm
lasting
Assault.
forever.
Oh, and they were unfortunately not able to get the bestial roar to finish off Miasma. However, the point blank shout is going to blow Miasma's eardrum as he is going to be sent away, and it's rather unfortunate, ladies and gentlemen. There we have it. Stilovsky taking this first round in a fairly dominating sweep, I would say.
Quite
very
frankly,
impressive.
I mean, I don't want to sound smug or something, but honestly, the second that I saw the power stance curved swords, I saw the outcome here. I have seen them in the testing for the rule sets, and the problem is that you have no range, and you can be interrupted too easily on 49 poise. I think they would be better in a different rule set where you can poise through people with, let's say, running L1 and get that massive damage in.
Yeah, and something like Raptors as well can come in very handy, but you need to mix it up. If you don't mix that setup up with something else to try and get that damage, you're in an awful lot of trouble. True, the running R2s and the running L1s, sorry, have a considerable amount of range to them, but yeah, when you're stuck in a corner with Stilovsky, it's not going to end well with that Storm Assault coming out and barely manages to get it. It's just such a shame that the dual curve swords are quite neglected. Quite a shame as we see the dagger come out there. Nothing really to count for it. Out comes that another beast roar. It's just... it's tragic, really, but we'll see. Maybe he's able to make these dual curve swords work. I've seen people do work with them in tournaments.
Possibly. I mean, there were some situations where Miasma did get a solid amount of damage, and yeah, this is the one. This is where I thought, hey, maybe he can make it work, but the hyper armor... Yeah, the hyper armor on the Storm Assault, just going through it and even winning the trade. I'm not sure, can you Storm Assault on reaction to the running L1? Is that possible? Could that be the play that Stilovsky has made there?
We will soon find out, as it looks as though we're going to have to stop thinking about the past.
Absolutely.
And look only to the future, Eisen, as we have both our contestants in. Ladies and gentlemen, Stilovsky on the right, Miasma and Miasmatic Mist in the far left. On a 3 and a 2 and a 1. Allez. Out goes the bolt here. And we do see the punish is coming in this time. Miasma's not playing around. We do see him staying on the dual curve swords as we are seeing both players here fighting. And the neutral pokes are going to come out. Again, neither of them necessarily wants to commit. Although, when Steel's case manages to scream him out of the air, out the audacity of Steel as he goes for the Storm Assault. It's... Oh, goes for the trade. Miasma is going to have to be so careful on this one, Eisen.
Absolutely, he is now at such a huge health disadvantage. It will be difficult to turn this around, especially with such short weapons. The shorter the weapon, the more difficult it is to not trade, and especially against Storm Assault, which keeps coming out and keeps coming out. It could, honestly, one Storm Assault might be ending Miasma at this point.
I do think, though, what damage, you said it there during, while we were talking before this round, it's like, it's so... The damage he did get was good, he just didn't get enough, and it's down to that range. And again, we'll soon find out if he's able to find a way. Again, those trades are being set up, the 363 damage there in the approach. Like, Steel is content to just sit there and wait, just scream him out in this screaming match as both players are going to go in. We finally see the 1000 damage from one combo. However, Miasma's solo. He's basically one-shot. Miasma has to be super careful here. He can't trade with anything. Goes for a sword dance. I don't think that was the intended play there.
Maybe a misclick.
Maybe a bit of a misplay on that one, but we are going to see the running R1 come out to try and get the mix up. However, it's not going to matter, and Stilovsky manages to take both rounds in a fairly clean sweep across the board. Stilovsky taking the win. And very, very well played to him. Again, like, my heart goes out to Miasma. He just could not find a way to get in, and Steel had the options there to shut him down at any given moment. Like, wasn't there in one exchange there, keep in mind, Eisen, there was how much damage done? 1,000 damage.
It was something like 1,070, right? So it could have been turned around right there. But it's just so tricky. What Steel recognized correctly here is you have the Beast Sword. That is a guaranteed interrupt. It does 60 points damage. So you can just keep screaming continuously. And at worst, it is going to trade with Miasma if you just keep shouting and keep shouting. And he did that towards the end. It was a working strategy. And yeah.
But yeah, it just doesn't. I mean, we kind of seen him adapt slowly but surely all the way through this bracket. But oh man, that's pretty rough. That's pretty rough. And yeah, it's. I'm trying to think how would I have looked at that in my head. Honestly, wait for those neutral pokes and try and punish Steel as he aggresses, and then you can just go down, really is the idea. Because he has to be careful about when he aggresses. He has to choose his moments very carefully. Because if he goes in for a trade, true, it's a poise break, but I think you can L1 out of stun almost immediately, right?
Yeah, well, quite frankly, I don't think that this match was down to Miasma just being so much worse of a fundamentals player, let's say, than Stilovsky. I think it really... This is the match that's boiled down more to setup than anything we have seen before, so far.
Yeah, but you see that there in their footage there, the L1 from neutral, trying to set up for that trade, because he knows he can win them. Like, keep in mind that 1,000 damage... And he had the right idea even there with the jump. It's just, it was too little too late almost. And the Storm Assault comes in.
Yeah, Storm Assault is merciful in the sense that it can be out-tracked. If it lands the startup, it doesn't necessarily guarantee you the follow-up. So it's a little bit inconsistent in that regard.
Interesting. Well, we'll just have to remain to see as... We are going to move on to our next round, which is, of course, going to be Frosty versus John Leux. And this is going to be an interesting one. You know, Frosty, again, an incredible player. John, the rushdown that John displayed in his Skiffen match was absolutely exceptional. Second to none just before we went on our little break. Absolutely, like, rush down, do as much damage as you can, force the other person in a position where if they make the wrong choice, they're in for a world of hurt, and just keep up that status pressure. Really, really impressive stuff. Really, really impressive stuff. It's unfortunate. Oof. As we look now to our next set. But in this matchup, I am going to make the wild guess we're going to see, Eisen, that Twin Stock versus the heavy thrusting. Does Big Sword or More Sword win that matchup? What do you reckon?
The Big Stock heavy thrusting sword versus what?
Versus a dual thrusting.
I'm really not sure, because the heavy thrusting sword, it does have that range. It can potentially keep the double thrusting sword at bay. But then again, it is anyone's game. I think the main advantage that HTS has here is that it is very good at jumping, and the two-stock has nothing that is really vertical, right? There's nothing that extends into the air. So that might be problematic for John if he keeps playing two-stock and doesn't watch out for potential neutral jumps.
Yeah, and those jumps, those dead jumps as well, put him in an awful lot of pressure. The problem is he has to read them. If he can read those empty jumps and then immediately come in for pressure afterwards, like, Frosty has to get out of there. And with the rushdown that John has displayed in that last round, and the rushdown that I've had the we'll call it pleasure of experiencing from fighting John myself. It's pretty rough. It's pretty scary. It's scary damage, as we are going to work on getting both of our contestants back in here. It's an I don't know. It's going to be a curious one again. If he can set up for those jumps, he's going to be in a really good spot. Really good spot. But in that matchup yourself, you know, what is that double thrusting player looking for all the way through that? What is he what moment of opportunity is he really going to be hoping to arrive to?
I think you have to... Well, with punishing heavy thrusting sword is rather tricky when it keeps doing jump attacks. The opportunities that you do have are running attacks, and potentially if you out-track those running attacks. Also, heavy thrusting sword, it is strongest on the jump R2, on the heavy jump attack, and that, if you mess it up, offers your opponent a huge window of opportunity for the start of a pretty brutal vortex with blood procs in the middle of it. So there is some potential counterplay, but the range disadvantage that you maybe have and the poise damage disadvantage, it makes this a bit tricky to play. I think you will have to rely on tracking in this one and just play very carefully and patiently to make it work.
Well, yeah, it should be pretty exciting as well, keep in mind, because, you know, again, big sword versus more sword. It's always a question as old as time. And we were going to find the answer to it here today, ladies and gentlemen, in this. Perhaps the last of the best of threes. All going well, we'll have one more after this. Ladies and gentlemen, John in the far corner, Frosty in the near, on a 3, on a 2, and a 1. Allez. As out comes the explosion, and we are going to see Frosty going for his signature pot shenanigans, as he is going to go for the aromatic as well. John is going to take his time. He's going to eat his little bit of prawn. He's going to chill out, as we are going to see the glintstone scraps do their work. And again, even if it does a little bit of poise damage more than actual damage, it's going to be very useful. Is that a poison proc already?
Yes, it was quite fast.
That's absolutely bonkers. Oh my god. Oh, the empty jump comes out there. Nothing for it. Again, this is what I'm saying. He's waiting for those empty jumps to try and come in and punish. Almost a misplay here, but it seems that Frosty just missed the input. It could be just that he fat-fingered it, unfortunately. But we do see it here. John is just waiting for those opportunities to come in. Out it comes. Out comes the poison mist. Goes.
Yeah, those are so fast. On a poison heavy thrusting sword with poisonous mist in addition, you can proc that in no time whatsoever.
Did Frosty just go for a parry? Oh, he glanced for 1228 damage all the way through this round with the poison alone and that proc. This is looking to be a very nasty... We talked about the roll discipline of Frosty in prior tournaments, but it's definitely showing itself.
It is absolutely showing here.
Like, he's managing to find his way out of it really easily, as we are going to see it here, and that is all she wrote on that round 1 of this round 2 set. Frosty. Oh my word. That is exceptional. Absolutely exceptional play here on the side of Frosty.
Yeah, the difference in roll discipline of Frosty compared to Skiffen is outstanding. We are seeing a really high level of play here and just not getting baited into...
Yes, exactly.
Into those two-stock blenders. It is exactly as you have said it.
And it's you know, we keep saying it, but like, Skiffen's no slouch in his rolls. Just to be clear, like, that statement alone means an awful lot, because Frosty is just so cool and calculated all the way through in how he chooses to roll. You have to play it safe. If you don't play it safe, here, we can just look at the replay. Like, there's just this...
It was indeed a parry attempt. It would have been legendary if it worked.
He did it. The mad lad.
It wasn't even golden parry. It was just a regular one.
That's crazy. What an actual mad lad. Goes for the like... So much damage right off the bat there, and just goes for these jumps here. He knows that John is waiting for those empty jumps so he can try and punish him. Now Frosty has just baited him.
But yeah,
And
it's
John,
really those jumps that are so problematic against a mostly on-the-ground moveset.
yes, and it doesn't really have on the latency that both of these chaps are going to have. Oh, those jumps are a little bit more reliable than I would at that, but you know, it's pretty crazy, and Frosty played that one very, very well. You know, goes for the bleed, and again, it's status versus status, and he manages to land it once again on that one. Like, it's just, it's crazy. It's honest to goodness crazy, as we are just waiting to get both of our contestants in. It's I would have said that the heavy thrusting swords has that. It definitely, under most circumstances, has that matchup in.
It seems winning to me.
True. The only reason, the only kind of like unforeseen element is the rushdown potential of those twin swords. Like, I've lost to twin swords in matchups that beat it, just because it's like, whoa, you are in my face right off the bat. How on earth can I get you off me real quick if I don't have Storm Stomp? Can be very, very difficult as well. That can be quite a challenge, but it remains to be seen how both of our contestants are going to adapt in this next one, as we do seem to have the twin stock from John once again. But it's time, Eisen, for round 2, Frosty versus John.
Oh yes, it is time.
On a 3 and a 2 and a 1, ladies and gentlemen. Allez. As out it goes. We are going to see the pots go out here on the side of Frosty. Goes for the aromatic. Is going to take a little bit of damage for his trouble. Again, not much. Raptors has come out on the S stock. Interesting. Whew, that is crazy. And out comes the jump once again. Goes for that poison. He's going to get a poison proc very quickly. Out comes the frostbot here. Definitely rolled by Frosty. You know, he's living up to his namesake. Ice cold. Ice cold rolls here on the side of him. Out he comes, goes to the run, goes to the jumping attack. Is he setting up for a parry again? He would never.
The Madlet. Oh no, guard's broken.
He's broken.
He did set up for it, but it's worked out in the worst way possible.
Frosty's been run around the garden here, ladies and gentlemen. Goes for the jumping attack, 400 damage, manages to get it. That is going to give Frosty an opportunity to reset, get himself collected. And yeah, it's kind of crazy, as he's just been chased around the place. Goes for the empty jump again. John is playing this super safely. Oh, he manages to hit him with the poison. Goes for the jump attack. Frosty rolls that there. I think he may have been clipped with a little bit of damage from my perspective. I'm not sure. Maybe we've seen a tier proc there. Manages to roll once again, but John is already poison procced again.
Yeah, it is lightning fast with the poisonous mist on it.
Oh, and he goes for the jump attack. Isn't quite able to land it. Like, is John playing this right? Oh man, Frosty's going to be clipped. He has to be super careful on this one. Clipped again. He has to be in blue feather range for this one. This is going to be a nasty match, as he's going to go for that empty jump. Manages to hit him. Forces the roll. Goes for an empty jump again. Forcing the roll out. John going for this rushdown technique here, and Frosty is put away, ladies and gentlemen. Forcing a 1-1. Whew. What is it like? That is absolutely exceptional play. That's what he should have done the first round.
That has really gone on forever. I believe, really, if Frosty didn't attempt the parry for style points, then maybe it would have ended differently. I'm not sure.
Like, we've seen there the power of the rushdown, but it's just he was waiting for those opportunities, playing it safe, holding back, and then as soon as he gets that opportunity, straight in he goes, no messing. And you've seen it there, he did really, really fantastically, but Frosty again, we can't stress enough, we see the guard break here. Like, I don't know what he was thinking. As cool as it was, it just was not the play at this instant. It just was not the play. And now I'll give it to him. He tried.
He tried.
Very much tried. But it just was not sufficient, as we see the jump attack. The free aim jump attack didn't land. I'm sure he's kicking himself for that one. But
Yeah, it's also interesting. We're seeing completely different damage numbers here on the 2-stock. I mean, 1L1 connecting for something like 242 in total, and it just comes to show how reliant on the status is. I believe Frosty must have put on the Stalwart Talisman to reduce his status build-up here a little bit, to build up more robustness against it. There is no other way. And without those bleed procs, it's really not looking like that high damage of a setup, so that may be a real issue here.
Well, what remain to be seen again, it's going to be that pressure that's going to make the difference. But Eisen count us in this match point between Frosty and John the Ux.
And we are beginning in 3, 2, 1, LA.
Out comes the bolt here. We are going to see both of our opponents going for their little neutral pokes to start off. Just keep a little bit of pressure. Frosty hit with a little bit. John seems to be getting the better of it here as he's going to go in and pressure. It's going to be a hard one. It's going to be so hard as we're looking at what seems to be a very slow match, as both of them want this match to last as long as possible. Frosty's a very formidable fundamentals player, and John, from what I've seen, his fundamentals are solid, but he has to wait for those opportunities to come in and do the damage. And there we see these empty jumps coming out. Not much to call for it, as, you know, this really solid extended neutral game. Neither one necessarily wanting to commit Eisen as
Are
they
we
move forward.
seeing a disconnect right there? This is not looking good to me.
No, we have everything is fine here on our end. That is unfortunate. It seems to be only your side, unfortunately, Eisen, but
Tragic.
that is kind of interesting, as yeah, you can see there's a little bit of damage going through here. It is unfortunate that sometimes these these tournaments, especially a clutch match like this, could be cut off. I'll do my best to fill you in, ladies and gentlemen. We are looking at what seems to be a poison proc here on John. He is keeping the pressure up. Frosty's forcing the roll. Frosty is continuing to roll here. He's really trying to find his way in. John's resetting to neutral, going for that poison. No, both of them are playing such a passive game. If Frosty, yeah, exactly. This is unfortunate that you can't quite catch it because this is an exceptional match, and now he's finally disconnected.
No, it's there's okay.
There's the disconnect at long last. It seems that there was just some
No, I'm confused. Fill me in on the health numbers there. Was there a substantial disadvantage on
I
John's
would
side?
say, given the nature of the match, that is, by my accounts, on my accounts, I'd say that's a reset for me. I think that both players deserve to have their match be played live.
I believe
that
so
would be
too.
my way.
I believe so too.
We're consulting our other judges. Yeah, we reset. Maybe reset world is probably the best way to do it, gentlemen. But yeah, that was crazy. And again, what you missed, chat, in that exchange was a very neutral, heavy match. All the way through, both players were playing very carefully, waiting for their opportunities, trying to go in to do as much damage as they could, and then resetting. John played very well. He found his opportunities to come in. He was using that space that Frosty was giving him because of how careful Frosty was playing. And very much, very, very much, it's super unfortunate, and it'll remain to be seen in this next match. I expect we'll see a slog Eisen in this next one. This is going to be very long. Both players are going to play very, very carefully, and it's going to be an interesting one. It's going to be a very, very much an interesting one, as we are getting both of our players back in, and hopefully, all going well, we will have no such issues moving forward.
Yes, we just have to set up a couple of things in the background to make this possible. We're going to continue
with this
in a brief moment.
Yeah, don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. Again, to get all the setup, it does take just a moment, but it seems as though, you know, for as experimental as an awful lot of the things are that we're doing, I'm really happy with how everything is going so far. And I mean, it speaks to both your work. I know Amelia, Soviet Spaceship, and a few others were working very hard to make sure that these tournaments can be the highest quality as they can be on this new platform as we experiment moving forward. But it's looking in very shortly we will have our players, as we are getting some updates regarding... it. It looks as though it may be possible for the Sry Vs Flooz Utter match. Tentatively, there's a possibility of that after this.
Actually,
yes, actually, it is possible. I'm so glad we delayed, because I'm so happy both these players will get to fight. Ladies and gentlemen, we have both our players in. Frosty 1, John Locks 1. Match point between the two of them. Eisen, count us in.
And a 3, 2, 1 alley.
Out comes the bomb there. We are going to see the Rancor Pod come out here. I believe that is what it is called, coming out here. Frosty is going to take a little bit of chip damage here early on.
It is frozen from my perspective once again. This is not looking too good.
That's not looking good at all, unfortunately, as we are going to see both of our players here trying to find a way in. I think reset. Do we reset the world? I'm not.
Well,
no, it was you who left, which is interesting. The match is still currently ongoing, and we do have both of our players here. John is very, very low all the way through this. Frosty is being incredibly dominant. The poison buildup has come up. He is going to launch. The tears have been procced. 700 damage. Still ticking down with the poison. Frosty is, of course, doing exceptional work here with what seems to be a huge life advantage. That could change very quickly, which it very well might. However, it is going to be Frosty, ladies and gentlemen, who is going to take that round. Should he accept it? As unfortunately, that match we are unable to see.
We were unable to see. It's very unfortunate technical difficulties. I will have to restart just as well to make sure that this is not going to happen another time.
We can move as we have a quiet stretch here, as we'll get everyone back together on this one. We may convene on that last match. We may go for a very quick break just as we sort everything out, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, you are very welcome back to the Duelist Event Network. Some fantastic news has just come in. The Sry and Flooz match is about to go ahead. We held off as long as we could, and thankfully the mad scientists behind the scenes did in fact find the root of the problem, and thankfully they are finally going to go ahead in just a moment, ladies and gents. And again, fair play to all the people we had working in the background. Without them, this match would not have happened. And we will find out if Zarro will be sorry to find out if Flooz will never lose. That is the real test here. Again, everyone has their favorites, but it will remain to be seen who will make it through. And of course, once we get through that, the poor unfortunate who wins, whatever about the loser, is going to have to move straight on to fight Phantom Zarro, no matter what way it's going to pan out. Eisen, how have you been feeling all the way through this tournament? You know, we've tested a lot of things. We've put your rule set through the ringer. Like, how are you feeling about it? How is it all coming together? Mm-hmm. 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 It seems one of us is muted by the looks of things, so we may have to sort that out real quick, Mr. Eisenwave. I'm not
Oh
sure
yes, I believe there was a slight issue there, but yeah, I believe heavy thrusting sword in this rule set, that is the one surprising thing to me. That it has fared well as just such a strong weapon. Even taking away the spear talisman, the claw talisman, all of these goodies, it is still very strong. And I think we're going to see a strong HTS play versus Floozator's katana and slicer setup that we're going to see in just a brief moment here.
Yeah, and I'm going to be super excited to see how this one is going to go, because oh my word, like it's been super exciting, and when I am able to see what is going on, we'll be able to crack on with this one, as it does seem that, you know, I'd imagine we're going to see the exact same setups across the board. That's what I'm going to imagine we're going to see. I can't imagine either of these, you know, Flooz is going to change all that much. I don't think any of the I was going to say the characters in the main bracket, but they're all characters from what I know of all of them, are going to really change much. But it's going to be an interesting one to see how this next match is going to happen, as we do see, of course, sorry, on the heavy thrusting, and Flooz on the katana made shenanigans. Eisen, at your leisure.
We are starting in 3, 2, 1, LA.
Out it goes. The bomb is out. Both of them rushing to go right off the bat. Sorry, taking center. After all this time, he's refreshed. Flooz has been waiting on the sidelines to find her fate. And it's going to be an interesting one to see how this next one's going to go. We see what seems to be the case here is that Flooz is going to continue to pressure here. We see this reset to neutral and what seems to be a swap to a great lance. Flooz kind of taken aback by it, forced back, goes for the rolling. The roll catch, not quite able to make it. Flooz definitely rolls another running here on the side of the lance. Gets clipped though for 625.
What a backstab!
Want to see the backstab? What? This is a fascinating display of what's going on. I'm very confused. You mentioned as well 1,000 damage here on 2 slicer hits. Flooz forced back, not quite able to find her way, but it goes to the spin slash, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough. She's going to be immediately broken, forced into a corner, tries to go for a jump. It's not going to be good enough. Flooz tries to go for a running slicer to try and get him in the corner. However, Flooz was not able to make it through and ends up down 1 in a best of 3. A rough position to be in right off the bat, but keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, all the way through this tournament has been full love surprises. That should be pretty interesting moving forward here. You know,
That backstab was truly
oh.
magical. Dark Souls 1 is back on the menu, boys.
What a stab, though. Like, when you think of that, like, I'd be curious as to what the latency is. Because
they're both an NA players. It can't be that high, can it?
I can, well, it is NA and they are laggards even to each other, my dear friend. However, in that case, the latency didn't seem to be that much. Flooz not able to get out, getting caught in the corner repeatedly. Would have been much smarter to try and get out towards center and not have... Sorry, keep that pressure up across the board, but it will remain to be seen. One thing I will say from having an extensive duel with Flooz is that she is very adaptable. And that adaptability in these kinds of formats is going to be really tested. So we'll see if she's able to find that adaptation and really find her way through. That's going to be what I'm going to be interested in. What's she going to change moving forward? As for Sry just needs to do what he's doing. He had a very dominant first round there. True, he took 1,000 damage. But, you know, it's very unclear as to how it's all going to pan out. And we are going to see what seems to be some tomfoolery going on in the corner. They're trying to recreate some stuff. I'm curious as to what's going on over there. What shenanigans is, in fact, afoot? Oh, there we go. We have both of our players incoming. And there we go. Both of them are in their respective corners, ladies and gentlemen. Eisen, give us the count in. As we do see the Great Ruin being activated.
Don't forget the Rune Arc.
Yeah, don't forget it. Don't sleep on it. Well, anyway, Eisen, give us the count in at your leisure.
We are beginning in 3, 2, 1, allay.
And out it comes. The explosion is out. We are going to see Sry very aggressively moving forward right off the bat. Flooz trying to set up some shenanigans. Goes for the unsheath, unable to land it. That might actually be a very good answer to that problem. Goes for a running attack, 200 damage, 663 in total. Managing to land another 216 damage there from neutral. Useful, however, now we are going to see the glintstone, the phalanx, come out. And that's going to be very useful for Flooz to try and get this counter pressure back as another 218 damage, 442 altogether. Goes for a running attack, goes for slicer. Sorry, is very low. Again, I said that adaptability in these lightning rounds is incredibly important. We do see that R1 whiffing, not going to be punished here. Sry is very much on the back foot. He's waited a long time for this. However, he's going to have to be super careful moving forward, because if he messes up one more time, one stray hit could be all it takes to knock him out, as he is going to jump into the phalanx, taking that aggression. Heavy thrusting sword is back out. Flooz in the corner, going for the hit. Can afford to take trades here is the side of Flooz, and trading with Slicer is never a particularly good thing. Using them phalanxes to try and gain pressure, forcing Sry back into the corner. As Sry tries to take center, goes for the unsheath, very low, what seems to be on blue. I'm not sure if she was even able to do it. Out comes another phalanx here from afar. Goes to the jumping attack, sets up, goes for a punish on that jump, but the empty jump was not enough. As Flooz is forced back, 200 damage here again. Goes for the unsheath. She's going to have to be careful, rolls it. Just about able to get out. Sry is so low and he's going to be put away, giving Flooz a very dominant second round here. I don't know how LBU does it, Eisen. What a round.
I have to say, quite frankly, it was a miracle that Sry made the lance work during the first match. It was definitely a surprising choice, because it is kind of low damage and the extra poise damage isn't really needed here. But nevertheless, there was a lot of comeback potential towards the end there with the heavy thrusting sword. It always has comeback potential. I believe it could have looked a bit different if Sry decided to play that HTS from the start. You can just get punished by Slicer repeatedly with that lance, with long recoveries. You really have to watch out. You get a setup that has very, very strong jumps and that can defend itself against the Slicer and ideally get away from it. Not remain in recovery.
It's important to remember as well, Eisen, that it's not just the setups that can change and are flexible. You have to look at it as well, the mental game she played. she was very careful, looked for those punishes, and I believe there was a swap. Off of the spin slash on the katana in favor of what I can only say is the unsheathed, which was the play. I think that was a much better play. Sorry,
against heavy thrusting sword, definitely, yes.
Yeah, and even against the lance, it's going to be incredibly useful because she's going to win those trades. At 581 damage on that trade, I think through tears, almost killed him had she just a little bit more chip damage. But you know, we're just going to have to wait and see what happens here in these further rounds as both players are in. I believe both of them are going to be using at least superficially the same setups. But I think he might have been right. He might be listening in, Eisen. He's changed back to the heavy thrusting sword right off the bat. And anyhow, ladies and gentlemen, on a 3, on a 2, and a 1, allez. Out comes the explosion. We are going to see the physic here on the side of Sry. We are also going to see the blue liver, which is of course going to boost his magic absorption. He really wants center. He wants to push Flooz into the corner and dominate the match through there. Running R1 comes out, nothing of value to gain from it, unfortunately. Holding onto those unsheathes, waiting to go. Flooz is going to be very careful here right off the bat. Tries to go for a trade with an unsheathed there, I believe. However, not able to do it. Forcing a roll here on the side of Sry after the unsheathed. Going for these jumping. The jumping glintstone shard. And unfortunately, getting these moments to get this blue goo. What Sry needs to do here, he needs to be very, very aggressive. Very aggressive. Goes for that trade. Free damage here. Spinning weapon comes out. She's been watching the previous rounds. Knows what to expect. It's a normal thrusting sword. It's not a heavy thrusting sword at all. She's pressured very heavily, forced into a corner, not able to reaction roll. She's going to have to be very, very careful here. Back against, was up against the wall there. She's at a significant life disadvantage. And again, that rush down. Oh my god, the 1000 damage on it into Slicer. Not quite able to do it. Flooz is still incredibly low. Has to be careful. Hit for 330 damage. She is on death's door. She has to be able to find a way out of this. Get this counter pressure out, and not enough. Too little. Too late. The adage, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry to say, was not true. Flooz did in fact lose. And Sry takes the round in a very, very dominant round, that one.
That was a very dominant display of the use of a one-handed thrusting sword. I believe it's really had the psychological impact there of just being really fast, essentially being unreactable, and just the insane pressure that Sry was able to build up with that. Also proccing the frost, covering for the fact that it doesn't break poison every hit, not trading against Slicer, but just keeping up the aggression, managing to execute roll catches really, really cleanly over and over again, just stacking the damage, stacking the frost. That was very good pressure, and I feel like Flooz didn't find a good answer to the two-handed thrusting sword in that moment.
Well, we noticed from both, from the 2 rounds in which, when he took aggro, he was very aggressive. He'd wait for that opportunity and then just go to town. That was the entire game. Unfortunately, I wouldn't go so far as to say that the S-Stock is unreactable, but what it does have, a property that's incredibly useful, is the fact that it can roll punish on reaction. And it's incredibly stressful when you are in that close again, when someone lands a move like that, goes for the attack, goes for another one, keeps that pressure, goes for an R2, hitting again for 2 hits.
Yeah, I believe all of these are crouch R1s. They can be poised, and they have something like 11 frame startup, so I would call that unreactable, essentially.
Borderline, yeah, would definitely fall into that category of very close, and for most reaction times, that's very, very difficult. But we see it there. You know, she tried to find this pressure. The spinning weapon was a fantastic move on her part, but she was already so low all the way through that exchange that, like, it was almost too little too late. You see that little clip there? She tries to keep pressure, not able to do it. Would have been good to just spam the spinning weapon again, but you know, when
maybe that's would have been the play, because it could do devastating damage. It could get another 1000 in. Maybe that would have been the high risk move needed in that moment.
And you know, the Hail Mary at the end, going for another spinning weapon, hoping that he like panic rolls it or something. It's an option when you're that low against a weapon that's that hard to react to. You almost have to guarantee that you're going to get damaged. the disadvantage state is just very, very messy. But what a match all the same. Like, and fair, and I'm super glad we got to actually watch it. And, you know, we will now see, of course, Sry versus... I know I'm excited for this next match. I know I'm very excited for this next match. It is, of course, going to be Sry versus Phantom Zarro. This is going to be exciting, I think, because, again, Sry's been waiting a while. Will we see that thrusting sword yet again on the side of Sry, or do you think he's going to move on to something else? Again, he'll have no break.
Yeah, he has no break, and he had virtually no time to practice for the tournament. But I think that he has solid heavy thrusting sword play. That is something that people are used to from Bladder. I think most have played heavy thrusting sword at this point in some form. So it is a familiar safe haven in this tournament, I believe, where we see more exotic setups from participants like Dark Soap just using one-handed Uchi Katana and nothing else to it. We see Space Ranger running Katana off stock. We see a lot more exotic setups, but there's always the safe haven of heavy thrusting sword. It makes sense that it would work here, and a lot of people seem to really like heavy thrusting sword despite all of the restrictions.
I think that the restrictions, they add some degree of flavor to it, but we will soon find out how this one. It does seem, based on some insider information, it does seem that the thrusting sword is out once again. Can't quite make out what is using, but this is going to be an interesting one. This is going to be a very, very fun match, Eisen. I'm super stoked, and I hope everyone here in the audience is stoked.
This is going to be once again a legendary dragon battle. Honestly, these are some of the best fights of the tournament. You never know what to expect from the dragon.
All right, well, we will soon find out, ladies and gentlemen, on a 3 and a 2 and a 1 with Phantom in the left corner. Sorry, in the right. Ellie. Out comes the bolt. We are going to see Sry doing what he's been doing the whole time. The Rot Breath is going to come out, not managing to get the entirety amount of damage that he would have otherwise had. Again, Sry is a really good rushdown player. He's playing it exceptionally well. Manages to get the punish here with the neutral poke from the Bestial Roar. Out it comes. The Roar is going to do some damage. However, he will be punished for 266 damage with another Bestial Roar. And it seems that Sry knows exactly what to do against the setup, which is run at him, poise break him, and keep that pressure and don't give it up. Again, really solid neutral poke here. Goes for those crouch R1s, and that's all she wrote.
That was excellent. There's no other way to describe it. The one moment that was most impressive is he instantly recognized that no, it is not an Enduro into a regular Dragon Breath, it is the Enduro into a Greol's War. He recognized that so quickly and immediately just bailed out of that situation, managed to not get hit, not get roll caught by the Greol's War. Like, that is impressive. Because it is difficult to tell what that dragon head is in that brief moment, so it's very quick thinking on his side. Really
solid reaction times here on Sry, and a really good mind for when to aggress. And that, in these battles, when rushdown is your primary strategy, because I can think of no better way to describe what we just witnessed. Very aggressive, overly aggressive potentially at times, but Phantom just wasn't able to make the space for himself to really make his build shine. He tried to make it. Sry was already out long before it again. Like, so fast right off the bat. So very fast.
The aggression with that thrusting sword is just insane. He did it so well. He didn't panic roll back when he shouldn't have. He chose the right Ash. Beasts were definitely good, interrupting Dragon Breaths at a distance, punishing, flasking up, just right setup, right play, recognizing that Greol's were just very, very impressive. Just good play.
We will soon find out what is going to happen. Oh my word, because both of our players are in. Phantom versus Sry. On a 3 and a 2 and a 1. LA. As out it goes. The bolt is out, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to see Sry taking this such aggressive posturing right off the bat. We are going to see the Endure come out. The Unendurable Frenzy, though, is going to counter it. And he will be punished. He found the spacing. He knows the counter. He knows all the tricks. He's able to come in now and do the damage that needs to be done. Out comes Wrath of Gold here. It's not going to matter though. He is, no matter what spacings he's in, finally that punish that we've been all waiting for, because Sry is overly aggressive. He was punished for that. But is it too little too late? Huge life advantage here on the side of Sry. And the unendurable frenzy is going to come out once again. He is going to be clipped by it. Is he going to be able to get his way out? 2,000 damage, even more damage. And there we go. We are going to see the punish with the Beast Roar. And the Beast Roar is going to come in clutch here. As he hits him again, this is not quite so far away, as it is the case that Sry takes this in a 2-0 sweep.
Man, I thought that last unendurable frenzy may have been the end of him, but no, he managed to just barely survive and get back.
Barely able to get through, and what an absolute... Like, to be able to find the spacing on it the first time was difficult, and the roll off onto the stairs is unfortunate, but I do not believe that was intentional. It doesn't not seem to be intentional. These things happen, unfortunately. But I will consult our TOs on it just very quickly to see if there's anything that needs to be mentioned about that, with given that there was a ring out. I don't know if we want to take this further or if we go immediately for a reset.
I think what we should be doing is ask Zarro if he wants that reset. Because yes, that was on the stairs, that was out of the ring. I would see it as such.
Yes, so we will consult the players on this one, but even outside of that, as tragic as it might be for a round, like, Sry played that so well.
He didn't fall for any of the tricks. He didn't fall for the Wrath of Gold. He got through the first unendurable frenzy clean, through the second one by rolling onto the stairs, but still got away from that. But
and again, in a panic roll situation,
fall for the tricks. Yeah, we are about to see almost the one-shot into the unfortunate ring out. Massive 2000s. Oh no, it just keeps going. Yeah.
And the double panic roll then out of that, like he was so close, but he might, and there's the ring out there to call it in. But we will consult the players, we'll figure out what it is that they want to do going forward, and that's... I'm gonna be super curious, and we do see just such clean plays on the side of Sry as well, though, and clean is the only way that I can describe it. And we are gonna set. Ooh, interesting. We are going on with more stuff, ladies and gentlemen. Again, bear with us while we go over with our TOs what the plan is. But, you know, moving forward, it's going to be an interesting one, whether of which it is going to be a reset. Like, moving on later into the bracket, we of course have Dark Soap versus Steel. We of course have Frosty versus whoever is going to be the one to ultimately decide this one. Going to be an interesting one, as our TOs are going to get in touch with the players to see what they believe. That is going to be the play for here. But... it's an interesting one, like, against that kind of rushdown with the kind of build that Phantom is running, I'm kind of curious as to how that's going to go through. That's going to be the real curious part on this one.
The rushdown is absolutely brutal, and it doesn't even seem to be so significant that you don't have the guaranteed poise break on the thrusting sword. You know, with the status and with just the continuous damage, pressure, fast attacks, you don't even really seem to need it.
And he's doing a really good job once he does manage to get pressure to just continue using it. Those crouch attacks are so difficult to do. And he's so good at just staying in. He has to be careful. We've seen it in that early on in that round. He ran in, and unfortunately, if you're going to be over aggressive, you're going to walk into something silly eventually. It's just, it's inevitable that that's going to happen. And you know, I have to give kudos to him. But when you were making this rule set, Eisen, that's kind of a curiosity to have as we wait to get in touch with players. How do you feel how do you feel about what you expected to be the setups that were going to be dominant in this tournament so far?
Well,
What did you expect? What did
quite
you expect
frankly,
initially?
like at the very beginning, when I made the rule set.
What were you expecting to see more of?
Well, my immediate thoughts was it's gonna be all Nagakiba. And that turned into let's ban Nagakiba. I also had the misconception that like Pike would somehow be insanely strong, and that led to me banning Pike, and then like to an extent or limiting it, and then eventually it got unbanned after rules testing. It turned out, hey, it's not actually that big of a problem, and nobody has been playing spears even in this tournament, unfortunately, because it is very fun and very effective of a setup, honestly. So yeah, I initially expected it's gonna be Nagakiba and Pike, and then, well, you remove those two, and then where do you go? I guess two-handed curved swords is going to be more katanas. I expected to see sword and boards. I really didn't expect heavy thrusting sword to have such a dominant presence in this tournament.
And I think it's kind of interesting in a sense as well, is that it's going to be very, very interesting. It's going to be very, very interesting, kind of like if this rule set is going to be played with an awful lot more, how everything is going to pan out and how that meta will shift and change the more we learn about the game. Further, that the more exposure we have to this, a similar rule set to this. So it is going to be interesting, not only in the short term. Obviously, in this tourney, it's going one way, but in future tourneys, it's going to be pretty interesting. But kind of on that point, upon the general rule set as it was intended, what was the intention behind removing most of the power stance options?
Well, it seems quite obvious to me that if you allow something like power stance straight swords, then which already is very strong on ladder, well, then you just end up with power stance straight swords, except they interrupt and break poise every single time. So it would be way too dominant and kill a weapon diversity. You would have the guaranteed poise break, the super high damage, the amazing jump attacks, very little recovery. It would just be a power stance straight swords tournament. And so I was trying to aim for bans which just increase diversity, and it's been pretty effective so far, except for maybe the heavy thrusting swords being having such a presence here.
If you just check Discord real quick, and I'll leave it to your discretion as to the call then. We are we have gathered. We have gathered here.
I am reading the information. I believe it would be good if we just went on a 1 second break.
Yes, no worries.
Confine here in the background.
As we plot and connive, we will talk to you all in just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. I'll let you take the reins.
And we are back. We have discussed how to handle the situation. The rules clearly say that a ring out counts as a round loss. It is rather unambiguous. So unfortunately, despite Sry playing this very cleanly, he did go on the wooden stairs, and not just by 1 centimeter, but by 1 roll distance. So it will count as a round loss for Sry, and we're going to see a 1-1 in this matchup now.
Amazing. Well, again, I'm happy to see more of this round anyway, Eisen, because it is quite a round. Again, like both of these players have determined that they were absolutely incredible. And, you know, rules as written. If that is how it is written, then that is how it's going to be. And so we know that, and now that is how it will be. So we've had some time to think. We've had some time to decompress. Do you feel that the fresh head is going to make it any easier now for these combatants moving forward? Do you think it's going to make much of a difference, as we do have Sry here ready in the corner, and we are just waiting to get our other contestant in, ready and sorted? I can't wait to see how this one is going to go.
I believe the break. I believe the break might be somewhat to the benefit of Zarro, because he has not found a good way against the constant pressure of the two-handed thrusting sword yet, and now maybe those few minutes to think about it give him the opportunity to come up with a strategy of how to deal with that a lot better in the future.
Yeah, it's going to be a complicated one here, and there's going to be an awful lot of pressure. Now he's managed to bring this one back off of a DQ or a forced round or forced reset. So it's going to be interesting. It's match point one way or the other, ladies and gentlemen. As we are going to have Phantom Zarro on the left, Sry on the right. 3, 2, 1, allez! And there we have it. And there you go. We are going to see everything pretty much panning out as before. We're not seeing much in the ways of... Zarro's not quite able to get that distance. However, he is able to get some really solid damage here right off the bat. And Zarro is being forced back. We are going to see the roar here that will be punished with a beast roar of his own. This is going to be an interesting one. This is going to be very, very interesting moving forward, as he's just done, and the unendurable frenzy is going to come out. The punished yet again every time he manages to find a means of actually punishing out. Sry is in a spot of bother, as another beast roar is going to knock him out. It is super unfortunate. He has to be really, really careful on this one, as if he messes up once now, that's all she wrote.
Oh no, how is the Placiduous going to be punished? Is it going to be punished?
No! He's actually going to get lasered!
No! Unbelievable! Actually, an unpunished Placiduous. What just happened?
On earth did we just witness on after that?
It's the glitch in the Matrix.
That is... Sorry, excuse me? I'm Eisen.
Yes. Yes.
Is NA okay? Is NA alright?
I don't know what's time is it for NA?
It's
have they just
early
woken
for
up?
them. They're only just waking up. Maybe that's the problem.
Oh boy.
My word. You know what? In a surprising turn of events, ladies and gentlemen, Zarro takes the round in what I can only describe as very stylish. Very, very stylish.
You know, I thought, when I saw the Placiduous, I thought, oh no, it whiffed. Goodbye. No.
I need to see this from your perspective real quick. This is fascinating.
You're going to enjoy this. I have to say, like, Sry did such a good job of just interrupting the unendurable frenzy, the beast roar over and over again. Just very annoying. Repeatedly, we see the flask punish. I believe Zarro might have been able to roll out of that. Maybe it's just a reaction time thing. I'm not sure.
Well, but we are going to see it here.
Yeah, this is about to be a legendary moment.
In all fairness to Zarro, he did a really good job of pushing his opponent into that corner, so he could actually
he tried to interrupt it with the jump R2, but he went past it.
He missed it again! What? He missed it again! I mean,
oh no.
A very unfortunate turn of events on the side of Sry, and oh my lord. You know what, though, Eisen?
Yeah.
I'm glad on 2 counts, okay? I'm glad we waited for Sry so he managed to play in this wonderful event, and 2, I'm absolutely over the moon that reset happened, because I'm in awe of what just happened. Oh my god, alright. Elden Ring momento, as we are going to wait for our next match. Enough of the past. It's going to be Dark Soap versus Stilovsky. This is going to be one hell of a match, Eisen. This is going to be unreal. I'm very excited to see how this is going to go. Oh my word. That's crazy. And again, I'd like to ask all players if you would be ever so kind as to make sure that your Discord is open so you can... this is crazy. I'm in awe. I actually have no words. The most Elden Ring of Elden Ring things happened.
Yeah, you know, this is like it's. How do we even describe this? It shouldn't have happened. Like, why? How? Like, how were those free aim to jump or twos?
I have a strange feeling in that exchange. Can you play it again, please? I think that was oddly satisfying to watch. I think we should watch it again.
Yeah, I think we should.
I'm not joking, by the way. Put that on or I riot.
Absolutely.
Oh my god. Oh, look at this. Just like...
Man.
Oh
boy.
Decisions.
Yeah, the first one going into the wall.
Yep.
And then he just goes into the wall again?
Oh my lord. That is so unfortunate. And then getting
insane
lasers. Oh. You hate to see it. That it just happens. It's just the nature of the beast. And there you go. It's as simple as that. Sometimes it all just goes poorly.
Yeah, I mean, look, I would be fuming if I was sorry. I would be furious at this.
That's definitely one way to describe it, my friend, but what an exceptional turn of events, and again, it's just the nature of the beast, and yeah. Soon we will find out what is going to happen now as we move on to round... the semi-finals. What am I saying? Round?
The semi-finals.
It's time for the semi-finals as we're moving into this one. I'm still a little bit taken aback by what I just missed about what I just witnessed there. So excuse me, chat, if I'm. Whew. I'm gonna need to lie down after tonight. This has been an absolute roller coaster. We are waiting currently to get both of our new players in just as quickly. As we are waiting to see what happens, but. Now the cream has risen to the top all the way through this tournament, and now we are at the finals players. All players will get an opportunity to fight again from here on out, be it in the semi-finals, which you're doing an exceptional, well played to Dark Soap, Stilovsky, Phantom Zarro, and of course Frosty, all the way so far for doing an exceptional job. You all played amazingly. And I just want to say thanks to all the players who have come so far, who've stuck with us in dealing with some of the issues, the highs, the lows. But thankfully, it seems that we have everything down from here on out. I hope that doesn't jinx it. As we have both of our players in World who just now need to get into position, which would be wonderful. However, they seem to be engaging in tomfoolery, which of course they are as players. I would expect nothing less. But now that we're in this last little bracket, how do you feel this one is going to pan out from here on out?
Well, I think Dark Soap, if I had to predict, I would say this is still a really comfortable position for a Dark Soap. You know, Katana being so strong and him being a Katana main. If I had to make a prediction, honestly, I think he might have better odds than Steel in this one.
Yeah, maybe, and it is going to be interesting to see how Steel gets through, but it's going to become a matter of preference and everything, as they seem to be sending Morse code to each other. I don't even want to know what they're saying, but Eisen, at your leisure. Steel on the left, Dark on the right.
3, 2, 1, LA.
Out it goes, the bolt is out, and we are going to see both of our players here going for their physics. It's going to be an interesting one here, as again, what Steel wants to do is force his opponent in to come in for trades and then catch him in a neutral, which he just does. Goes for Storm Assault. No, it may have actually been Beast Roar he intended. Now it's Storm Assault, as he is going to take Dark Soap is going to take 1,000 damage. Storm Assault is doing one hell of a job here all the way through. This is absolutely amazing. And Dark, after his amazing win, getting punished again, going for the katana, getting hit by a taste of his own medicine here is a side of Dark Scope, who is going to tank an awful lot of these R1s. Steel is doing a great job of forcing the engagement on his side. Steel moves off, try and finds a way in. He's looking for these opportunities to land these neutral running R2s. If he can manage to land it, manages to land another one, goes for the Storm Assault, redirects it, manages to reaction roll out, gets out of the way of that katana. We are starting to see these running R1s. Beast Roar comes out, almost gets a roll catch, goes for another, goes for the punish, tries to go for the backswing, not quite able to do it, as we see Dark Sub forced back into a corner, very low and not very low. He's very dead, ladies and gentlemen, as Stolovsky takes that round in a very, very clean sweep. Oh my word.
It was unbelievably clean, I have to say. And there is something magical about Steel before tournaments, because everyone else kind of practices with him, but Steel, no, you don't know what he's going to pull all the way up until tournament day. You just never know. He is full of surprises. And, Phantom Zarro has, Dark Soap has practiced a lot with space, has familiarized himself intricately with that katana mirror, for example, but Steel is just a black box. I don't think we have seen much HTS in practice for the rule sets, and now it is just coming as a really new and surprising thing that's maybe Dark Soap hasn't quite found a way to deal with yet.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting moving forward here as we are getting both players. But just as a reminder, this is a best of 3 in this one, isn't it, Eisen, if I recall correctly?
Yes, it is. It is still a best of 3, even in the semifinals. Due to the time constraints, we have the qualifiers, and that adds time, so we have to, unfortunately, eliminate it at some point.
Yeah, that is no worries. It's just a reminder for everyone as we are going to see our players. But it does seem we have our players in Worlds, so mayhaps we'll have to look away from the past and look now to the future, ladies and gentlemen. And, looking at it here, the Beast Roars came in absolutely clutch all the way through here.
Yeah.
We have these runouts, we have everything that's there. It's just really, really strong, and Steel used it beautifully all the way through there. But, ladies and gentlemen, we do have both of our players in. Eisen, would you do the honors, sir?
We are starting on 3, 2, 1. LA.
And out goes the bolt, and we are going to see all of our players here. Dark Soap is going to immediately take 250 damage right off the bat. Again, we may be looking at another very clean run. Out comes the Glintstone Phalanx here on the side of Steel. Really utilizing the space here to try and find his way. Goes for that. Goes for an R1. Not quite able to make it. Running R2 here on the side of the heavy thrusting sword. And again, he's going to bide his time. Goes for the katana. Definitely rolled as the side. Goes for the Storm Assault. Hits for 418 damage all in all in that exchange. Goes for Storm Assault again. Not able to land the full combo, but Eisen, Storm Assault is the flavor of the day, it seems.
It absolutely is. It is amazing in this tournament. It is amazing, and something that everybody but Steel has slept on.
Yeah, and it seems to be slept on indeed, as he manages to tank 662 damage. Dark is trying to find his way, goes for the trade. Steel tries to find that counter pressure, however he cannot poise it. He has to make space for himself to try and go in for that counter pressure. Hits him with the running R2, goes for Storm Assault again, hits him for 673 damage, manages to dead angle that L1 away, but not quite enough, as he is going to go for a Beast Roar, trying to get a roll catch, not able to do it. Taking center now is the side of Steel. Center stage as he's trying to set up, no doubt, for some divilment. He would never, but divilment he will pay for, as he is going to tank and unsheath. Over in an instant. What
Unsheath gaming. Unsheath gaming just too strong.
And it just goes to show you the power of those really high DPS, even in a constrained rule set, these really high DPS weapons. The Ash of Wars that do high damage are invaluable, not necessarily because of the properties of them, but because of the damage alone. And Steel knows that, and he just tanked so much damage there all the way through very early on, and it's on for you know, you take that damage, you try and, you know, you take it on the chin, you keep going, but sometimes, you know, your resolve is eventually going to fail, and we look at it there all the way through that exchange. It was very, very low, and Dark, while managing to find a way outside of it, Steel just wasn't able to land all that much damage. It seems that the Storm Assault there may have procced what seems to be the tier. I'm not.
Yeah, I think it was effectively more damage. I think that was a tier pop, and we're just seeing a visual artifact.
Yeah, it seems to be the case, but yeah, that was a lot of damage. But there's a lot more to go. We have at least one more match point potentially here in this next round, as we do have both players signaling each other. Seems that they're ready, and oh, man, I'm so excited for this match. I'm so excited for this match, and just clipped just out of range. Thought he spaced
just
it,
barely.
man. I felt that one myself.
Yeah,
but Eisen,
and we are beginning on 3, 2, 1. I lay.
Out comes the bolt. We are going to see the beast drawers here right off the bat on the side of Dark. Steel is in the far corner, trying to find that little bit of space. He's going to have to find a way to get that good damage in. 52 damage a chip doesn't sound like much, but when there's only a few health on the line, he's going to be hit for 900 damage, 1244, and that exchanges to the side of Steel. Dark is now slightly on the back foot. Steel does the jump, finds the way back. Dark is going to have to find his way in there, set up for those unsheathes. He's rolling those beast drawers now. He knows what he needs to do. We see the wave dashing here coming out on the side of Steel, trying to keep that stamina up. Again, every time you crouch, you are going to regen that stamina, allowing you to aggress when it matters, not in that neutral game. Forced to roll away is the side of Steel. So out comes that unsheathed setup. Goes for the beast drawer, not able to make it. Dark is chilling in neutral, trying to find his way in, and that's all he's waiting for. He's waiting for those very distinct and discrete opportunities to move in, and he may have just found one. However, that lingering hitbox is going to interrupt him, hits him for 306 damage. Steel is playing this much safer than he did in these prior rounds. Again, 1 or 2 mistakes and Steel is going to be knocked out. 356 damage taken on that beast roar. Goes for another one, goes for an R1, manages to just interrupt slightly. Steel goes for an R2 out of neutral, not able to land any of it. Goes for an attempted anti-air, not able to make it. Steel's tears pop. He has to be careful, tries to go for another roll catch of the beast roar. He's going for this here. He has to be careful. Almost gets clipped by an unsheath. Forces him back. 275 damage on the side of Dark. Dark is looking for these opportunities. No doubt very low on blue. If he doesn't find that opportunity, he's not going to be able to get that solid burst. Manages to interrupt and unsheath. Really lucky on the side of Steel. Takes an awful lot of damage. He's far too close. He's in danger of getting backswung. Goes for an R2. And he's put away trying to be fancy. Steel loses.
Oh no.
Dark takes the win in a 2-1 ending the match point in the semi-finals. Steel down but not out, as he will have another opportunity in the next set for 3rd place.
You know, Dark. The crazy thing? I think it may have been a completely different outcome if we were just 1 or 2 frames off there. Because Darksop managed to interrupt the Storm Assault. If it was just maybe 1 or 2 frames, Steel could have entered Hyper Armor and dealt massive damage right there. It may have been close. A matter of just frames that decided the outcome of this match.
Well, again, remember, ladies and gentlemen, all of these players are still in it just because they've been knocked out. Steel is, of course, fighting now for a $20 prize. That is what is going currently, and of course, well, $20 is possible here, as we do see now that Stilovsky is now in the opportunity to get into 3rd place. Now it's between Phantom Zarro and Frosty to see who's going to be facing Dark Soap in the finals, and then it's wild. It's absolutely crazy. Like, this entire match, like these last couple of matches, Eisen, have been so hype.
Man, did that beast roar bounce off the wall and then the lingering AoE?
Can you check
in
that?
the instant replay?
It seemed to be the case. It didn't hit him. It hit him with the...
Yeah, I think there was an
wild.
indirect hit.
That's crazy. Can we see that
Yeah.
again?
Yeah. Oh my god! It actually...
No shot. No shot. That's
Unbelievable.
Crazy. God, I love Elden Ring sometimes. It never ceases to amaze. I would have thought that was a direct hit or a weird latency interaction, but no, that's...
It just bounced off the wall.
Absolutely exceptional play here on the side of all players involved, I have to say. Like...
Oh yeah, this
well
is... I think Steel was trying to start a Storm Assault, but he just tanked hit after hit after hit. That was...
And he was so lucky he didn't get clipped there in that last one. What a rough one. He tried to be fancy, or maybe he tried to roll and cued it wrong. It's like, oh...
I'm not sure what the plan there was, but yeah, he may have just gotten frame trapped into infinity. Sad to see it.
It happens, unfortunately, to the very best of us, and you know... If it can happen to Steel, ladies and gentlemen, know that it could happen to any of us, but GG's to both of them. This was a match I was incredibly excited for all the way through. Absolutely over the moon we finally got to see it, and you know what? Dark Soap, more like the Dark Horse. He's come out of nowhere out of these tourneys and is just racking up these kills. Absolutely exceptional. But it does seem we are getting both of our players in the near future, as we are just checking to see with our TOs if there's any interactions that are going on. But in this next fight, we have King of the Dragons here versus a very cold and crisp individual. How are we feeling that this next one is going to go, Eisen? What are your suspicions? And again,
it is hard. It is hard to make predictions, because the dragon never ceases to surprise. You think, he whiffed Placidusax, he's going to die now. No, it just doesn't ever work out. I think Phantom Zarro, looking at the HP bars here, is not rune arced.
I see. So it'll be...
It would be ideal to let him know.
If he could be rune-arced, that would be absolutely amazing, ladies and gentlemen. If you are watching in chat, please do the thing, which is again the technical term for what I believe using a rune-arc as. Although it seems as though now he is. It could be just some issue with the runing. He doesn't need rune-arc, apparently, according to the fans. But
it doesn't. Well, I mean, I don't want to see him lose a match because he doesn't have a rune arc. So can we just get confirmation? Because
it seems as though on the overlay here that I'm seeing on my end, it does seem as though the rune arc is active. So I'm not sure. Is it just that he's not using the particular one? I'm not so certain. We're just double checking with everyone that everything is working as intended, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, like what a wild tourney it's been so far. Absolutely crazy. And I'm
well, the health bars don't lie. I mean, he has 1,743 HP, if I'm not dyslexic. So he should... I mean, there's no way he has that little HP. He may be rotted, so he may have to rest at a graze. There's sometimes a bug in Seamless Co-op where you spawn in and you immediately have rot. So you should rest at a graze, and that will resolve the issue in that case.
Yeah, we will soon find out now, as we are just looking at how this is going to pan out. But in this matchup, you know, all the discussion about rune arcs or not rune arcs aside, Zarro has played exceptionally well all the way through. This is interesting as it has been. Frosty's played amazingly. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy, and it's going to be pretty interesting moving forward to see how this one is going to go.
This is highly unusual. So we are seeing Frosty with a Claymore?
A Claymore?
Unbelievable. It could be a hyper armor based play. Maybe Frosty aims to hyper armor through that Dragon Breath, or not sure what exactly the play there is.
From the last tourney, we got the inside scoop. If you would recall before, there was a very interesting thing that happened, that Frosty would start every fight with a Claymore out. Now,
really?
I'm not going to spoil it, we may have to discuss it after the match because this could be some insider information. But according to the interview, the entire idea of it was to do a Lion's Claw to punish, yes, Lion's Claw,
Lion's Claw.
punish Dragon Breath.
I mean,
that was the idea.
It sounds possible.
Well, I don't think he's ever actually tested it, but he seemed very keen at the time. So unless something has changed since, maybe it's a knowledge check to see if if Zarro had been watching the Den YouTube channel.
Well, we're certainly seeing more plausible health numbers now. Everything seems to
there
be
we go.
in
It
order.
did seem to be the fact that he was rotted, unfortunately. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are good to go now. It seems. Eisen, give us the count in.
And 3, 2, 1, LA.
Out comes the bolt. We are going to see both players here taking center. Neither of them going for a physic, interestingly enough. Both of them playing very aggressively. Frosty seems to be staying on the bay more, interestingly enough. Is going to be hit for 335 damage in this matchup, Eisen. And matchup I never thought I'd be casting in this game. What's the play? He actually does it! Oh
the
my
madman!
God. Well, he wasn't madness. That was kind of the point of the whole Lion's Claw thing, I think, in hindsight.
yeah.
But oh my God, he found the answer. It's been in front of us this entire time. Manages to go for it, goes for the running R2. Manages to get a frost proc.
Actually insane.
Frosty. Taking the win on a frost proc. Appropriate, I think. As now Frosty, he hasn't drank his physic. He's just gonna chill. That was crazy. I'm gonna need to see the instant replay on that one.
Insane.
I no shot that actually worked.
Claymore versus two-handed curved sword. You didn't think you'd be casting that, huh?
I didn't think so. I thought, maybe it might be some curved sword player trying to mess with some XDS3 player to give them, PTSD from fighting curved swords. But no. Actually, a matchup that is happening in a tournament, a very competitive tournament with a prize pool. Like, look at this, like, really solid stuff. Goes for that, manages to get clipped, and it happens. It's not the.
But it's just
perfect.
a little bit. It's not the end of the world. It's not possible to just one-shot people that easily in this tournament unless you're using Unendurable Frenzy.
That was, yeah. Or is the spinning whip? Goes for it, sets up for some shenanigans, goes for it. He sees what's coming, and he just realizes in that instant, goes for the kickflip, manages to pancake him on the round, and then catches him with a very stylish R2 afterwards. My God.
An unbelievable answer to the dragon.
An unbelievable answer to a crazy problem, I think, is one way of phrasing it. But we do have both of our players in enough of the past moving forward to the future. Oh my God, what is, again, I just can't help but ask sometimes, is North America okay, Eisen? That's the real question here. Are they alright over there?
It seems like Frosty is thinking very straight here.
Well, ladies and gentlemen,
both are ready, and we can get started in 3, 2, 1, LA.
And out goes the bolt. We are going to see both of our players rushing for center, not going for physic yet again. Do they even need it, as we see a roll catch? Another roll catch. Goes for the endure yet again, not getting much out of it. Goes for some shenanigans, doesn't manage to land the Lion's Claw. And again, hits him for another 200 damage. Roll catches him again, 400 damage. Goes for the Lion's Claw to punish him as he kills him.
No. Oh God. You just saw the Grail's roar and you just press L2, just get through it. Infinite instant hyper armor. The value of that cannot be understated. He's figured it out. That's the legendary Claymore, the answer to the dragon. Not in a million years. I have to commend Frosty for it. Not in a million years would that have occurred to me.
Oh my God. That is... I'm gonna need a... Oh my God. Frosty, you mad lad, you made it work, you found it. The holy grail of how to stop Dragon Man. And here we are. Oh, well
Insane.
played to everyone. That was, oh my lord, that was exceptional, I have to say. Oh, but ladies and gentlemen, oh, what a round. Oh
It's
my
it's
lord.
just it's just now that you think about it, it makes sense, right? But like who even thinks of that?
I think if there was anyone who was going to think about it, it was going to be Frosty. I mean, like, not only was he very stylish with these roll catches here on the Claymore, which is, but even pre-buff, it was something that had to be dangerous. That was dangerous. It was something we had kind of slept on. Thought he was going to get the dragon head there. He kind of read it, rolled out, gave a little bit of space. He was still there. Goes for the R1, manages to clip him. And again, look at these stylish plays on the side of Frosty. I have to say, if there was a player I thought, wins the TO's Choice Award, it would always be Frosty for just. He comes out with some of the wildest stuff, and it was quite evident there. Oh my lord. Oh, Eisen,
I'm
what a
very,
tournament so far.
very, very excited for the bronze match and the finale. This tournament is just legendary, and I have to say, every single round with Zarro that we have seen was just phenomenal entertainment. So even though at this point he cannot win #1 anymore, we're still going to see more of the dragon in the bronze match, which is amazing, lovely. Can't wait to see it, but we are going to take a brief break just before the bronze match and the finals begin.
Before we do, Mr. Eisenwave, there is some
Final
things we
thoughts?
need to do. Well, in terms of final thoughts, I think the laughing for a couple of minutes there kind of summed up that entire round. Oh, stylish and hilarious to the last, Frosty, and well played. Again, Zarro played exceptionally well all the way through, but ladies and gentlemen, if you are interested in having a tournament hosted, please get in touch with myself, End of the Line on Discord. You'll find me in ERPVP. You'll find me in a bunch of other Discords. Just look me up, you'll find me. LBU and Kosarm. We are more than happy to host these weird little events. And I say weird, I'm absolutely over the moon, Eisen, that this has been casted here because it was exceptional.
It is legendary.
If you wish to contribute to a prize pool but not be in a way to make rules or just contribute to us so we can, keep hosting these events, ! Donate. We love and appreciate that. And then finally, if you want to help the scene, we've just transitioned over to Seemless. In an ideal world, this would not be necessary. As much fun as we are having fun, I'm sure Eisen is like a little kid with the camera. ! Safe. Site. ! Site. And yes, you have to keep in mind, the game needs your help. Call to action amongst all of you before we go to these finals. Share it. Make sure that the word gets out that there is a place where all the information to fix some of the issues in Elden Ring are there. Please go check out that website. It's a collaboration between some amazing creators. And before in case some of them will leave, thank you to all the staff who've been so fantastic all the way through this. Eisen here has been amazing with the rule set and the overlays. We've had back-end staff like Amelia helping out with technical issues in the background. LBU for keeping an eye on us to make sure we don't go crazy. And of course, Wreckjaw, who has been doing an exquisite job. But all of these people, thank you so much. We will catch you in the finals and see you in about 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, you are all very welcome back to this, the bronze match, the first set of the finals, the first of the money matches. This is going to be incredibly exciting. And you know what? What a wild and exciting tournament this has been so far, as we are going to get to it. But Eisen, before we begin, how have you been enjoying this evening? Because I know I
Oh, it's legendary. It's everything that I hoped for and more.
That's magnificent. Well, we seem to have both of our players are going to be... Oops, there we go. We are just fixing out some of our issues. We do have both of our players in their corners. Steel is going to be on the exact same setup as he was. And of course, Zarro, the mad lad, is going to be seemingly working exactly on what he's on. But Eisen, give us the count in. It is the first of our best of fives, I believe, in this one.
It is still a best of 3. Only the finals are best of 5.
Only the finals. I see. Well, and they're best of 3 here for the finals, ladies and gentlemen. On a 3, on a 2, and a 1. Allez. Out it goes. The bolt is now, in fact, out, ladies and gents, as we are going to see these daggers coming out from. It's the bow. He did it.
He actually did it. This Lipo.
Oh, he's going to be punished for that, though. But both of them are going to take an awful lot of damage. As we see the R1s coming out here, going for these roll catches. Steel is keeping up amazing pressure all the way across. Out comes Glintstone Scraps here to try and get that little bit of chip damage. Of course, Steel has to be careful not to be stuck in that corner. He has to have learned the lesson that, of course, learned to not get stuck against it as he hits him. Oh, no! And that's it! Steel takes a very dominant lead early on.
Did we just see a giant hunt? I believe that was a giant hunt towards the end.
That was giant hunt to try and punish the Endure. That was an actual big brain move here on the side of Steel.
It is one of the responses to it that I know about, contrary to the Lion's Claw, but it makes sense.
Well, we now see 2 counters for it, to be fair. We have the Lion's Claw in everyone's back pocket now. You know, if you see Lion's Claw been used in every single duel all the way across... Whew. You know, you can thank these tourneys for it. But a really dominant first round here on the side of Steel. He didn't give any quarter. He immediately came in. He was going for those roll pressures. Really, really solid stuff. We see it here right off the bat. Like, Zarro was looking for some way in, manages to hit him, goes for the crouch poke there. He's trying to find his way in. We see it. And then the Storm Assault there. Goes for the trade. I think it's... I'm not quite sure how even it was on the trade overall. It wasn't that different, but Steel already had a life advantage going into that exchange. And that's going to make a huge difference as we see, you know, the damage come in there again. Zarro is really, really struggling overall to try and find his way. Luring Steel into that corner is, of course, a huge issue. And if Steel wasn't careful, he could have found himself in the exact same position that Sry found himself in not quite so long ago. And again, we see these R1s. Steel, an exceptional player, finds the damage, moves in, and, you know, it makes perfect sense that he would try and go for those motions. And the Giant Hunt was a really good one. Seems to be more in a read, goes for the Undurable Frenzy, and then just 2 R1s to put him away. Like, in all fairness, really exceptional play here on the side of Steel, and dramatic to the last, I think would be the way that I'd put it. But if you're in, you know, he's surprised us all the way through. Zarro has been nothing but unusual. Let's put it that way.
Yes,
in
absolutely.
Both his style and setups. What do you think he's going to do differently this time?
I'm not sure. It is difficult to find an answer to those Lion's Claws, to those Giant Hunts. They can really mess up the entire playstyle that you had. You know, your play is to start the Endure and then to just become a fortress, a powerhouse close up. But if that can be shut down, if that can be prevented using the Lion's Claw, using some hyper armor, then I'm not sure what the play is. Maybe the answer is to use the Shamshir more, maybe just rely on melee fundamentals more, maybe try to keep a distance, use Dragon Breath at a distance. Maybe it's just no longer safe to go in for the Endure Unga Bunga, let's put it like that.
Yeah, it's a huge issue as we are waiting to get everyone back up and ready to go in this, the bronze match of the finals, the first of our money matches. Could you remind me how much is the prize pool for
The
going
prize
forward
pool
from here?
is $200 in total. The winner of the bronze match is going to take home $20.
Nice.
And the winner of the finals takes $120, and the loser takes $60.
Impressive stuff. So there's an awful lot on the line here for everyone involved, and hopefully no one's going to fall for another lion's claw over the course of this tourney. But as this is anything but what I expected, if I'm being completely honest with you, Eisen. This is crazy stuff.
It is unexpected.
I'm still kind of taking it in, but we do have our contestants in Steel on the right, and of course Phantom on the left, and
still
Eisen,
starting with the bow.
Yeah, starting with the bow this time. Interesting choice, but ladies and gentlemen, on a 3, on a 2, and a 1, allez. As out goes the bolt here. We are going to see both of our contestants here going for it. Sleep bolt right off the bat here on the side of Steel to try and... Oh, there we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is he going to sleep him? He doesn't manage to sleep him, but he does prevent him from going through the pressure, which is, of course,
yeah, I believe he was
here.
using Barrage with Stormwing arrows in order to interrupt the Dragon Breath.
And it did an exceptional job of, at the very least, doing that. Steel, however, caught in his menus here, is going to have to try and find a way, as he does manage to shoot our world host here. Manages to break it, as we do see... Oh, no, he slept, though.
Unable to punish it, though. So unfortunate, not finding a swap. Maybe being out of stamina, we don't know.
Oh, but it's not going to matter, as he is going to land that R2 from neutral. And we do see the incantations coming out here. Steel definitely rolling there in the R1. He has him in the corner. He has to be careful. He doesn't want to get clipped. As we do see a trade. That's the tier pop as far as I can tell. And we do see it. Zarro knocked out of the air. Goes for a trade. Goes for a trade again, but it's not going to be enough. And unfortunately, Steel is going to take the 3rd round in a 2 sweep of this bronze match. Very well played to Steel. And you know what? Like... Zarro was no slouch all the way across there. He played well all through this tourney, and you know, I have to say that Steel definitely deserves that 3rd place. He's played exceptionally all the way through it, and you know, he could have won it again. He got very unlucky in some of those Dark Soap matches and was definitely a contender. But now, ladies and gentlemen, let's put this into perspective. There has been... Is it 24 players in all the way through this?
Yes, all in all, 24.
24 players, and I have to say, it has been crazy all the way through this. I think both myself and Eisen are in full agreement that this has been an absolute blast to put together.
A legendary event. The likes of which have not been seen before yet.
And, you know, it's all come down to this. $200 tourney. There's an awful lot on the line here on this last one.
Yes, now we're seeing the big money pods. Whoever is going to take home the finals is going to get away with $120. This is where the big money is at.
This is where it's all about, ladies and gents. And who are our contestants? They are, of course, Dark Soap, who's been an absolute beast all through both this tourney and last. An absolutely exceptional player. Again, Dark Soap, sorry. Or is it Dark Horse? He came out of nowhere. He took me aback. Very, very shocked by everything all the way through. And I have nothing but the utmost respect for this player. But also, Frosty. Tourney winner in the leaderboard Festival of Combat tourneys. Has done incredibly well all the way through these tourneys. And I have to say, you know, this is going to be one hell of a match, Eisen. I am very excited for these last finals. And you know what? Deserved on the side of everyone, but this is going to be hype. This is going to be absolutely unreal. Any predictions?
It is insane hype. Honestly, I don't know, because this is... I mean, it's just so legendary. I mean, Frosty doing well in tournaments in the past, being one of the strongest NA players versus Dark Soap, coming in here, one of the strongest EU players, definitely. And Dark Soap, he really came out of nowhere, and he has proven himself so much repeatedly. He won the Witching Moons tournament. Maybe he's going to take home 2 tournaments in a row. That would be insane.
It's not unheard of in the scene for people to just come in and dominate for a very long period of time. And I am actually over the moon now finally that we get to see both of these players come in. And I have a huge amount of time for Frosty. Not only is he a very talented player, he's a really nice guy, and I'm really hoping to get to know Dark Soup more. And it's going to be fantastic over the next while. Like new people coming into the scene, all golden oldies, the veterans, the whole lot, all kind of competing together in these tournaments. We have everyone from people like Frosty who've been playing since Demon Souls, we Steel since 2, and now we have the new generation of players who are coming up as well. We missed Bevan this evening, which is of course tragic. I really wish we would have been able to see Bevan play again, but here we are, ladies and gentlemen, here with Dark Soup on his tried and true setup, and Frosty doing
Good
the
old
exact
katana.
same.
Good old katana versus good old heavy thrusting sword.
Well, we can't go too wrong with that, ladies and gentlemen, as we are about to get ready here for this, the first round of our best of 5, the finals. Dark Soup on the right, Soap on the right, sorry, Frosty on the left. Ladies and gentlemen, on a 3 and a 2 and a 1, allez. And the bow will come out on the side of Frosty. We do see the Rancor pot right off the bat here, as Dark Soap is going to try and find his way across here. Not managing to get any damage off on him is the side of Frosty. However, Frosty deftly spaces that, manages to hit for 421 damage. Dark's going to have to be really careful. He's not going to be able to rely on those panic rolls like he was before as he goes for a jumping R2. He's going to have to try and find his way in here, really get that damage, make the most out of every mistake that Frosty's going to make. And that's a offhand Verduvlia, I can never pronounce it correctly, goes for the weapon art on the side. Oh my god,
it just gains distance so quickly. It is honestly not a bad weapon art, especially against Unsheath. It does cover more distance.
He was almost to manage to punish that boss here, although I imagine in the not too distant future we are going to see what I can only say is another poison proc.
It is not the last one.
Oh, it's going to happen an awful lot, I feel, as both of them are going to have to play very careful again. On this latency, the Unsheath is going to be very, very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. If he hits that, he can do so much damage. It shuts down the air potential. Frosty manages to land it. We see that turned away weapon art here on the Unsheath. We see these crouch attacks. Frosty definitely rolling all of this. 900 damage altogether through this poison proc. Goes for the panic roll. Doesn't panic roll. Definitely rolls it once again. Goes for that. Not able to get a trade here. Neither of these guys really wants to afford a trade. However, the life advantage is very much on the side of Frosty here, who has a ton of advantages, manages to roll these running R1s here on the side of Dark. Almost gets the punish here on the ball. It's going to be very difficult. Both of them are going to have to be careful with their space. Both of them has to be careful, as we do see finally going for the bit of blue here. Try and get it. That spacing on Frosty on that one was utterly nuts, as he manages to force another roll. Doesn't manage to roll that one. He's going to be caught eventually. Almost gets caught by the Unsheath. Not able to do it. Dark is forced back. Goes for another poison proc again. This is going to be the guaranteed damage that both of these players are going to have to go for, because that poison, I said it early on, is going to be so incredibly powerful in these exchanges, just because it gives the guarantee. Goes to the trade. Frosty taking 1500 damage in that exchange. Frosty is very low. He has to be so careful here. Dark edging in there, trying to find that bit of damage. Frosty missing that, and he's going to be put away with the stray R1. Dark
Unbelievable.
takes the first round.
You know, honestly, it's occurred to me that the way that everything is set up, yeah, we do see cross-region finals, and when I saw that Mushroom Mask, when I saw just one poison proc after the other, I thought, oh, what kind of ungodly creation have I made? But Darksob, just through very solid play, not losing his temper, turned it around without any use of status effects. Nevertheless, just solid katana play, solid damage. And maybe there is a slight issue with using a poison heavy thrusting sword, because you lack just the little bit of oomph, the little bit of damage that you could have gotten with a purely physical, let's say, occult or keen or heavy thrusting sword.
You say that, but you have to look at it in the sense, it's very easy to say, oh, it lacks the oomph, it lacks the damage. Over the course of those exchanges, Frosty had done like sometimes over 1200 damage over the course of like, and there was a very strong neutral game on both of their parts, but you know, that remains to be seen. It's 1-0 in favor of Dark. Frosty is going to have to find some way to adapt in this one, as we have both of our contestants in and ready to go on this one. But yes, some of these exchanges are just absolutely stunning. Like, you know, Frosty played it well. He got clipped there towards the end, and you hate to see a stray R1 manage to land it, because Frosty pulled himself out of position for going for this jumping attack. Goes for that, tries to get the guarantee, jumps over it, plays it elegantly and beautifully, but that stray R1 just ultimately takes in some of these fights. Is just one little mistake. But I have to see how Frosty improves his play. Maybe the nerves are starting to get to him, Eisen.
Maybe. But let's get ready for the next fight. We still have quite a few rounds to go. In 3, 2, 1, allay.
Out it comes. The bolt is out. We are going to see an immediate punish here of the flask. Frosty definitely thinks getting that in early is going to be the play, and it's going to be a hard one. We see this very neutral heavy game here. Neither side really willing to commit. However, Frosty finally does commit, tries to go for a charged R2, rolls the unsheath, comes out there. These unsheaths are if he's not careful, he's going to pay for them. True, they keep Frosty on his toes, but again, Frosty's no slouch. He's managing to roll these really easily, and I don't know, Eisen, how do you think this one is going to go?
Well, it is obviously a strong start with the poison proc, but no backstab.
Oh my word!
Well, I will swallow my words. I thought this is going to go a different way.
That backstab there, that is the constant risk of going for these moves. You know, if you're pulled out of position, you're going to get locked in for a long time, and we see it here. Goes for another backstab attempt, and Frosty's going to have to be careful. True, backstabbing on this latency is going to be rough, but it's not to say that it can't happen. And if there's a setup that it can happen against, it is going to be that particular heavy thrusting sword, which of course, you know, the weapon art is very useful for its iframes, but you have to use it for the space rather than the follow-up, I find, as, you know, this insane pressure here on the side of Dark. Although that's going to be all for naught. He's going to be hit for... Oh my god, that is a considerable amount of damage. Almost goes for another stylish R2 on that one. Not quite able to make it. Dark is under a lot of pressure here. He is going to have to be super careful. Clipped by a stray R1 is the side of Frosty. Dark trying to keep up this counter pressure, giving himself the space, but Frosty's using this lull in the fighting to go for a physic, and we see it here, the swap back off it. He thought he was going to go for the ballast, but didn't. Manages to roll the unsheath. This is one of the reasons why Frosty is going to have to be very careful. Goes for the trade, and Frosty is put away, making it 2-0 to the side of Dark. Woo.
Man, this is some of the most solid katana play. You have to say the unsheaths at this latency seem a little bit diffused to me, right? Some of the danger is gone because you do have the ability to double roll them, maybe iframe through them. In situations where it doesn't look from Dark Sob's perspective like that should be happening. But the fact, despite all of that he still manages to land them, at least as trades, it seems to be working. Unsheath is weird, you know, it has problems at latency, but it also gains something at latency. I'm still not sure.
What it loses
I'm still
in
not
this
sure.
form of its ability to roll catch correctly. Let's be reasonable here. What it loses in that, it adds in its ability to trade and the dangers of those trades. True, trading into a heavy thrusting sword under normal circumstances is a very poor idea, but keep in mind the heavy thrusting sword doesn't have the spearing. It doesn't have it anymore. It's dangerous for its true combo, but if you can force a trade and force them to be in disadvantage state, so a stagger, the advantage is now yours again to try and go for that roll catch, or even just spam the L2 button. But like, that's not to say that heavy thrusting isn't a scary thing to go up against.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we're seeing it in the instant replay, the amount of damage that it can dish out if it just gets one neutral jump going, comboing that into the R1 and just keeping up the pressure and more damage and more damage. It can be devastating. So Frosty definitely still has a chance to turn this around. It is anybody's game.
It's going to be very interesting, but this is going to be the telling of a whole lot of stories as we have both of our contestants in Eisen. This could be it, unless Frosty changes his game plan completely. Just keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. 120 buckaroos on the line. But ladies and gents, enough of our banter. On a 3, on a 2, on a 1. Allez. As out comes the bolt here, we are going to see the immediate punish here of the flask. No, it's not the flask, it's the aromatic. Now it's the flask that he's also going to be punished for. Man, this is... The way both of these players are going, the trade, and my god, does Dark win that trade by a landslide. See what I mean? Frosty can no longer trade. He has to play this long game with the poison, where he plays to the advantage of status, which is I can just sit it down and forget about it. Keep that pressure, keep that dangerous spacing. Frosty has to really shut down on the aggressions, because one wrong misstep and half his health bar could be gone. As he is going to get this. It seems that Dark did not manage to get a Bolus off, but 469, 477, and a lot of damage is going through here slowly but surely. And you see that then 1,000 damage all the way up to this as he goes for another Unsheath. Again, I don't think these are for necessary roll catches. I think these are purely for trades to try and keep Frosty off of him, so Dark Sub can keep control of the entire match. Both of them are trying to play to their strengths here. Frosty plays a very strong neutral game. He's very passive aggressive, and what Dark wants is to get that aggression to hold it. But he's gonna struggle. He's gonna have to play for those trades, and we see this insane amounts of damage. Finally, we're seeing Dark trying to make that space with these unsheaths, but the ability of Frosty to just cover so much ground is going to be so difficult.
And the bleed proc,
he manages to clip him. Oh.
I did not see that coming. It didn't even occur to me that it builds up blood loss. But here it is.
Here you go. And that is Frosty taking 1 round. Oh my word. This is turning out to be an absolutely insane finals. Like, the plays that are going on all across the board are just absolutely exceptional. Like, this is wild. This is absolutely crazy. Like, for that to be considered a very strong setup, the Bloody Hallows, and we could just watch it back. Like, I'm in awe of that entire match. Look, the roll here trying to prevent Frosty going for just those neutral R1s or R2s to counter pressure. Going for it again, doesn't quite manage to make it. Frosty goes for that jump, forcing a roll, goes for it again. The bleed slowly but surely.
I mean, I will admit that phantom range on that final jump R1 was very surprising to me. There is a little bit of latency.
Well, I mean, when there's
NA
laggards involved, are you really that surprised? But no, on this latency, you roll everything. That is the golden rule of playing on that. Just roll forehead. Spacing is a suggestion, unless you're very comfortable with the latency, which Dark, I think, thought he was. That's just the nature of these peer-to-peer games and these international tourneys. You play by what's in front of you, and this is going to be too close to call. Is this the beginning of a reverse sweep? My heart can't take it. Eisen, count us in.
And we are starting in 3, 2, 1. LA.
Out goes the bomb here. We are going to see the Bistro right off the bat here to punish the perfume. We are going to see another one to punish 500 damage there. That was more damage than he probably ought to have taken in that one. Goes for that jumping attack. Tries to set up for something. Goes for a running R2. We are going to see Dark try and find his way here. Frosty trying to bait out these attacks. Trying to find an opportunity to go for a punish. Does not want to trade. Just because he has a life advantage now does not mean that's going to be remaining after, you know, you get unsheathed twice. He can only afford to make one mistake. Goes for that turnaround. Forces the dead angle on the side of Dark. You know, this is a rough match. Frosty forcing the jump here. Tries to go for it again. Dark now in the position where he wants to be, taking that aggro, but not managing to get those trades. He really needs to play for those trades all the way through here. It's just, if one of them messes up a trade potential, oh my god, he has it. This is going to be another one. Almost manages to land another unsheath. Dark forced back on the run as Frosty in hot pursuit here, but he cannot aggress as freely as he would otherwise like. Goes for another unsheath, not able to land it. Running R2, goes for another jump R1, goes for a jump R2 there on that one, not quite able to make it. The bleed proc goes through, forcing a roll there is the side of Dark with his unsheathes. He's throwing these out very willy-nilly, and I think Frosty has him downloaded. But again, all he needs to make is one more mistake and he's in serious trouble. Tries to go for the roll catch, running R2, not able to land it, forcing another roll. Dark is going to have to be very aware that he needs to ball us yesterday. He is in a spot of bother if he's not careful. And we finally see it. The flask comes out, forcing the roll as the side of Frosty. Goes for the R2, not able to land it. Almost goes to the roll catch, just not quite getting the timing. Dark needs that trade now. He has to be careful. Goes for another poison proc. The poison is procced. Dark cannot afford to let this match run on for much longer. Frosty is going to take more damage, but he's still in it. Frosty has to play the patience game here. Go for these rolls. Try and get those targets of opportunity. Goes for a jumping attack. Almost lands it. Empty jumps here are going to be so powerful because Dark cannot afford to take them. He is going to be playing for trade. Out comes the tear pop here on the side of Dark. Goes for a jumping R1. Oh, Dark is just going to have to play this so safely. If he's not able to land like one unsheath, he is in more than a spot of bother. Frosty goes for the jump, forcing Dark off. I don't know if Frosty's tear has been procced yet. Goes for another jump, takes a little bit of damage. Slowly but surely is Dark chipping him away little by little. And we see Frosty very dominant all the way through here. Goes for the jumping attack, goes for another empty R1, rolls it, goes for another roll, trying to set up for something. These unsheathes are not going to be enough. Manages to get the poison proc once again. Are we going to see the swap? 445 damage. This could be it if Dark isn't careful. Goes for an unsheath, not able to land it. Frosty goes for another empty jump, forcing Dark off him. Dark again has to be so careful. Gets clips Frosty. Frosty is on the ropes. If he messes up once, this could be all it takes. And Frosty is put away by Dark, winning the tournament. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is all we wrote. Frosty won, but Dark Soap takes all the marbles in this last one. My God, what a round.
Absolutely legendary. Now winning 2 tournaments back to back. I really wouldn't have expected this outcome. It looked like Dark was just in such a troublesome spot. These poison procs at this latency are virtually unavoidable. Like, let's just state that. You're not going to avoid them. A poison-heavy thrusting sword with that poisonous mist on it. So yeah, he was just permanently poisoned. But he didn't fall for it. He didn't even attempt to bolus almost all of the time. Did we see a single bolus here? No, he just played it cool.
I think there might have been one towards the end. I'm not sure off the top of my head. But what I will say, though, is just both of these players played absolutely exceptionally.
Absolutely.
It was... I still cannot quite believe what I witnessed over the course of today. And man, what a tournament all the way around. Like, Frosty is probably one of the best reactive players out there.
Yeah, and he played to those strengths as well. Yeah. He recognized this is latency, I'll proc the poison, and then I will play passive. My opponent has to come to me. And heavy thrusting sword is not really that bad of a weapon at whiff punishing and at punishing aggression with those neutral jumps. So very, very good strategy, but Dark Soap just managing to land those hits repeatedly, just getting a running R1 in here, getting an R1 in there, and it just adds up over time.
And that's the difference. And, you know, he came so close there towards the end, forcing match point. What a close match to finish.
And 431 on one running R1. That is insane. I think what Dark Soap did there was he matched the exaltations. He swapped the talismans. He got the exaltations himself to increase that damage. So he would profit from the poison procs himself.
Yeah, just it's so incredible everything that we just witnessed today. Like, just such exceptional plays. And, you know, Eisen, you know, all of us here on the front end, I think there's a bunch of people that deserve so many thank yous, and not just in org or in the organization scene, the players who, you know, they spent so much of their time with us this evening. and I think that
Yes.
they deserve, you know, a special thank you.
They absolutely deserve a thank you. I would like to thank everybody involved in this project, every single player. Thanks for coming here. Thanks for showing up on time. Thanks for making this run smoothly as it went. It was just fantastic to have you all here, and I think we were all entertained. This was a lovely tournament, so thank you to everyone involved.
And I just like to, there's a couple of other people I think as well, the unsung heroes of every event, or all the back-end staff, you know, hi, hello, good day, whose overlays we still use to this day. So incredibly amazing work that they've done for us. You know, I would like to thank all of the people who've been working in Seemless, you know, Luke Yoy, his entire team, Amelia, Amir, all of those guys who've been working tirelessly behind the scenes, not only for us, but also for Seemless Co-op and advocating for its PvP. Thank all of those developers who've been working tirelessly to make any of this even possible today without the threat of constant disconnects. And for, you know, these overlays, all of these things, you know, Sry as well in the background.
The Seamless Co-op has allowed us to make so many things possible. Without Seamless Co-op, these health bars at the top, the automatic helmets display stuff, all of this, it is just not possible with vanilla. And the free cam, this production value, I just love it. This was a lovely tournament, I think, for everyone to watch.
And I think a very special thank you today as well to the Wreckjaw, who did an exceptional job at world hosting. We could not have done it without you. You've been my eyes and ears all the way through this tournament. And yourself, Eisen, for doing an awful lot of the organizational work. But I think your PvP, unfortunately, has just lost one of its founding members. And I think someone who deserves a special thank you for everything they've done in this scene. I think Gabri recently, unfortunately, stepped down from his role, and I just want to say, you know, the ERPVP project is lost without him. He has done exceptional work, and I think he has left a lasting imprint on the scene, and I think that that deserves special recognition. So thank you. I'm not sure if you'll see this, Gabri, but I really appreciate all you've done for the Elden Ring and Dark Souls scene beforehand. So thank you all so very much, and all the people at ERPVP. But I think that's worth pointing out. But yeah, thanks a million, and I think you have a special screen for everyone involved, if I recall correctly.
Any last words? Any last shout outs and mentions?
It has been an honor, sir. It's been an honor serving beside you, sir. Thank you very much, Eisen. Take care, man.
All right. Take care.
Okay, go for